Shot with the words, no slip, no stutter. The man hold weight when I fall back flutter.
Laughed about what's about to happen. Oh, she knew. I see you when they were 22 down. They were about to pull off the greatest finals comeback in history. Whenever you start throwing your friend around like this from side to side,
Ah. All right, mate.
Greatest assets last year was the same. It's the reason they finished top of the table in the last 6 weeks. They've got their mojo back defensively, and they'll challenge the Dogs, who are not in full flight, who are not fluent at the moment with the footy. Their ability to win the ball back between the arcs is right up there with the best in the competition. So that's probably their #1 asset. If you want to name one player that's mainly responsible for that, I think it's Josh Worrell. AFL third best in the competition between the arcs. He's back in some good form. The wet weather may have helped him over the last couple of weeks, but when their back six are in good form and they're missing Keane, there's still a few soldiers to come back in, and we'll get to that later on, but they need a big night from Josh Worrell.
Yeah, well, he's elite, and the back group for Adelaide has been rock solid. So I think for me the question tonight is which team can be more efficient when they go inside the forward 50. We know that Adelaide have got Riley Philthorpe back. I think they'll like the opportunities they get against Carmus and O'Donnell. And the Western Bulldogs, well, as great as they have been to be able to win for their last 5 weeks, that their efficiency hasn't been a real feature. So that's going to be the key, I think, for these teams tonight under the lid at Marvel Stadium, perfect conditions.
Under the lid.
Pedler coming for the Adelaide Crows, and good luck to number 35 Luke Kennedy out of the Auburn Football Club on debut. To call all Thursday night football is a man that's just come back from New York State, where he's been broadcasting horse racing. We missed him. Matty Hill, he's back and ready to call this one on Thursday night.
Great to be back with you, Howie and boys. So it's the Crows who have won their last 4 here at Marvel Stadium, but the Dogs have beaten the Crows in 7 of the last 9. Round 14 gets underway at Marvel Stadium. Welcome to Fox Footy's coverage. English won it down. Richards got a little toe poke. Tumbling ball met by Sanders. He dropped it. Berry for the Crows.
Worrell. Oh.
He's taken.
On the ball.
And grabbed holding the ball so the Dogs can press forward here off centre half forward.
Mike.
Richards appealing for the football. Little chip inside 50. Offline for Norton. Grabbed by Waitman. First touch. Swings for goal. And lights it up early.
There he is.
And we've gone 28 seconds.
Bang.
I love it. I love the tactic of lining him up on the wing and charging forward. We've seen teams do it across the last 18 months. They're all copying Ollie Dempsey. There's no doubt about that. Geelong have set the path there, but he lined up on the wing, and he was always going to be a threat once that ball went inside forward 50. Smart coaching.
Well,
Smart
start.
play. Look, the wingman's got no idea where it's going. Peatling just gets caught napping. He's watching for where the ball's likely to drop. Guess what? Your man's off and gone. He was the midfielder in that last stoppage, so maybe it's not his direct responsibility. But what a wild card move from Luke Beveridge to start the night.
637 days on the sidelines with all sorts of injuries. Family absolutely pumped. Back last week, Joey, and his first goal for a long, long time. Well done.
Yeah, and the challenge is always going to be second up from a long spell. First up, you're fresh and the energy's pumping, but after you have that first game, normally there's a bit of soreness and the body, it feels a bit different. So great start for his confidence, and maybe we're just having a little look at this one. It might be a score review. So
Good point.
It certainly has. We're going to have to cross.
Dad.
As popular as Turkish delight, this arc.
not a massive man.
Right. It's making a mess of records all around the country. That's what it's doing. You need to bring the liquid paper. Miller, what a season he's having. That has sucked the life out of it a bit for Dogs fans. Down the line, well grabbed by Michael Lanny. Punches it forward, ball comes from behind. Bontempelli just picks it up at ground level. Now Cook, impressive young player. Goes back by hand. Back to Cook. Tries to massage it around the line. And Buku in good position as he typically is.
Harris retreats. Budrick. The retro stripes the Dogs. I don't think the pink boots that the Bonds is wearing tonight would have been worn back in 1935. But they stand out, there's no doubt about that, as Cummins has it again at half-back. Sinks the left boot into it, to the congestion. First real test for the aerials and out of play.
The jumper that was introduced in 1935, and apparently at the end of the season they all got put in the wash, and the local laundromat shrunk them, so they never got another run, Joey. That was the end of them. They didn't see 36 because they're all shrunk.
Happened to a lot of my clothes the last few years.
I don't think the laundromat's in charge of that particular department. Sanders back to Waitman. High ball inside. Contest comes from behind. Murray back in the side. Good spoil. Bontempelli's in a dangerous area. Lewis.
And this is the threat, isn't it? The Dogs, their midfield just always pose this clearance game. We've talked about the Crows. They've only won a couple of clearance battles for the year, head to head. So right now, first two clearances to the Dogs, looking ominous.
Already a little injury watch on Norton. McAndrew besieged by Kennedy and also Richards.
Ball, thank you. Trucks, Lockie.
Umpire repeats the dose. McAndrew got one of the chops from English and gets a free kick.
Yeah, he's going to have his hands full, McAndrew. Already watched English charge forward twice on him, so he's going to have to dominate around these hit-outs.
Crows will be happy to have the ball in the hands of Miller. Waitman had a bit of it early. Coming up for third possession. Just goes slightly inboard. Kennedy does well to gather. Bontempelli. West makes the hand pass better than it was. Sends it deep forward. Towards a one-on-one. And there's a free kick and it's going against Will Lewis, the man that caused...
I didn't call that all last week.
Last week, Ball Ace is the recipient.
There's a clever kick from Waitman to bring it back corridor-centric. Had nothing on long down the line. I like him on a wing.
Nick Murray. Kick in the Fogarty direction, held his ground really well. Strong mitts. And then lifts the eyes in the Thilthorpe direction, has a couple in from the side. And the umpire wants to throw it in.
That will be the opportunity for the Crows' tall forwards tonight, Fogarty and Thilthorpe, if they can get some one-on-one contests. I said it's been a few weeks since they've played in perfect conditions like this for forwards. Just need some opportunity.
Sides just testing each other out at the moment. There's such a better side with English in. Fantastic record with English, not so much without. Nankervis, little step. Peatling. Just a real sack forward. Coming over the flight. There is English. 7-1 with him playing this year. 1 win, 4 losses when he's not playing. He is the true barometer of this football club.
And they're a 30-point better team, kicking about 95 points a game when he plays compared to about 68 when he hasn't this year, such as his influence.
Matthew Kennedy there to Caulfield. Some important things in that victory last week. Fraser spreads it. Dogs can run here. Selwoods. Long searching ball. Hines with the football just outside 50. Lewis leads, ignored. Kicks towards the top of the square. Waitman will be in from the side. Fist from Miller. And the Crows will be able to mop up here with the Belays involved. And now Worrell, who slaps it on the boot, flat putt outside 50.
Buku in the contest. Alongside Fogarty, who already took one contested mark. Selwood, the hero from last week. Round the corner off the boot of Cooper Hines is ineffective. And Adelaide look to access the middle of Marvel Stadium.
Neil Bullen involved and now through the middle. Here they go through.
Doing it again. 3 touches.
Now to Laird. Laird's kick towards Thilthorpe. He's in the right
Oh,
Had O'Donnell at 6s and 7s that time.
Well, that's what he's after. That's what he's going to get. If he gets that ball movement through the middle of the ground, he's going to enjoy this favourable matchup. He was one out. They kept him basically deep. The rest of the team up the field. I thought Saligo had the opportunity to kick it the first time for the extra handball. And it's well done from Laird. He just knew he had to just pop it up. Almost like Victor Wembanyama at the moment, how he just put it up there and let the big fella get to work. And that's what Phil Thorpe was able to do.
60 goals from 25 games last year, just getting his motor running midway through 2026, and through it goes for the first goal for the Crows, and that'll stay in the record.
Yeah, and the Crows are just looking to get their offensive flow going. And if the Dogs do this, kicking the ball inside their forward 50, you heard Luke Beveridge in the pre-game, they want calm entries, they want to take an extra disposal before they
Panda.
go, an extra handball as their leading stoppage, and they just set themselves up to be sifted on the way back at speed. Crows in great position, lengthening the ground. Phil Thorpe's already at the back. There's not a defender in the competition that can stop that. So anytime it's through the middle, a turnover like that, it's impossible for the key backs to defend.
So the Crows trying to isolate Phil Thorpe deep down there, Kingy.
Yeah, cause enormous problems and allow the two big boys down there in Fogarty and Phil Thorpe to go to work.
He did it perfectly then. Up in the centre, McAndrew spills out the side. The weapon that is Dawson, deep ball forward.
Oh.
Big boys fly again. Neil Bullock
Give it to him.
area, steps to
Ah, he's not even looking.
now towards Taylor. Phil Thorpe applies it.
See O'Donnell just slow to get to his feet there. It was a heavy contest from that centre bounce stoppage.
McAndrew slaps it to Taylor, is in the right spot. Kennedy harassing him out of it, lucky not to give away a free kick. Pummels a handball along the ground towards Dale. It'll be thrown in. Throw in deep in the pocket. Andrew works his way to the front, tap down to Thilthorpe. Just couldn't quite grasp it. Bontempelli off the ground, clears for now. Tumbling ball. The pickup was fantastic from Saligo. That was slick. Nankervis working with Peatling. Peatling's kick was skew-if at the very least. Dale to Selwood, who fumbles. Taylor pressures him. Neil Bullen gathers. He goes back. Peatling in the phone booth, centering ball. Who's there in the middle? Dawson!
Oh, what a mark. And a perfect kick too from Peatling to just pull it back. He knows he's got some great targets at the top of the goal face, so just put it in a really aggressive, dangerous spot. Thilthorpe couldn't quite get there, but Dawson, what a presence this man is in AFL football right now. Best leader in the competition, and this would be some start.
His radar has certainly been in this season with 12 goals won. And it doesn't change here with another one.
Now it's remarkable what he's doing this year, Jordan Dawson, but that is the Adelaide game. They are a team that can afford half pressure, that forward 50 pressure to force the Western Bulldogs to turn it over. They get a repeat entry here. It was slick from Saligo and Curvis involved, and then, as Kingy said, the kick here just to a dangerous spot was all it was able to do to force an opportunity. But that forward half game from Adelaide, a real strength. The Dogs have got to be able to find a better way to absorb it.
It's Peatling's 7th disposal already. So a couple on the board from the Crows, Thilthorpe and Dawson.
Stoppage, Berry, hold. Adelaide.
I thought there was an advantage. So the tackling machine, the #1 tackler in the comp, Berry, in the #3 jersey, favours the outer side by hand. Worrell deep ball forward. Dawson again. He's almost unmarked, and he'll line up for a second in the space of 40 seconds.
The players responsible for the guns have got it wrong. I mean, Peatling and Richards. Peatling's going to Richards. Richards gone for a spell on the bench, and Peatling's gone with him. And he's dominated that matchup. And now you've got Kennedy and Dawson, and he's just slipping him too easy. And he's almost centre-half forward type size, this guy. He's no slouch in the air. Happy to take some physical punishment in terms of standing under one.
190 centimetres. 10 votes last week from the coaches. in the narrow win over the Cats. Already kicked one for 14th goal this season. Everything he does well. The skipper's got two, and Adelaide have kicked the first three in a short space of time.
Wow.
Yeah, well, everything he does well, and he does a bit of everything. That's what makes him such a complete footballer, and why he's having such a wonderful year. Top 7 on the ground in every game he's played this year. The ratings, because of this ability, it's not through sheer quantity, it's through quality. And the Dogs are going to have to put a bit more time into him. They can't allow Jordan Dawson to rip the heart out of this Bulldogs team tonight.
Big start for the Crows.
St. Sanders to him.
For Jordan Dawson. And commence with lob. Tips it down to his feet. Gathers the football, then flicks it to Fraser. He's grabbed. Another ball up. As we mentioned in the introduction, last 4 matches at Marvel, the Crows have won here. Lob. Bontempelli in space. Off a step. Raking ball.
Oh!
Pushed into the contest. Spills out wide. Young Kennedy, the debutant, tried to throw boot to ball. Had a bit of a fresh air shot. West on hands and knees. And now it's out to Paul Kahan, who's under pressure. So the youngsters involved there, and a throw in.
Yeah, he's slow to get up, Waitman. I just wonder if he was pushed into this marking contest. Just a full commitment there from Michael Annie. You probably let him off that, but it's a dangerous space to be in. I'm glad to see him get up. Missed a lot through injury over the last couple of years.
We saw it with Taylor Walker last week. That's why he's not out here with that incident. O'Sullivan. Berry, Rochelle, Borlays, now Laird. He's taken down after he got rid of the football. The advantage will be there for the Crows. The umpires let them take it. Worrell is pinpoint down the line. Fogarty sends it
On the
deep.
left.
He's in good position. He's
Bang!
just ragdolled O'Donnell. Dawson's got 2, and you'd imagine very shortly Philthorpe will have a couple as well.
Yeah, and it's the vulnerability in the Dogs' makeup, whether they like to hear it or not. Their key post backs are gettable one-on-one. And you saw it on the wing here. Karmas couldn't control Fogarty. And any time the ball's coming in the air, Philthorpe looks like marking everything. Just such a strong physical beast.
He's had problems with his elbow, Cody Waitman. It's what he seems to be discussing at the moment. But more importantly, Riley is lining up for a second. Adelaide, bang, 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 bang.
Wow.
In a very short space of time, they've quieted the crowd. They've got 4 on the board.
There'll be warning signs all in the Western Bulldogs coaching box right now, because this is going to be a problem for them all night. Just want to show this incident again. I reckon he just had a little hyperextension of that right knee before he went into the contest. He sort of jarred it and made it really awkward into the contest. So hopefully he's okay.
This is the problem here, Joe. Just have a look how easily the Crows are getting goal side on the spread. You see 2 there, just slingshot forward, out the back of Karmas, in trouble, can't contain, and then Philthorpe just get it in. Just get it in.
Has stayed out there, Cody Waitman, Joe, so it looks to be a good sign.
Yeah, good news.
5 inside 50s to the Crows for 4 goals.
Over 10 to go in the first quarter. Lob. Bontempelli with the volleyball work. Down to Sanders. Good gather. Quick work. Butterick. Like a knife through butter. 2 bounces. Takes on. And he gets away with it. Jones couldn't mark it. Lewis over the top. Jones. This would be something.
Oh!
Scrap that one out of your record.
Yeah.
Taking that one off him. There's Lewis involved again. That's his second scuffle, Kingy, inside the first 10 minutes. But they needed something. The Dogs, they needed to get a bit of a spark. They had the Waitman goal taken off them. But I love this from Butterick to arch the back and then not release here. Take a second bounce. It was a great chase from the ruckman to almost get him down. But Artie Jones has been so lively inside 50 this year. Kept his feet, stayed involved in the contest. And that is unbelievable.
He's
finish.
a beauty, isn't he?
When you need something, It's amazing how often this guy is bobbing up for the Dogs. In awful trouble, down 4 goals to 0. He says, "Just give me a chance, give me a moment."
Jones just to calm things down for the Dogs and their fans. Berry legged out of the middle. He'll get the free kick advantage paid. They'll
Oh
wobble
my
forward
God.
again. It's a chaos ball. Pedler, Rochelle had it, spent it. Keys off the ground, misses the lot. Under all sorts of pressure, the Dogs defenders. Rochelle comes again. Danger back to Neil Bullen. Whips it back by hand. Stepping through Saligo, Neil Bullen. Pressure's good from the Dogs. Berry, the man that started it all. They still go back, but they still retain possession. Rochelle from outside 50. Buku's under pressure.
Cook.
Crows with Hulkahan. Cook, just a little chip. Is it good enough? Phil Thorpe couldn't quite rake it in. And then it was Hines who just hacked it on the boot, but Crows have some numbers, so it's coming back. Worrell has it a kick and a half from goal. He's just going to put it back in. Top of the square, Phil Thorpe's in the middle. Keys at the fall of the ball, back to Rochelle.
Oh,
They're hard to stop once it's inside 50, the Crows.
Yeah, they're looking dangerous everywhere, aren't they, King, inside the forward 50? And now the Smalls can reference off the big boys. They know that if they're not going to mark it, they're certainly not going to get outmarked, you wouldn't think, tonight.
Just a strange kick there from Hines. I mean, that's just a bad location all round. You give the fast turnover, there's chaos and panic everywhere.
who's banging that fucking drum?
Long and wide.
Shut up.
You get a chance to reset, and this is what happens, Joe. This is modern footy, live ball scenario in your forward 50. It's always the dangerous guys that find a way.
He does have the Selwood matchup, Rochelle, so it's going to be a difficult night for him, but he's so opportunistic. He knows where to get to at the right times.
Yeah. Well, the problem now is they've scored 5 goals from only 7 inside 50 entries. The defenders are absolutely rattled. They need some support. They're not getting it right now.
Under siege at the moment, the Dogs defenders get one their way and the mark is spilled. Rochelle steps through again, sends it deep.
Oh!
They're doing them in doubles. Rochelle's got a couple, Phil Thorpe's got a couple, Dawson's got a couple. And the
What is
Dogs
going on?
taking blows and
Pick
more
straight.
blows.
Well, they look timid. They look timid at the moment, the Dogs. There's no kind way of saying it. I mean, that was just a soda that Croft put down. Good enough pressure there to get an opportunity to defend and then just drop the
How
puck.
do you drop that?
And then they go to work, and again, the dangerous players have a happy knack of being around that turnover. He got the Doosra going his way late. They are on song in the forward half, Joey.
Well, we spoke to Josh Rochelle pre-game. Said what happened last time. Said Bulldogs got us in the contest, so that their contest has been a focus already. +9 contested ball. Start this one, the Crows.
That's crazy.
Still 9 minutes left in this first term. It's not over yet as Berry with the clearance.
After.
Long ball. Fogarty, no mark. Rochelle's got it. Can go back to Fogarty again. Whistle holding the ball.
What?
See that mark again. He had it for a long time.
Selwood's going to come up with it. So the pressure valve released for now.
Imagine if the arc went back and said, no, that's the mark.
Selwood down the line. Worrell, some nice inside 50 work from him already. Murray, both Murray boys are out there tonight. Keys. Berry's had a lot of it early. Sends it back down the outer wing. Selwood in good position, gets through to Phil Thorpe. Rochelle causing absolute havoc.
Oh!
And on a punching lead is Lukey Pedler back in the side. He'll line up for a 7th goal.
Straight.
10 inside 50s. This is
Crazy.
I suppose why Matthew Nicks persists with Rochelle. He's a forward because of what he can do. We've already seen it now. He's running amok inside this forward half of the ground for the Crows. If he's not kicking them, he's setting them up.
This would be world record pace, surely. They kick 7 from 10 opportunities inside 50. Pedler. They can't miss.
Oh.
They just cannot miss. 7 minutes straight. Adelaide.
What?
Down by 35 points, and some people are still moving in from the bar.
What?
I'd suggest you go back. It's a horrible watch if you're a Dogs fan at the moment. You're right. Rochelle's been involved in everything, Joey. Even the clearance game, they're just getting smacked at the moment. It's Berry who we've talked about in the pre-game. He sometimes can sneak under your guard. He looks a bit old-fashioned in what he does, but gee, it's effective. And at any old cost, put it in. I can't recall seeing a game with 10 inside 50s for 7 goals. And Luke Beveridge wouldn't know where to start. They're getting beaten everywhere.
Well, I think for the Dogs, it's always at the source. They have
Smashing
to
them.
help their defenders by not letting the ball get down there. So Bontempelli's had his rest. Richards is in the centre bounce. They've got English. I think the way they can help their back line right now is to win some clearance, get it in their forward half.
Kennedy scoops it up to Richards. Richards under pressure.
What a game.
Just flicks it forward. Trelaw at the fall of the football. Was going to palm it off. Decides to kick it instead. Won't be a mark. Ohhhh's been grabbed. He gets boot to ball. Laird just kept it moving, hoping for Dawson. Sanders gathers. Now Richards, check side. Entry inside 50, but it's to no one in particular. Out to grass. Cook was able to gather for the Crows. Looking for Keys, overclubbed it. It's going to tumble towards the wings. Sanders is there, busy as always. He overclubs the handball. Some heavy contact over there. Dogs with a chance through Croft. Just throws it on the boot. Back with the flight.
Oh, that's a mark.
To Hines, to Frazier. Blazes away.
A fucking mark. What I'm doing.
Throws pressure off the charts.
Yeah, it's just good.
It's a mark
Brave
again.
play there for Curtin coming back with the fly. Jones makes the spoil.
Worrell goes in that direction of Curtin. The big man. Told us pre-games he hits the scars about 105 kilos out in the wing.
And it's a common kick-out strategy too. They isolate him against the wingman wide.
Paul Kahan debuted nicely last week. Down the line to Lockie McAndrew, who's always going to have Artie Jones covered. Thought about going back to Miller. He didn't quite trust his kicking. Just sends it down the line. Murray attacks
Toby.
hard. Peatling who got it all going. Dawson who's kicked too.
Oh,
Paul Kahan. Laird. Another
like the
inside
Globetrotters.
50. Coming back with a flight. They all go down. except
Keezy.
Keys can't
Oh, in the back.
Great lunging tackle. Just thought he might have got into his back a fraction, but did really well.
So Brown for the Dogs. Down the throat of West.
Oh.
Kick into the middle. Has to be accurate, and it wasn't. Dawson gathered, and then can just sink another. The Dogs. He's kicked 3.
What the fuck is going on?
What are we seeing?
Well, we saw the Crows do this a few weeks ago against North Melbourne in that second term, but this is more impressive against the Western Bulldogs team that had a bit more confidence than North at that stage, but they are just absolutely everything they are touching is turning to gold at the moment. They are smacking them in contest, and then off the back of contest win, they're playing with precision, with class.
49 points in a quarter of football.
12 inside 50s, 8 majors.
Unbelievable. And this guy's he's just hitting them perfectly. He's not even getting the driver out anymore. He's just
From
flushing
70.
the 3-wood. That is a beautiful sight.
7 disposals, 3 goals. Richardson and Co really need to start getting something happening here. They go wide inside 50. It'll suit Worrell. Laird. Pick up. And Saligo looks to exit.
Oh.
This is straight to Hines.
There's that composure you're talking about, Kingy. Like even Ed Richards, they've just lost their heads at the moment, the Western Bulldogs.
Hines has kicked towards the pockets. Norton in the front spots.
What?
Yeah, and
Going to earn a free kick here.
I think
Oh
that's the
my God, you feel sorry for him,
reward for getting to front position in the end there.
Oh,
He's
just a
brave
reward for being
leading
soft.
target. He's prepared to stand under one, and just there, the arm goes over the shoulder. Not a lot.
Oh, come on.
Oh, maybe it was that one there.
Oh.
The trailing elbow to the face might have been a free kick, Gilly.
He's fucking spoiling the ball.
Yeah.
Kick 5 goals and 3
Oh
goals.
my God.
The last 2 times that Aaron Norton has contested the Crows.
Fucking doesn't deserve a goal.
Not going to get the tally rolling this time.
They're just going to have to try and get some forward half time at the moment. The Western Bulldogs see if they can turn the ball over, keep it down this end of the field for a few minutes.
Just a stunned silence in the crowd. Curtin rides the tackle from Hines. Lasso to return.
49 points is the second highest opening quarter under Matty Nix. We hadn't seen this damage all year. We hadn't seen them play with this efficiency. They've been a good defensive side, but this is the first time they've really opened the valves.
Butterick off half back to a contest through the hands of Richards. Neil Borland. Peatling's had 10 disposals.
It's not the same when you dunk on someone, you make contact with them. It's an offensive foul. Fucking ridiculous. Imagine if someone Jordan dunks on someone and they call him for a foul.
See the pressure factor there, still well over 200,
Hell.
which is a massive number this season, as well as winning the contest. They're doing it both sides.
They are both engaged.
McAndrew slaps it to the front of the pack. Dawson's the first in the foot race.
I wonder if you've got to put your captain to their captain. So I think that Dawson's had such a fast start. He's just taking Kennedy to cleaners. Not everything's been his fault. But when you've had a 7 disposal, 3 goal first term, I think it's time for the upgrade.
Luke Beveridge charging through the door to head ground side. He'd love to be a fly on the wall at quarter time as Dawson goes.
Good kick.
The blitzkrieg continues.
Yeah, he's just getting clear too easy, and he's had a game-separating quarter. You can't allow it to continue for 30 minutes.
He's got a falcon.
He knows, Kennedy. He dives because he knows he's done. And as we keep saying, I don't think there's a man striking the ball better than Jordan Dawson right now.
Big Riley looking for 3.
Riley. Wow.
Well, that's the bonus, the flow and effect of this first
Is
quarter.
that done? I think it's done
The
still.
midfielders
Wow.
has been that all of a sudden the monsters are woken up, isn't he, Big Riley Philthorpe? I mean, he's been in a slumber all year long, and all of a sudden, in one quarter of footy, he might be back. Because of the supply like this, it's made it easy for him, but he's a confidence player. His confidence is up.
Oh.
They said Kennedy just can't
English
go
got
to this open quarter.
Rumours of the Crows' demise in 2026 were false. They are back. This is as strong as you've seen them for a 25-30 minute window. Philthorpe just looks a different player tonight.
I think it's the opposition.
That he'd been playing sore. He didn't mention what the issue was, but he said he's slowly working his way through that. Well, he's gone into the ruck now. He did say we'd try and get him around the ball a bit more. Well, at the moment, the ball is camped inside 50 for Adelaide.
It'd been that back, Howie had had a back injury basically for the first 8 weeks, even longer, of the season. It hampered him. He wasn't moving freely. It even had him around the contest now. He's clearly feeling much better.
He's kicked 3 as the skipper. 9-1 on the board. 16 inside 50.
Oh. The boat's ball!
Now caught with the ball. Rochelle, he's been instrumental.
50.
Pops it into the pocket. Every time it goes there, you almost expect to see it in the hands, and they've put Dawson a full forward.
What a fucking quarter, man.
Yeah, what a luxury to give Jordan Dawson a spell by playing him out of the goal square. So O'Donnell's got him at the moment. Philthorpe's the one that's gone from full forward into the midfield.
Andrew attempts to get it to Fogarty. You got Philthorpe there as well. He's going to try and open it up over the end of Keys Coffee.
I wonder if Dawson's thinking 10, Joey.
Man.
You mentioned
Imagine.
man Wembanyama. We saw earlier on today, Joey, that comebacks do happen.
Well, the Bulldogs are going to have to produce something similar.
Oh, will they?
Pull off the comeback from this.
Talking, of course, of San Antonio getting beaten by the Knicks after being 29 in front at half-time, Joey.
Biggest comeback in NBA Finals history.
Crows send it forward again. Fly comes from Dawson. Keys whips it back by hand.
Oh, Keys free.
Cook, beautiful little step. Sends it deep into the area of Curtin.
Oh, good spoil.
Did really well, O'Donnell, not to give away a front on spoil. And it's almost a relief that it's only a point.
Yeah, that's a good
Oh,
sell, isn't it?
Candy.
That's a good sell. That's an ankle breaker. But we saw them do this against the Kangaroos in a quarter, but this is a different calibre of opponent. And this is, no one expected this. I think the crowd is stunned.
Mm.
Richards.
Ah.
Taken over the shoulder, free kick.
Oh my God. You're a joke, You're a joke.
That lady's face says it all. She just can't quite believe what she's seen here at Marvel on a Thursday night early. Lewis, bereft of options, just sends it to the humanity to the top of the square. Thilthorpe out to Laird, out to Murray. Murray's kick to a 50-50.
Call the free, mate.
No Mark Fogarty. He spilled it. Kennedy's little toe poke to Thilthorpe. Dodging, weaving. Had to get rid of it. He did. Peatling. Little kick along the line. And the Dogs could win it through Bramble like a waiter. Held it in. But the line beat him.
I don't wait.
Dawson's kick 3, Thilthorpe's kick 3, Shelley's kick 2. And it's all in the first 30 minutes of this match. Not the biggest crowd here, but they're pretty quiet. Thilthorpe taps it to space.
What do you mean?
Bramble, the former Hawk.
Crows fans are going off.
Space himself. Sends it 30 from home. Gets out the back. Riley West, dangerous area. Miller tags him. 3 Crows there. Underground hand pass will work out okay. Under all sorts of pressure.
Take it over.
Sanders goes with Nankervis, gets it back to Norton, goes inboard to Frazier, throws it on the boot. And finally, something for the Dogs fans. Positives the goal.
Just take it over.
To a 41-point margin.
Yeah, or just
Could have rushed it.
for the Western Bulldogs to take into quarter time before that man there, Luke Beveridge, addresses the group. I'm sure he'll have some home truths and have some plans for how they can chip away to get back into this contest, but they just persisted here. Adelaide probably could have killed it on the goal line and taken it through. Right there, Cook chose not to and kept the ball live inside the defensive 50, which is fraught with danger, and the Dogs were good enough to capitalise. Although, by the looks of it, it could have our
liquid
second
paper job, is it, Joey?
Could be another liquid paper job, Howie. Might be arc intervention again here. Gee, this will be deflating as well.
A little bit more Turkish delight for you, Howie.
No, all
No.
good.
What?
It's going to be a goal.
Cheetah.
Fraser's 50th game. That goal will register. So what a start
Cheetah.
for the Crows. Dawson with 3, Thilthorpe 3, Rochelle with a couple. So at quarter time, it's 41 points. The
Ah,
lead for the
damn.
Adelaide Crows with the Dogs with a lot of work to do. What a week of football we've had, and it just continues on. We head to Geelong tomorrow night, but the Friday night blockbuster between Geelong and the Gold Coast. All of the action on Fox, the only place to watch all of the big marquee matches. Friday night football, Geelong and the Gold Coast tomorrow.
You're watching Thursday Night Footy on Fox. Brought to you by HBF Health Insurance.
They could have made it round.
Let's have a ball.
Instead,
Have
they
a
made a
ball.
swinging pendulum of luck.
Ah. Oh. Ah. Mm.
When the bounce serves you a clanger,
Lucky you're with Amy.
How about kid? The grown-ups are talking.
the man, Leroy.
What's up with your face?
Go Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. Get up to 30% off Windows 11 laptops, plus 10% of your purchase price in gift cards. Limited time only. Up to 30% off Windows 11 laptops, plus 10% in gift cards. Best prices at Harvey Norman now.
Curious how study can unlock your potential, but unsure where to start? Open Universities Australia can help you take the first step. With unbiased advice from our student advisors, we'll find the path that's right for you. Join 500,000 students who've enrolled across thousands of courses from Australia's leading universities. Visit open.edu.au today.
What questions could Ancestry help you answer? Who came before me? Where else have we called home? What journeys shaped us? What chances did they take to give me mine? Who gave me my look, laugh, spirit? With so many answers to be found, what will you ask first?
From the moment you join CBus, your future is building the smart way. CBus Super. Build your something.
The FIFA World Cup meal at Macca's is here. Score a free cup with 6 to collect.
Tundra, Toyota's flagship truck. It's here and it's ready for everything. Ready to be felt. Ready to be seen. And now with free on-road costs, plus a $10,000 end of financial year bonus. Question is, are you ready for it? Toyota Tundra. Ready for everything and available now. Toyota.
You're watching Thursday Night Footy on Fox. Brought to you by HBF Health Insurance.
HBF Health Insurance, they are highlights dominated by the Adelaide skipper. 10th minute of the match. He kicks the second goal of the game. The Dogs are out and down by those 2 goals already. 2 minutes later, he takes a mark inside 50, pops through his second goal of the term. But wait, there's more. We get to the 25th minute. This is his best on the run from 50. We saw him kick long goals against the Cats last week with a couple. He's already kicked 3. Statistics around this man are going to blow your mind. Adelaide leader by 41 points. All right, the boys that love the laptop work, David King and Joe Montagna. There's all sorts of numbers floating around that performance.
There is, Howie, and you can see right there, this is quite an extraordinary quarter of footy. The 3rd highest rated quarter by a player on record. He's in some sort of flow state at the moment. He's just a footballer at the peak of his powers in the zone. And it was unbelievable what he was able to produce.
Cap Mooney.
Well, if it wasn't him, it was the man down forward, as you described it, Joey, the monster. He's back. And we've been waiting for this all season. He only kicked the 14 goals in his 11 games so far. But as we said, the coach, Matty Nixie, did talk about the fact that he was playing injured for the first half of the year. But this is what we haven't seen him do this year so far. It's his one-on-one work that probably left him a little bit in those first 11 games. You can just see this is the worst place in the world you'd want to be if you're a defender. One-on-one with Riley Thilthorpe in the goal square. And we're just seeing his movements back. And more importantly, his body work and early work.
Oh. What have we done? Oh no. Oh no.
Had that incident. Just keeping an eye on his right elbow here. He gets that caught in between the plays. He gets hyperextended. And he's been in hands with the doctors and physios for the last couple of minutes, just as they've ran out. Looks to be okay, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, I'm not sure I've seen a Dogs midfield humbled like this before. They haven't handled the pressure the Crows have put upon them. Pressure's at 209 at the moment. Now you can see it. The Dogs are feeling it, and they're paying a heavy price on turnover. 31 points for the quarter on turnover.
Legal said, hey, do you want to look at the billboard that's up on Hoddle Street? And I said, what billboard is up on Hoddle Street? I didn't put a billboard up on Hoddle Street. Did marketing? So let's see whatever this is. Are you kidding me? Only dance. I'm not doing porn. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Only Dad's Melbourne, this is gonna be big. Awesome, everyone thinks I'm doing porn. We were so close, we did that, and then we go, oh, that's awesome.
They wanted Lob to play more forward, second ruck, but they've had to move him back onto Philthorpe.
Lol.
Hand pass to a man who was under immediate pressure in Dale. And they access the middle of Marvel Stadium. Can they get some run going? Buttering spits it out wide to Buku.
Hamish plays on immediately. Spears the pass to Frazier, one of 2 goal kickers for the Dogs in the first term. He runs to the chalk and then sends it towards.
Oh.
Couldn't complete the deal. Laird,
Oh, throw.
Berry. Got him. Free kick for a throw. Jones, who was the other goal kicker in the first quarter in spectacular fashion, has a set shot.
You don't see that often from Aaron Norton. And his follow-up was terrific to put pressure on straight away. And then Artie Jones on the fly. His improvement this year has been phenomenal. They're going to need him to do something quite special tonight to get back in this.
Will take small steps. But this would be a good start. Straight through the middle. And a celebration from the Artful Dodger.
Well, I like the build-up from the Western Bulldogs. I thought the way they moved the footy, there was intent there to give the handball, to take the game on. So they're certainly not going to die wondering in trying to peg back this lead. He said normally Norton would just swallow that up. At the second opportunity, Artie Jones, the technique was perfect, pin the arm.
So middle. I thought I was getting angry. I thought you were going through the behind. I was like...
It's Artie Jones and umpire Brett Rosebery having a conversation, a bit of a joke.
Smart from Artie. Get onside the umps if you can.
Well, they've kicked the last 2. It's a long way back, but it's a 35-point margin. Can they do a bit of work out of the middle where this man Dawson's just destroyed them? Bontempelli in the bright pink boots. Waitman starting in the middle as well.
You've got to get some territory. You've got to win some clearance, the Dogs.
Bont's is pretty quiet.
Candrew, English, the path of Bont. Kicks into the back of Laird. Speedy little legs. Miller gives it straight back to Treloar and Bontempelli. Check side inside.
He gets 2 touches.
Here comes Norton. He's had a couple of moments. Gets it out to Lewis.
Oh! Wow.
That goes about 30 rows back.
Back to the V-bell.
On that left leg.
Just on the Bont. So Dogs have won 9 clearances. Bontempelli's won 5 of them. As he always does, trying to lift his team.
Nick Murray's kick, beautifully weighted kick to Nan Curvis. He's going to pass it down the line to Neil Bullen. We'll try and prop it up for Taylor. Gathered. Curvis is going to be a reinforcement. Neil Bullen taken off the ball by Waitman and out.
It's courageous too from Buku Calmness. He came off his man Darcy Fogarty to come forward to do just enough to stop the Adelaide Crows ball movement.
English McAndrew nullify each other. Berry.
Saligo.
Saligo with a couple of Dogs to beat. He got away with it.
I'm telling the ball again.
Dawson has a couple of bounces, has a think about it. Classy to Taylor. Too far out to score, but he's got a man on his own, Fogarty.
Might have been holding the ball.
The shuffle of magnets has meant that Rochelle now has O'Donnell as a matchup.
Ah.
Now Rochelle's on the move. You saw him 3 or 4 different leads there, just trying to get on board and got his separation at will.
Where'd Buku go?
His 200th goal in his career earlier this year. I see Fogarty back into the field of play. It's a beautiful and he snuck it home, I reckon.
Wow.
Big silence around Marvel, so it's a 6-pointer.
Well, he's one of the best set shots for goal in the competition. We know that. Thought they were a bit unlucky though. Unlucky the Western Bulldogs. It did look like holding the ball.
They were off.
Saligo,
The Dogs players were actually running the other way because they thought they were going to get the free kick.
He didn't get a hand on that, so it should have been holding the ball. And then you can just see this is where Buka
Was
comes.
yuck.
He sort of half came off and then didn't try and relocate where Darcy Fogarty was. Anywhere inside 50, he's a threat from the set shot.
What's he doing?
Great year with the set shots. Fogarty's coming into tonight, he was 5 goals and 9 misses. It's unlike him.
Looks like he enjoyed that one.
Play on yours.
Jones, he's probably been the best dog out there. Kicked a couple. And Curvis, Dawson. He's just unstoppable, this fella. It's his 12th possession alongside his 3 goals. He could still end up on the end of the chain here. Taylor goes back towards Peatling. Now Berry.
Oh.
Really wide. Phil Thorpe
Oh.
behind. What can you do about Dawson, Kingy?
I said it earlier, I just think the captain has to go to him. He's just out of control at the moment. At least pose a threat the other way. Yeah, they might still try and run with Bontempelli, but at least you know you've got high quality versus high quality.
Oh, what do you mean?
He's sitting off the back of that stoppage all on his own, Jordan Dawson. So.
Caulfield goes corridor to Bontempelli. Going to spread it now to the outer side. O'Donnell thumps it inside 50. Waitman just caught out of position. Kennedy with the football. Scoops the handball back in towards the centre aisle. Dawson grab taken to ground. Then West just picked it out of the pockets of the opposition. Frazier, Hines heads for goal and got there. Murray was diving, but it was all too late.
No, he didn't die.
Cooper Hines with the 3rd goal for the Dogs. In fact, the 3rd goal kicker for the Dogs, their 4th.
Yeah. Have a look here. I think the tagging discussion's gone now. When the margin says 40 points, you probably just got to roll. You probably just got to get aggressive and play. Yeah, this is really clever. Good from West, inside to out. Frazier keeps it going. It's a high-quality finish. They're going to have to make every post to win it now, the Dogs, to get back in this game. But this ball here just strips it from between the legs, out, over the top. Good pop handball into space.
Harvey Norman replay. They had kicked 3 of the last 4, Joe.
Yeah, and they look like they're moving the ball okay offensively. So I think they're going to continue to get plenty of opportunity. At the same time, they're going to have to get some stops the other way.
Richards clamped by Barry Miller. Beautiful
50.
distributor of the football. Having a career season. O'Kahan was put under pressure. Frazier bursts through. This could give a bit of momentum to the Dogs. Richards runs around, should kick the goal. Richards does kick the goal. Do not give up on the Dogs. A lot of Thursday night footy still to go.
Frazier's become important. Just get a hand in, get another opportunity, stay in the game. There's potency everywhere.
Crow's trying to handball too much.
For 3 years. But just have a look here. An opportunity, just sniffing out an opportunity. Frazier comes off his man, gets a hand in. Berry's not ready for it, and Richards already aware of it. Just short of running too far. He ran a long way, did Little Red.
Did.
But got the job done. He was always going to finish it. It was just a matter of how far he went.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Indicators are
Oh, right on it.
Winning clearance 5-1, winning contested possession, and they're scoring when they go inside 50. So they've got plenty of goals left in them, the Dogs, and plenty of time as well.
A momentum shift heading to the halfway mark of the 2nd term. 29 points the margin. As Howie mentioned, plenty of Thursday night footy still ahead. Stay with us. Berry, long ball straight down the spine.
Oh.
No mark at the back. Dawson, Pedler, the quick reply. Doesn't get any quicker than that.
Oh.
He's kicked
Wow.
2.
That's going to be the issue, isn't it? You're getting stops when it goes inside the Dogs' defensive 50. That was too easy.
Well, you can't help it as a defender. You lose a bit of trust in those around you when you've leaked 11 goals or 10 goals to this point of the game. Ball coming in, everyone flies.
I've got to go, my man's going. Everyone's under panic. You lose your chemistry. You lose that.
Oh, wow.
4 or 5 in the same position effectively.
Wow.
And it just falls a soft drop out the back. With all 3 dogs there. Karmas, Lob, Dale. And the ball just falls out the back nice and soft drop for Dawson, who's involved in absolutely everything.
That's a sprain.
Pedler, the 4th man for the Crows. Who've kicked at least 2 goals tonight.
Oh, look at that.
Multiple goal kickers already. Dale passes in the pace of Arthur Caulfield.
You're dead.
Frazier's getting busy. Aaron hand pass. Taylor turns it back.
Taylor.
Away.
Hold on.
Played again. Just getting in the right position is Nick Caulfield in game 71. Too slow.
Oi.
Sent something on.
Oh,
Now
good leg.
towards Murray. And in the blink of an eye, the coach can't believe it. One of the 2 Murray boys, Toby, will line up.
And Caulfield not happy that O'Donnell didn't make his way to the ball.
Oh, shit kick.
He set it up.
5 goals this season, 5 goals, 3 for Toby Murray. To make it 2 quick responses, game high has been 46 points. Murray gets it a bit narrow, and it's currently 36.
Murray. A good kick. Fraser. Oh!
Norton at the moment. Fraser dropped a sitter. Had plenty of time to regather his thoughts. Bontempelli to Sanders.
Fraser's getting plenty of space out there. He's the one that's doing a little bit of the creative work in the forward half.
Sanders to Lob. You can use Camus.
Who's she going in the middle?
To switch play. He's going to go a little bit more central.
Oh, wow.
Gives an opportunity here for the Crows. Flicked out by Saligo, Hines, Kennedy, Caulfield, running backwards. Now Camus to Dale at half back. So he's looking for
Oh, my God.
Selwood wasn't even looking. Back to Camus. This is not convincing at all. Dale referring pressure back to Kennedy. Now Dale dodging, weaving. Hines grabbed. Out. A little bit of a scuffle as well.
Outstanding pressure from the Adelaide Crows, but not in possession. Where were they, Joey? 200 plus.
Yeah, this quarter it's become a bit more open footy. Hasn't been as many intercept possessions and low pressure, so that's why we're seeing some free-flowing offense from both teams.
2:09 the first quarter for the Adelaide Crows, 175 in the second.
David King, Lee Montagna, Matt Hill, Cameron Mooney. Thursday night footy on Fox. It was Adelaide 41 to the good at quarter time. Back to 36. They got out to a 46-point margin. Just to the feet of Bontempelli, made it tough. Kennedy wobbled forward to a contest.
Good contest.
Trelaw, front position.
Come on.
Scoops it out by hand. Getting involved in the play there was the debutant Luke Kennedy, but it only goes as far as Laird.
Peatling. Kick to half forward. Pedler at the back. Did he nudge?
Oh, my God. Don't call it for anyone else.
O'Donnell's going to come up the free kick.
Crows guarding corridor here.
Just
the
the Bulldogs.
The Dogs want to be aggressive. Flooding numbers in, forcing them wide.
O'Donnell to the pack. Murray tries to throw cold water over that and eventually out.
Peatling's had 16 disposals. Dawson 14 and 3 goals. Laird 13. Bontempelli 11. Sanders also 11 for the Western Bulldogs.
There's Trelaw on screen, just the 2 disposals so far.
Come on, Trelaw.
Used the body by Croft on Murray. Little check side inside 50. West brings the spoil. There is Trelaw. They step around him. Nankervis gives up ground. It's Toby Murray and Nick Murray out there. Curtin massages it down the line to Worrell.
Saliga. Wow. Well defended.
hugged the boundary this time. Fogarty at the back of Croft. Felder Camus inboards. Butterick went without it. Saligo dodging, weaving, did well. Chips over the top. A running Rochelle. Goes the soccer kick. Progresses at 35 metres to the pocket now. Josh Rochelle with 2 goals. Matthew Nix, they've steadied the ship with that Pedler goal after the Dogs have kicked the previous 2 with Richards and Hines finding goals for the Dogs. Halfway through this second term with 10 to go. And it's a 6-goal ball game. Phil Thorpe in the ruck. Nudges Croft and
Why are they calling push for everything?
Dawson 3. Phil Thorpe's
They let all that go with every other team.
got 2 each.
Brody Grundy does it all the time.
Croft shows a lot of the football. Lucky to get away with it. Straight through the hands of Curtin. Bramble. Outer side wing. Jones. Man, this kicked a couple himself. Nice work, Hardy. Can he give them a bit more of a lift on the outer wing? Comes back laterally. Butterick. Looks to the middle. Switches on. Gives up ground, but back to Lob. He's got Dale.
Oh!
Caulfield dropped it.
Oh!
Like an absolute rifle at him.
Thought I'd have a quick look, given that Jordan Dawson's rating points at the moment up over 25, which is huge. Just wonder what the highest ever was. Stevie Johnson, 51.8. Ridiculous.
Butterick, Caulfield, Sanders. Flicks it round the corner. Good pressure again from the Crows. As Berry round the body, keeps it in. Sanders
On the ball.
just tries to get it to one of his men in red, white and blue. Eventually the kick to right half forward. No mark Lewis. Frazier with the tackle over the top, ball it up.
That was a free-flowing game for a while there. Start this quarter now, just into a bit of a grind at the moment. It's being played between the arcs. Expect that frenetic pace that it's being played at is almost unsustainable for a period. So just
That was Joey, the famous Melbourne Geelong
he's
game.
told us a lot.
Round 19, 2011.
He kicked 7 10-goal assists.
They fell in by 186 points.
Hines. Scoreboard himself. Richards trying to lift his team. And towards Norton, he was scragged from behind. Wallace did a good job to control him. Berry.
Dangerous tackle.
Starting to get hands on the footy. Finds a bit of space off the outside of the boot to Jones. Back to Jones. Worrell stands over it. He'll be under pressure. Needs to release the share and does. Steaming his way through Luke Kennedy. Throws it out by hand. Crows now Berry. Slick hands. Neil Bullen. He's got the runner in Cook. They'll continue to go if Pedler can pick it up cleanly.
Still had time.
Curtin dodging, weaving, did well. And then that long ball right up the spine.
Oh.
No mark from Keys. He forages after it. Caulfield over the top. Lob. Did he hatch over the top? Yes.
Gee, they almost thought their way through it beautifully, Adelaide. They had to hold onto the footy through the middle. They had no one inside their forward 50, but just from the delay and the extra handball bought Keys enough time to get out the back. Just couldn't quite bring it in.
Caulfield.
Push.
Thilthorpe direction only. Hulkahan, and then just ropes one back towards the top of the square. Keys. Keys is going to centre the ball, but he needs a teammate.
What was that?
Kennedy all over it for the Dogs.
Round 1 at 50. You heard the call of Stan. Bramble hangs it up a touch. They cut it off.
What's Worrell doing up there?
Through a couple of hands, O'Donnell. Brought to ground.
So a couple of 50-50 moments for Treloar. A little bit stronger a couple of times would have been handy.
English, the talisman for this group. Berry to Taylor, creates a little bit of space. Pops it back by hand. Hulkahan gets away from Norton. Got a shove, so the free kick will be paid forward. You go Hulkahan. Nose taped up after that collision with a teammate last week. Sends it in the path of English. Murray's the flyer from behind. Neil Bullen, kick, smothered off the boot. Richards, no way clear.
Lob back to Thilthorpe has worked in this term.
Thilthorpe just snatches it away from English. O'Donnell got a little kick to it. Dogs still under the pump here at the moment. Trelaw.
Whoa!
Bramble's in there. Dogs just trying to ruck it forward. And Selwood will see it over the line in desperation.
They're working hard here, the Crows, to keep the ball in their forward half. You mentioned earlier, it's what they do really well.
The Dogs have taken control of clearances this term, 10-5, so they just need to keep trying to explode from these set positions.
Such a big mountain to climb, though, when you're 46 points down in the first term alone.
Yeah.
Butterick could be under pressure.
Yeah,
Hold the ball.
6 minutes to go second term, you're trying to look at 2 more goals.
Same fucking thing.
Get yourself within 4, and anything can happen after half-time.
Chip away. Thilthorpe roaming far and wide in the ruck at the moment. Selwood.
The ball.
Just got rid of it. Buku's going to be under pressure. You want the saviour of the line. It's a long way away. Rochelle nearly danced.
Come on, up.
Gee whiz, love another look at that tackle on Selwood. Certainly stepped. Not sure if he got the legal handball away.
Thilthorpe, the double fister. Caulfield, first access. Dangerous position.
Oh my God, because he dropped the ball.
To relieve the pressure again.
We didn't turn his head, the umpire, and have a look if it was advantage or not, which is an error. They're out and gone.
Some instant feedback from behind the goal post as Caulfield's kick is a good one to Kennedy.
Former Blue, very short to English.
Oh.
In front of the benches, big fish from behind on Nick Murray. Was to Hines, now Richards. He's got Waitman out the back. He's going to have to compete. Riley West comes from the side. Competes, but
What's he doing?
Saw Pedler there with that right leg, looked like the hamstring on ice.
Keys to Laird.
They've done this well, the Crows, haven't they?
Borlays.
Just moving the pieces around. There's a big switch on if he wants it.
Just forced to go a little bit shorter than he wanted to. Saligo.
Not flustered though, just taking their time.
Some running reviews on Pedler there. Kicked a couple of goals so far.
This suits the Crows. Just take some time off the clock.
Dawson. Inboard. Cook. So just massaging it around. Not doing a lot of damage, but just biding time. Now he pulls the trigger. Cook, no mark from Murray. To the side, Key's got a boot to it. It's in a dangerous position now. Taylor's hovering. Who's going to pick it up? Rochelle goes back. Neil Bullen, it was cut off by Kennedy. Spat out towards half, back to the other Kennedy, the young Kennedy for the Dogs. Ball still in dispute. Bramble had it for a moment. Grabbed by Cook. He spun his way out of trouble. Now Michael Addy spreads it out to Neil Bullen. Hugs the boundary. Kept it in, Neil Bullen. No, he didn't.
What?
Luke Kennedy, apparently nicknamed Meow because the senior Kennedy, his nickname is Chow, so you got Chow Meow out there, according to Brad Johnson. We would know. Hopefully they don't get in the handball chain. There is Meow. There's Chow.
You're telling me, Joey, 6th debutant for the Dogs this year?
Yeah, equal most with Richmond. So Luke Beveridge still giving opportunity to all these youngsters this year.
It sounds like one of the great stitch-ups. Brett Johnson's given Howie there.
Hopefully Howie's gone with it.
Yeah.
Waitman plays on. He's a reliable character, Jono. Big fly from Croft. Now Murray picks up nicely, cleanly.
Oh, come on, Murray to Murray. Is he his brother? I don't know if it's his brother. Oh.
Amazing. Snapped off the outside of the boot. Bramble comes in. Run down from behind. Cook gets his man. Bramble gets another chance. They're coming, the Dogs, but not.
But not.
Magic trick from Riley West to wait.
Well, he was looking for a free kick, was Norton, and Riley West did a little party trick.
Well, they look like the Harlem Globetrotters tonight with their kit.
Playing like the Washington Generals.
Oh. Wow.
Kick and a half from goal, and then to the pocket. That's better. Norton.
Well, they have lifted this term. There's no doubt about that. They just haven't probably got the scoreboard rewards. And a good break at quarter time will do that to you. This is the one, Howie. Just one more here. 2 minutes to go. Can you bridge it back to 4 goals at half time?
He's touched it 4 times so far, Norton, for the one behind.
Oh, that's not bad.
To make a comeback like this, Joey, conversion's critical. You need to take all your half chances.
I think Adelaide sensed the situation here. They know they don't need to do anything too reckless to finish the half. They don't want to gift the Western Bulldogs a goal.
Murray Senior. Miller coming up for his 9th disposal. 100% kicking efficiency. Well, they love him. Just to punch one down the outer flank. Murray's looked good coming back into the side. Not his best moment there. Shoved aside. Trying to provide some relief as Hawke.
Bro.
Well, the Dogs can press here if they want for the last minute. They know exactly what Adelaide are trying to do. They're trying to milk the clock and get to half time so they can really squeeze up, see if they can force a turnover, force Adelaide long to a contest and win it back.
Murray long down the line. McAndrew, all 210 centimetres of him, traps it to ground. Fogarty, Keys, Berry all combined. Berry's high one, Caulfield in from the
umpire.
crash. Rochelle able to stand up after that. Tumbling ball. Dangerous ball here for the Dogs. Soligo kicks it to himself.
Oh.
Keep it moving. Rochelle went without it. Grabbed by Bonton.
Whoa.
Keys almost picked his pocket. He got it again, Keys. They just kept it moving. It was brutal.
Come on.
Crows with another one.
Oh, it's impressive. It really is from the Crows. Just their thirst for the contest. Stay in it, hunt, surge forward, knock on, keep the ball going. And in the end, they rattled even the greatest of Bulldogs, Marcus Bontempelli. As he got to this ball, he wasn't sure which way to go. He didn't know what his help was doing, and such was the pressure. It's been there all night. It's been a real feast. Look at Bont, just not sure what to do, and all of a sudden, they're onto him. Big tackle from Curtin, and he coughs up the ball. And this is an absolute defensive masterclass, which has turned into scores for the Adelaide Crows.
It was worst case scenario for the Dogs, but Adelaide just continued to press. That's 13 tackles inside the forward 50 in this first half. The Western Bulldogs just 2. They've been ferocious.
Deep in the quarter, they're having a good patch. They give up one late. Dawson, another extraction. Wobbling ball. Bramble gets the hand out to try and trap it. Does pretty well. Gets some pressure from behind from Fogarty. Back to Bramble. Gonna run out of time though, the Dogs. Richards plays on laterally. Well, it's been all about the Adelaide Crows. Keys kicks the last. Pedler with the second last. His second. Looks like he's got a hamstring issue. It was Adelaide by 40 after getting 46 points out. Quarter time, half time. Crows lead it by 40 points. Dawson kicked 3 in the first term alone.
Yeah, well, they squared it up, the Western Bulldogs, in the second term, but as you said, damage was all done in that opening quarter. Matthew Nick said to us pre-game, if they can break even around contest and clearance and give their forwards a look, that's their best footy, and that's exactly what they did. The forwards dined out, and the midfield led by that man on screen, Jordan Dawson. Sam Berry was unbelievable, but it was almost a perfect first quarter of footy.
Well, I've seen Freo do it. We've seen the Crows do it against the Kangaroos, but this is a different class altogether. To do that to the Dogs, 9 goals in a quarter of football. They looked unstoppable. Thilthorpe in good form, and Dawson. Well, that's probably the best quarter of footy I've seen for a long time.
Cameron Mooney.
Well, that's just an incredible half of football, isn't it, from Adelaide? 12 goals in a half. You felt like the Doggies got a little bit of control back into that second quarter, but every time they got a goal, Adelaide just had the answer just down the other end. So right now, what can the Dogs do to get back into this game? It's been an absolute mauling from Adelaide so far, boys, and let's be honest, it's going to be a really hard slog to get back here. But we've seen one of the great comebacks today. Can we get another one?
And that was in New York. This is in Melbourne. A 40-point margin the way of the Adelaide Crows. Cracking games coming your way this weekend on your home of Footy Fox. Tomorrow, the Cats, after getting pipped by Adelaide last week, the Coast come down the highway after getting rolled by Brisbane. So an enormous game of football tomorrow night, 6:30 Eastern. The coverage starts on Fox. The Crows, 40 points to the good at half-time.
You're watching Thursday Night Footy on Fox. Brought to you by People First Bank.
Hey, how much is this bad boy selling for?
As I said the last time, I'm just the sign guy.
But you must have heard something on the sign, grapevine, on the DL, sign man on the inside. So you can trust us.
We trust you with our lives.
What?
What?
You can tell me the actual price.
What?
I won't tell anyone. You wouldn't believe the secrets I keep. I'm in a mother's group.
Oh.
Do you also put the sold stickers up?
No property price estimates trusted by the banks. Download the Domain app. Know what we know.
Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. Save $270 on Dyson Stick Vac, now under $400. Save $150 on Westinghouse washer, under $600. Save big on LG TVs. This 75-inch mini LED TV, now under $1,600. Best prices at Harvey Norman now.
Oh, yeah. I could want a brown loaf. This thing didn't go on me. Would you mind grabbing that? Oh, thanks, Koch.
Get Macca's delivered for a 99-cent delivery fee.
Well played.
Over 6 million Australians looked for the symbol and found a super fund where profits go to members, not shareholders. Look for the symbol and find a fund run for you.
Stop your mouthguard becoming a germ yard. Polydent Retainer and Mouthguard Cleanser removes 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in 3 minutes. Effective for all your dental appliances.
Sometimes luck just doesn't go your way. Your pre-game routine goes sideways. You just can't catch a break.
Hey, Hippie, what's up, mate? How are ya? I'm alright, mate. Hi. What's going on? Kuzzy, what's up, mate, on YouTube? What a start to that game. You're good? Nice, mate. Nice.
Onslaught. Gordon Dawson has been sensational, leading the way. Riley Thilthorpe, Joshua Saracelli, all the usual suspects have been brilliant. Jason Dunsell and Cam Mooney, what are you making of this Adelaide Crows' impressive performance and really the way the Western Bulldogs are left floundering?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's interesting. All season, Matthew Nix has been talking about the Crows building. I think we can consider it's been built. That's as good a half of football as I have seen. The
Pretty good.
accuracy in front of goal, picking the right options going forward, and having your good players play well. Dawson's played well all year, but then they start to get Phil Thorpe into the game. We spoke about him pre-game. And Nixie said, we think it's coming, we think it's coming. Rochelle, we spoke to him pre-game. He's got himself up and running as well, so super impressive. And Sam Berry, another one that we highlighted pre-game, is doing what he's been doing all year. Moons, you couldn't have asked for any more as the Adelaide coach.
Well, pressure. That's all you see down here from ground level. They're winning the tackle count, Adelaide, even though they're dominating the possession.
Oh, you could have got 400.
Inside 50 tackles. Joey mentioned this before. 13 inside 50 tackles to 2. So the pressure game is enormous, and any time a team brings that amount of pressure, you've virtually got to win the game, because this is what the game is all about. Who can bring the pressure and who can handle it? And right
Yeah,
now,
there was one where you can play 7 roles, 8 squads.
Of the Adelaide skipper, Jordan Dawson, our Harvey Norman highlights. We're going to take that to a whole new level, because this has been a Herculean
Where's
performance
expired
by
ones?
the skipper. 3 goals and 8 disposals in that first term alone, and he is unrelenting in his pressure and his ball-winning ability moves.
Well, and the fact that he's finishing off with goals, Chief. I mean, we talk about goal-kicking midfielders. You know, they're so hard to come by, particularly the really, really good ones. And this guy just sits on top of the list as one of the best players in the competition, as that midfield kicking goal kicker. So he's dominating. He's doing what a great captain should do. We've talked about his captaincy, and he's absolutely destroyed the Bulldogs in this first half.
He's got the ability to go and play almost as a key forward. He is so good at doing those sorts of things. But these are the goals I love. He just sets sail for home from 55, and he does it so effortlessly. He's a beautiful kicker. Oh, it's as good as anything I've seen for a long time. He's a beautiful kick, but he is doing everything right.
As good in the air as he is at ground level, the skipper for the Adelaide Crows. Well, Moons, you spoke at ground level about the pressure that the Adelaide Crows have been heaping on the Western Bulldogs. When we spoke to Luke Beveridge before the game began, he actually put that as a focus, as a room for improvement, the need for the Dogs to be able to handle the heat.
Well, it's the frontal pressure that Adelaide are bringing, and they just cannot handle it. So even at times
He's
they have
got it.
a little of extra handball, that extra kick, it's just hurt them.
We probably haven't handled pressure too well at times. So when you take that simple consideration in the game, it means that we haven't been able to shape and accumulate and use each other as well as we have in the past. So great growth area for us.
And I think that makes it an even more impressive performance, is that Bevo and the Dogs were ready for it. They knew they hadn't been handling the pressure. They came here saying, we've got to handle
and
pressure.
cross.
And they just couldn't. It was relentless from Adelaide.
Yeah, it really is. And their back six has just been hung out to dry a lot, even though they haven't helped themselves on the odd occasion with their one-on-one work. But just the inability to handle what's coming at them, and then to turn it over, and then just watch the ball go back.
Oh no, what have you done?
First half.
An absolute domination from the Crows, particularly in that opening quarter. Riley Philthorpe is what we've had.
Oh yeah, nice.
Big performance, Jace. What would a big goal haul do to this young man's confidence?
Oh yeah,
just feeling within himself.
Beautiful.
You know, injury plaguing the start of the
Let the
season.
hair down, mate.
We know he's had plenty of back problems this year. He's missed a game or two through suspension. It'll do his confidence the world of good, but also the team, knowing what they've got in him. They haven't seen it this year. They haven't seen him ragdolling defenders and taking the marks and going back and kicking the goals.
Have a little something. Nice.
On a weekly basis.
I wish I could drink.
For a host of different reasons, it hasn't happened, but there
Just
is
can't
an
do it.
enormous second half of the season to play out. And if he can show this sort of form, where they're going places, Crows.
The worst position in the ground to be is in the goal square with Riley Philthorpe, one out with the ball coming in that quick. Good luck.
And their accuracy was brilliant. I think it was 7 goals straight before they even kicked their first behind. So far, so good for the Adelaide Crows. Sam Berry's another one we need to discuss. He is a clearance machine move.
Well, where's this come from? I mean, he's almost came across as a bit of a tagging type player, but all of a sudden, Chief, he's turned himself into a huge ball-winning midfielder, and he's a bull through there as well. You have a look at the size of him. He's so strong. He's a great clearance player, and more importantly, he gets his hands on the ball 25, 30 times.
They're extraordinary numbers. I mean, 10 contest possessions, 9 clearances.
Backbone brilliance.
What more do you want? This is the guy that has stepped up in an area that they desperately needed someone to lend a hand to Jordan Dawson, and he has just said, well, happy to do it. And he's starting to do
Oh,
it
a
on
couple
weekly basis.
fives.
He's grown in confidence, and his execution has improved out of sight.
So with the message now at halftime from Matthew Nick's been, okay, we've set this incredibly high bar early, but we've got to go on with it.
Yeah, it's about we got to do this for 4 quarters. A half of football.
What do you
doesn't get
mean?
squat in this game. You've got to be able to do it for long periods of time.
Fuck's sake.
They've given us a sample of what they're capable of. I'm sure Nixie and all the players want to see him do it for 4 quarters.
Let's welcome in John Ralph, because it's not all smooth sailing for the Crows. Their soft tissue injuries seem to be mounting.
Luke Pedlar's day is done, and it's shattering news for a player who'd worked so hard, a brilliant SANFL turn last week to try and get back in. Iced up on the bench, and unfortunately night is over. So the likes of Cal Archie, who's had repeated hamstrings, and even Isaac Rankin with a calf and then a hamstring as well. So Isaac will return against Melbourne next week, the Cozzy versus Isaac show, but bad news for Luke Pedlar.
Cody Waitman and his elbow, is it okay? It certainly gave us a bit of a scare given his history.
Well, we remember his history, of course, but the history is a left elbow issue. Here he is, trapped between those two Adelaide players. He was ginger, he went to the bench, Moons didn't he, a couple of times to be assessed by Gary Zimmerman, but certainly ran out the game. He hasn't really been able to get into the game, and of course his single goal was overturned on review, but certainly seems to be fine. That left elbow surgery, but hopefully he can run out the game with the right elbow.
He almost got the double whack there. He extended his knee when he's about to jump, and then got the elbow caught in there, and so he's very lucky to be still out there.
Ralphie, the team's news across the weekend, round 14 is going to be huge.
So it feels like D-Day for the Suns, even though, of course, they are in the 8 right now. No room for Jamara Ugle-Hagan against the Cats down at GMHBA. Jared Wicks has been dropped, so Ned Moyle is the single Gold Coast ruckman. Charlie Ballard returns for the Suns. Lawson Humphrey back from an ankle injury, but of course no Stewart with concussion. Jesse Hogan back for GWS against St Kilda. North Melbourne debuts their towering ruckman in Taylor Goad over in the west. Melbourne takes on Essendon in Neil's game. Interesting selection here. Joel Fitzgerald and Lucas Cook only picked up as mid-season draftees 2 weeks ago. They debuted together for Melbourne. So Essendon brings back Dyson Sharp and Jordan Ridley off his calf concern. The very interesting stories there, Sarah. Scott Gallen reporting tonight that Essendon President Andrew Welsh has his replacement for Brad Scott, not James Hird, Dean Solomon. Now, he's endorsed him ahead of the likes of Longmire, of Hickley, of Hird. Of course, he is his best mate. My understanding is the likes of Welsh still open to James Hird returning in some capacity, maybe a senior assistant, maybe a director of football. Sarah, I'm going to ignore these boys. Your instant reaction to this one.
Come on.
Well, you need to run a process. I think you need to line up Dean Solomon against the best candidates across the board.
He didn't want a process when Hirdy was putting
No, that's not true. A process, and I expect Hird to do well in that process, but you can't just install Dean Solomon as the coach, particularly given that they are such close friends. I think you need to prove to the world that, you know, if he is the guy, then, you know, it's all on merit.
So here's the challenge as well. They might go winless through the end of the season with their caretaker coach. It'd be a bit of an anti-climax. Now, if this is a captain's pick, Moons, is that the kind of thing that says, Andrew Welsh, I stake my reputation on this bloke. If it goes pear-shaped with Dean Solomon, I'll walk as well.
100% it does. If they don't do the process which you're looking
Power
for,
shot.
and he just names Dean Solomon, and I've known Solly since I was 15 years of age, one of the great humans that you'll ever meet. But if he stakes his claim with Dean Solomon, that doesn't work, well, I think Welsh's got to go too.
And let's be honest, Sarah's not looking for a process.
Excuse me. Ralphie, gather round. Are we all headed to Adelaide for gather round in 2027?
So we'll be there, but we'll also have a parade, and I think we need a Fox footy person on the parade, and I think Jason on top of a float. Who better? So a 3-year deal, Peter Malinowskis like a kid in a candy store, a 4 p.m. Friday parade, so 10 players from each club will be there. Andrew Dillon says that 2028 onwards we'll have 19 teams involved, of course Tasmania. So both Adelaide and the Power tell me today again, we're not really keen to play 2 games across 5 days. I don't know what you do. I don't know whether it's the wooden spooner from the previous year. We've got some issues there in terms of the AFL, but they've certainly got a lot of money from Gather Round. Jason, you want to float? Oh, I think that'd be perfect.
Love Gather Round. Not too sure what a parade's going to do.
I think we need the float.
So driving through the streets of Adelaide, parading, waving.
They have a Christmas parade, which by all accounts has 300,000 Adelaide patrons who are absolutely frenzied about it. So I'm not sure about this, but we're prepared to experiment.
Shot power with no finishing.
Gather round has been a huge success, and those teams changes with thanks to HBF. We've got so much coming up post game, all the fun things, including Chiefs.
Yeah. Need to give it some that's got a good finishing. Oh, it's going to be centre back. Centre back. Might have to be Barnett. Got to be Barnett.
Try to get a layup, get up three, make them force them to need a three, and OG made a good block.
Was there anything differently on OG's chicken that you guys might have done?
Have them score. Try to get a layup, get up three, make them.
That's crazy. What is Ronaldo doing?
يرفع كورة منطقة الجزاء وراسية رونالدو البرتغالي رونالدو يمرر رونالدو يسدد الدون والكورة إلى ضربة مرمى اونو مينديش.
What the fuck? Crazy.
We talk a lot about numbers, and there's a lot of junk numbers involved generally, but that is as pure a quarter of football as you'll see from the Adelaide Crows against a high-quality midfield, and that guy taking the ball from inside to
Barry
has given the Crows luxuries we haven't seen for a little while.
Kiki, you spoke about just chipping away the Dogs, but they gave up those last two goals and that one really late, which undid a bit of the momentum they did have.
And it was a statement, wasn't it? Oh, you just don't see Marcus Bontempelli flustered under genuine chest-to-chest heat like that. And Curtin, you touched on him in the pre-game. He's a physical beast, and he wanted Bontempelli, and he got him.
Crows kicked the first 4 goals of the game. It was 41 at quarter time, 40 at the major break.
Here we go, we're back.
Away we go in the third term. Bontempelli just ridden off it fractionally. Berry. Clean disposal of the half. Spearing ball. No mark from Fogarty. Neil Bullen down to Keys. Keys to Rochelle.
Yeah, this guy's just getting free at will. Lob dropped out the back of the pack, but he's not phenomenal matchup.
We're back.
Rochelle spins around and snuck it in. Rochelle with another one. How fast it can happen. He's kicked 3.
It's Berry again, Joey, just doing the work in the middle. Just sets the Crows on their path. Luke Beveridge can't believe it. He can't believe what he's seeing from his midfield tonight, and just how easily they're scoring when the ball goes inside the forward 50. So just watch the small forward in action. Because part of the beauty of this guy, it is lob against him at full forward. So that's a strange matchup. And you can just see how easily he loses him. I just wonder what the science is behind Rory Lobb on Josh Rochelle.
Well, they've flipped it around now, whether it was in transition, because Buku's standing next to him now as we reset, but it's the perfect start again. Dogs have just been blown off the park to this point. Croft forward.
Oh.
Miller throws it out wide. Taylor plays it really well to get around. Baileydale punches it inside. Fogarty, good hand. Spoil came late. Philthorpe wanders in. Little chipping ball. Here comes Buku. Spoils at the front, does well. Hines, Bontempelli delayed the hand pass. Now O'Donnell. Searching ball down the near wing.
Ball lies.
Fills the contest with a good defensive mark and then sweeps it.
So Lick Beveridge hasn't really swung the magnets too much. All he's done is he's put Riley West and Artie Jones to full forward and got the tools high. So they're just going to try a different look forward of the ball. The Dogs to see if they can generate something from that in their forward half.
Yeah, the problem's at the other end because again you've got Buku, Karmas on Rochelle. That's not going to end well.
Cook to McAndrew. Tall man at the front of the pack. Keys, the fast man at the side of the pack. High one towards the
What are you
pocket.
just bombing it for? Come on, Keith.
It's going to switch. Butterick, the fast player for the Dogs, exits defensive 50 to Kennedy. He's going to hit down the line. Jones at the back. He can usually do something with the football, but Borlase was happy to intercept.
Pedler the only
Ball lights.
injury issue. Looks like he's got a hamstring.
Ooh.
That pulled him up short halfway through the second term. Peatling. Plenty of the footy in the first half. 16 disposals. Wobbling ball. Stays in play. McAndrew just eases after the football. Bontempelli. Sharp hand pass. Richards. No one comes towards him. West going back towards goal. He's got
How far?
as a result, had to hang on to it.
Run way too far. How far did Richards run?
That was interesting from Ed
How
Richards.
far?
He was certainly entitled to have a shot the first time, but he was caught in two minds. In the end, Cook didn't have a lot of time. West right there.
There's a couple of Adelaide with an extra couple of metres.
It's comfy.
Burns, I reckon he's done it a couple of times tonight. Red Ed, he gets away with a couple extra yards.
I think he was waiting for West to come up towards him. Anyway, it works out in the end. For a 12th goal this season, and a pretty quick response for the Dogs.
Your goal up. Your goal up.
Well, if they are to do anything, the Dogs, to get back in this contest, Tim English has got to do more. He's getting beaten by McAndrew around the stoppages. Even that last hit out, McAndrew clearly was able to hit to advantage.
What's this?
Just watch this. He takes the ball 70 from goal. 1, 2, 3,
1, 2.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Oh,
8.
bounce.
A little bounce there. Starts again. Yeah, not too bad. Oh, he's right on the edge. Right on the edge. But I like the angle in his run to try and create, try and do something to give
He
them a
should
clean
just
look
kick
at
the goal.
face.
Goal apiece in the third term.
You should just kick the goal.
Hit out to advantage 5-3. More importantly, when English has gone up against McAndrew in the ruck, it's 5 goals to 1 in Adelaide's favour.
Bontempelli slaps it to himself, pressured it, got it to Richards. Now to English through the middle. Bontempelli running hard. Long ball towards the top of the square. Dogs need a mark. Miller at the front of the pack. Drury's teammate under the bus. Norton Frazier's going to be a dangerous tackle. Crows will come up with it.
Huh? That's bullshit.
Worrell towards Curtin to number 6. Curtin claims the mark. That's a massive result, Joey, for a young ruckman, those numbers you were just going through.
Yeah, it's a big challenge. Tim English, probably top 5 ruckman in the competition, but had his colours lowered today by young McAndrew.
Taylor to the powerful Curtin. Bit of shoving and towards Fogarty. Philthorpe 3 in the first term alone. then Curvis. Back by hand. Big fella brought down. The ball still's in play. Taylor, they can do no wrong. In front of the sticks. Adelaide can
Bang!
do no wrong. It's another one. 14 goals, 3.
Whew.
Just relentless. Wherever the ball travels. There's pressure on from both teams, to be fair, at the start of this third term, but not getting a lot of love from the umpies. This is the tackle and then a dangerous tackle. Yeah, I'm comfortable with the umpire paying that. And not a lot in it, but if we're going to stamp it out, we're going to have to crack a few eggs to make a few omelettes. And this goes down the other end. And it's just a quality finish, isn't it? He's getting better week on week too, Taylor. Starting to grow a bit of damage around the edges, Joe, with a lot of talent to come back.
Yeah, they do. This is the scary thing with the Adelaide Crows. When you look at Rankin, Keane and Walker will all be back into the team next week when they take on Melbourne. And they've still got Hinge, Cumming, Butts and Archie not too far away, Adelaide. So a lot of positive signs off the back of this.
Waitman, Saligo over the top.
Jordan, Lockie, this way, guys, this way.
McAndrew virtually going himself. Fraser had a touch to it, and again a log jam.
Oh yeah, what have we got?
McAndrew.
Yeah, I'll give it hell yeah.
With a bit of force out to Dawson. With a bit of a fend off. As Keys running. And now the kick inside 50 to Thilthorpe.
Oh.
Lobb just had enough pressure on him that time. Camus Goffrey under pressure.
Whoa!
He's been grabbed. Kennedy foraging after it. Murray was there for a short time. Keys grabbed. And a ball up.
Straight up, Michael, straight up. Ben, straight up. Leave it, Riley. Rucks, Lachlan, Bulldogs.
Umpire's trying to separate the boys and get on with the game. McAndrew. Peatling, reel up and under. Lobb will stand underneath it. The spoilers come and Selwood escorts it across to the umpire.
Oh, he's an old-fashioned style player, Keysy, but every now and then he just charges through the stoppage and pops out the other side, and the ball finds him. It's just a special at this sort of play.
Playing his 140.
There is.
Straight
Oh,
game.
good
Longest
running.
in the comp behind Crisp and Wilkie. And he's been a fantastic pickup after coming across from Brisbane.
Yeah, he's been a beauty and a standard setter too. You see his work ethic, the way he just stays involved in the game and charges forward. You can't help but get involved.
Croft in the ruck. Through the hands of Bontempelli. Spills it out. Thilthorpe tries to muscle his way through the pack. Dawson finds traffic. Murray had a bit of a spill and now he's got a serious problem. The umpire gives him a
Can't
bit of
fumble.
relief.
Can't be holding the ball. Fumble's not Pryor.
Croft. Selwood off a step. Bundles it back towards the wing. Waitman tried to get a fist to it. Borlays. Now Michael Lanny with some...
Oh, fuck off.
Free kick. So Jones will come up with it.
Crows got back quickly. Organised behind the ball.
Fourth disposal only for Jones, who skies one to the pocket, and then Murray with the spoil and out of play.
That's why they're so hard to score against the Crows. I mean, defensively brilliant, and they have been for 18 months. They've had some work to do with their offensive game, but Matthew Nicks knows what he's got with their defensive capabilities.
McAndrew outsized Croft. Richards buzzing away at ground level. Back to West. Sends it into the path of Jones. He's outsized. There's a little tickle on it by hand. I think it doesn't matter because Norton arrives in the nick of time. Throws a big size 13 on it.
How many votes? 2 votes. Fire it up.
Well, it's looked okay having the two smaller boys in Artie Jones and Riley West as the deepest. They've actually been able to apply some pressure with some run down from behind. A bit more freedom for their tools up the ground. Ed Richards just involved here again, able to get the handball free.
Well, they've needed a lift from their clearance machines. The midfield's been well and truly, but before that goal, the gap in the game was 30 points from clearance, 7 goals to 7 goals to 2. And that would be the Dogs' 3rd worst result across the last 5 years. That's what we're talking about. That's how poor a performance it's been. So they had some scope, Joey. They got one back.
Way off.
Long way to go.
Cameron Mooney.
Just keeping an eye on Josh Worrell, guys. Just came off and just went down into the rooms with the physio and the doctors. So we're just keeping an eye to see what that one is.
Contact Bulldog stand.
What do you mean?
Earns himself a free kick. Some Bronx cheers across Marvel. Heading straight down the line. Norton sets himself, couldn't quite cook it front and centre. He's grabbed, threw it away. Laird, Crows under the pump here. Berry's kick was smothered. Sanders, little chip in the air. It's good enough. It was a little that was executed beautifully. 2 in a row for the Dogs.
Oh, you're spot on, Joey. The Smalls at the back are having an impact with their
It's all happening.
Ball on the ground, they look incredibly dangerous now.
Yeah, that's a number of times, although we might maybe have another arc intervention, Hilly. We'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, the Smalls are dangerous. They're creating a bit of havoc down there, which is just giving the Western Bulldogs forward line a different look. You can see here, Artie Jones, Riley West starting as the deepest. And then when the Crows won this, they were able to get all over them. But you can see that's a coming up when it's touched by your own teammate.
Oh,
Get the hand out of the way quick enough.
West.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we see the ball's touched by the right hand of the Bulldogs player. Decision on the scoreboard.
Your own teammate, Joe.
That hurts. Well, Joey, you spoke about the inside 50 tackles, 13-2 at half-time. So now you've got all your Smalls in there as the Bulldogs. The pressure should be enormous here. This is what's going to get them back into the game.
Yep, just need to get enough supply.
Paul Kahan. Towards the size of Curtin, and he uses all 105 kicks.
50 within the 5-metre arc, mate.
Finds Paul Kahan in the pink boots, the man that started it in game 2.
Been watching your boy Howie. He sits out here on this on this flank here, and every time there's a kick out, and they haven't got anywhere to go, they find Curtin.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Deep forward, English shoved out of it. Keys will be dangerous. Here comes Berry.
Keys.
Back towards Keys. Berry. Bramble provides the pressure. Slick hands was really good. O'Donnell
throw.
around the corner. Miller using a bit of body on West. Stays in the contest. Keeps the ball in play. Does Miller. Big boys fly. Butterick hand pass was chopped off. Caulfield. Kennedy.
Hands are free. Tell him to handball it.
Great call, Moons, because doesn't really have to have a lot of ball
Bullshit.
out that wing. But just when you need Curtin to be strong,
It's almost like their set play key. When they haven't got anything, they find Curtin right on the boundary line, who can usually outmarks everybody.
He's taken 2 contested marks for the night. He's only had the 7 disposals, so it's a great luxury.
Tap down to Curtin. Kennedy had it for a moment. Curtin grabs.
Oh, in the back.
Spits out to Matthew Kennedy.
Oh!
By Neil Bullen. Bramble tries to fetch it off the ground and a stalemate.
Thank you. Toby. Tim. Straight back.
English flies early. Fist towards Bontempelli. Grabbed by Curtin.
Oh.
Able to shrug with some force, and then his kick bundled out of play.
And he's no slouch, Joel Frazier, and he just made him look like a little brother hanging on there for a sec. He's a beast, Curtin.
Toby Murray up against English. Dawson gave it to Bontempelli. So it was Adelaide by 41 at quarter time after being out by 46. 40 at
The vote done.
2 goals apiece this term. Still a significant margin. That man kicked 3 in the first term alone. The 3rd best quarter on record. Delivered by Jordan Dawson. Here he goes again. His teammates need to get out of his way. He just shoved Rochelle aside. Lob. And it's through from behind.
It's been a lot better matchup for for Bulldogs, hasn't it, with lob on Philthorpe, King?
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere for a while, Moons.
Donald de Bontempelli under pressure along the wing. Sits up for Worrell, tries to just toe poke it. He gets the football back. Waitman got him hard though. Then Bontempelli kicked to half forward. Good lead, Norton. Yelling for it is Jones. He heads in that direction, but over his head in the English direction, who's got two to beat and out. Michael Lanny and also Murray doing the spoiling.
It was well done by Michael Lanny. He was chasing Artie Jones on the lead, and then as soon as he realised and read the cues, the kick wasn't going to him, he rolled back to support his ruckman.
Halfway through the third term, it's 40 points, the margin we had at the main break. English, Norton tries to glance on by, might get another chance. Gathered, coughed it up, Laird along the ground, it's dangerous. Kennedy with a chance round the corner. Kennedy shot at goal, misses.
Kennedy.
Nick Murray, one of three inclusions alongside Philthorpe, who's kicked three, and Pedler, who's unfortunately got a hamstring issue, is out of the game. This is that wide one again. They're looking towards Curtin, but English might have been awake to it.
Oh,
They're onto it now. Worked a couple of times, might not work the third or fourth time.
Treloar just doing some work on their bike.
Just the 4 disposals for Adam Treloar.
Riley West hasn't got the distance. Canny character, little step and a jink. Back towards Norton. Berry's been enormous. Michael Annie. Laird just racks up possessions week in, week out. He might have an issue with a lasso here, though, Rory Laird. That's disposal 22, not his best. Hasn't had under 15 disposals, Rory Laird, in a game since April 2015.
Selwood's kick inside, attacking 50, punched away. And Kennedy will wrap up Peatling. English. Peatling grabbed again by Richards, and another ball up.
They're still pretty comfortable here, aren't they, Adelaide? They've got the game under control. Good defensively, just managing what they need to do.
Flick back to Kennedy, and now Bramble running laterally. Richards grabbed immediately by Curtin. It spat out. Kennedy, Curtin. Can they get a clean kick? Curtin grabbed by Kennedy and Sanders. And another ball up.
Dogs trying to mount something. Bramble off the outside of the boot.
Good kick.
It works out towards Jones. O'Hhhh provide the spoil. Artie at ground level. You do want to run down Artie Jones. Berry, look at him just steaming through the contest. Out to Keys. Worrell heard the voice of Cook. Drops it back to Borlays. And Philthorpe cleans up nicely.
And Moons, I think you're right. He's come a long way up the ground just to get involved in the game and maybe get lob out of that defensive 50.
Curtin just sitting out here all on his own.
Saligo. Short Laird. Saligo asking for it again. Switch even further if he likes. Goes short to Borlays. And now Paul Kahan, nephew of David Hall, who trained Maccabi Diva's first Melbourne Cup winner. Here he is again, along the wing. Hugs the boundary, hugs it too much.
But I don't mind that from Philthorpe, King. Get him up the ground and then try and beat him out the back. So I don't mind that from Philthorpe.
Cam Mooney down on the boundary tonight for Fox. Borlays, strong contest, front and centre. Saligo, sweeping hand pass. Neil Bullen stands up, keeps his presence of mind. Saligo tries to work his way through the contest. Kennedy, they turn her over the middle of the ground. Bond tucks under the arm, bright pink boots. Waitman into a hole, courage from Cody. Give it back to Cody. Don't take it off him this time. Cody loves it. No liquid paper required. Couple in a row for the Dogs.
And that's the player from a Dogs point of view that you want hitting the scoreboard. Get some energy, get some emotion back into the contest. Big ball in the middle of the ground. Come from everywhere to put pressure on the Dogs. Didn't look like it was going their way. The umpire looked like he'd missed one. But Bond says, "No what, Artie, I'm going to look after this, mate. You keep running, but I'm going to look after this." Norton just did enough, didn't he? He just did enough to protect Waitman, and it was off to the races. Couple of big centre bounces here. If they're to get back in this game, centre bounce goals is the only way for the Western Bulldogs. It can happen quickly, Howie.
3 of the last 4, and the courage on display. He deserved that goal. Did Waitman.
That's got the dog supporters on their feet. It's to 33 points now. Berry grabbed by Bontempelli. Richards with a real kung fu kick. Nankervis grabbed by Sanders crudely. Nankervis, Michaelani. And now Leeds up against the boundary. Kick towards half forward, up they go. No mark from Murray. Neil Bullen had a fresh airy. Caulfield, Kennedy pummels the handball outside defensive 50. Bramble, Sanders, now Butterick off half back. He kicks out towards Waitman. It will sit up for Waitman, will it? He has to big it up. He gathers. His gather was pretty smooth. Kick inside 50. Croft, the spoil was good. Paul Cahan was there together. Miller under pressure. Slight fumble. Got it now to Michaelani, and he can switch out to Neil Bullen.
It was brilliant from Ball A's to come off his man and get the fist in. That was almost a certain goal, and the crowd would have got up and about if they got it back to 27 with Cody Waitman getting involved. But
that was superb.
That was brilliant, and not give away the free kick.
Won't get a stat, Joey, but that's one of the plays of the night for Adelaide.
Yeah, spot on, Moons. So they live to fight another day, the Crows. Nice mark in front by the big tall unit. Lockie McAndrew, former Swan, all 210 centimetres of him. Number 42. Drops it forward. Front centre, Berry. Keys. Taylor.
Holding the man. Adelaide.
Oh, so it'll be a free kick. Paul Cahan was thinking about his first AFL goal, but he'll be happy that it goes into the hands of a teammate.
So here it is here, coming off his man and just timing that fist to perfection. Gee, that's a bit stiff, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought so.
Zach Taylor, 9 games in his first season, 17 last year, drafted back in 2021, BNF winner at Calder. Already kicked a goal this term. To once again take it out of the reach of the Dogs. Perfect. They have been elite in front of goals tonight, have the Adelaide Crows. 15-4, back out to 39 points.
Yeah, well, they've just been doing enough since quarter time, really. Anytime it looks as if the Dogs are going to make a little run, they've been able to weather the storm. Their pressure's been elite all game. The defence has kept them in it. They've been able to convert. They've taken their chances. It's good kicking. 15 goals for. It was, yeah, just lingered a little bit too long. A bit stiff when you're already halfway committed to it. The tackle, probably just had to let him go that last little bit.
It's got a lot from their small forwards, haven't they? They've been really aggressive tonight and really attacking. Rochelli's been good. And Taylor, as we said, he's only a 12 to 15 disposal guy, but his impact tonight's been terrific.
20 minutes on the bench now for Treloar.
Berry gets the free kick out of the middle, rakes one inside 50, no mark Fogarty. Murray's clever little tap to Fogarty, gives the Crows some chance. Butterick dropped it. Grabbed by Curtin. Berry, Paul Cahan. And now the kick around the corner towards the top of the square. There's a sea of Dogs here. And diffuses the kick off the boot of Peatling and a throw in. So less than 5 to go in the third term, and it's back to 39 after it was 40 at half-time. McAndrew tried to flick it to Rochelli. Dale breaks cleanly out towards the middle of the ground. Just trying to get his boot to it was Lewis. Got it to Sanders. He was gathered. Pressure from the Crows is outstanding. Kennedy, West, Kennedy, Sanders, Kennedy. Racking up some disposals into the middle. Richards.
Got options. Spreads it out wide to the Lobster. Dishes it quickly. Bramble extends it forward. Croft just hit the pack. Probably a touch indiscriminately in the end.
Certainly a free kick. I thought Bramble could have done a bit better in that situation. He had players free everywhere. Selwood was out to his right. Players in the corridor. Just had the blinkers on. He was just looking straight ahead. King hit the one option.
Ball A's game 24. You don't recognise him much, but he really gets beaten in a contest down the line to McAndrew.
I'm not sure what Jordan Croft was complaining about.
No, you can't dispute that one. Fogarty from behind. In the path of Keys.
Oh, that's a free kick.
Rather nonchalant there, knocking it out of play. So brought back in. And then Curtis direction, throw in. Shelley almost third man up there. Takes it to ground, stolen by English, and then Bontempelli just hacks it outside defensive 50. West had it for a moment. Boulays lost a goal saver a couple of moments ago for the Crows. Earns himself a free kick. He's doing some good things in this third term. Some important things as well. And then that kick, not so convincing. Fraser had it. Taps it along the ground towards Croft. Croft back to Hines. Hines taking on the traffic, gets away with it, bundles the kick only as far as Laird.
Laird on the immediate switch for his 25th disposal. Paul Kahan looks good at the level. Precise use of the ball by the Crows. Cook.
Hines is a young player. He's going to learn a lot about his decision making tonight.
Berry. Curvis. In what way, Kingy?
Just his dump kicking. He's cost them 4 or 5 turnovers tonight.
Curvis to the top of the square. Fogarty elevated himself early.
We've got opportunity to link and get other players of higher quality next to you running alongside. You can just pop a handball, keep the flow of your possession chain, and he's just surge kicked, and the Crows have picked it off time and time again.
Over the top. The throw in. Richards takes on 1, takes on 2, hoiks it outside defensive 50. That ball isn't going anywhere. Lewis wrapped up.
They just haven't looked the same, Western Bulldogs, coming out of stoppage tonight. It's been surge happy. We haven't really seen them link and chain by hand.
Yeah, I think the credit to the Crows' pressure as well. It's made it difficult for Bontempelli and Richards and co.
Dawson with the up and under. Dogs have defensive numbers. Selwood and then Butterick. And now Bramble taken over by Rochelle, who took on 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, the pressure's been huge across the whole night, really. Up over 200, 208. I mean, they're the best pressure team in the comp, the Crows. They get high turnovers. They just haven't been able to punish this year. We've seen it early tonight.
Shelley trying to capture the attention of his ruckman. Fraser had a good patch in the second term. Jones tried hard all night. Kicked a couple of Zardy. Comes on seats man to Richards. Sold him into trouble. Not sure he should have even called for it. Still no sign of Trelaw.
Well, that would indicate there's some sort of problem. He's been on the stationary bike the whole time. So I'm sure we'll find out more a bit later, but that's not good news, I would think.
He's had a lot of soft tissue issues. Dawson, huge game. Murray, Keys try to whip into the area.
So but they've made the conservative decision the game's done and just have taken it.
Well, we just got word from the Bulldogs bench down here, guys. He's fine apparently, so there's nothing there other than just at the moment he just can't get on the ground.
It's an interesting one. You're either saying they're conserving him. I just don't know if he's that important to their team anymore. there's an element it could be the opposite. He wasn't getting it done out there.
Game 2-6-3 for Adam Trelaw.
Less than a minute to go, third term. Advantage paid. Miller's kick. Murray. Toby Murray can go back in his 8th match and look for his 6th goal.
Expand on your thoughts on Fuller.
Well, King's right. There's two schools of thought. If they're not playing him for 20-odd minutes, it's either they're conserving him because they think the game's gone and are saving him for next week, or they feel that he's having no impact on this game. He's not getting it done. They're better off just rotating some other players because it's one or the other. The 4 disposals, no influence, and I just don't know if he's a player at the moment. There'd be other players, put it this way, Kingy, I'd be taking off if I'm thinking about next week than Adam Trelaw.
On the siren, Toby Murray has slotted it. 2-metre Toby with a statement. The difference at quarter time, 40 at half time, and at three-quarter time it's the Crows by 45. And don't forget, after the final siren, the action doesn't end there with the post-game show, Chiefs Trivia.
Stay ahead of the game with Better. In every Socceroos group game
Mashing
during the
them.
Cup, back Australia in the match result market, and if they score the first goal, you win. That's right, back the boys, and if they find the back of the net first, you'll get paid. Win, lose, or draw.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Everything for being the best you. Booper. Everything for health.
Curious how study can unlock your potential, but unsure where to start? Open Universities Australia can help you take the first step. With unbiased advice from our student advisors, we'll find the path that's right for you. Join 500,000 students who've enrolled across thousands of courses from Australia's leading universities. Visit open.edu.au today.
At Officeworks, shop low prices this tax time. Get these JBL headphones. Save $100 off a Samsung Galaxy A16 smartphone, or get this Tapo Solar Security Camera 3-pack. Officeworks, big ideas, low prices.
Unrecreation is spreading, and only one thing can stop it.
Honey, is that a car?
No, that's the Recreational Activity Vehicle 4. Made for recreationists. And the recreation-ish. So get on board and inflate the inflatable, because the hero of recreation is here.
What do we got here?
It's actually the...
All-new RAV4. Long live recreation. Toyota.
Oh, it's hot.
Really hot.
Let's do it.
Numbers?
Looking good.
Expansion? I have a new idea.
Let's make it happen.
Whatever role you need us to play, we're your partner for every stage of business. NAB. More than money.
If you're on regular medication for chronic conditions like high blood pressure, cholesterol, or diabetes, get your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse and save more money every year. Look out for our price list or head online to see how much you'll save. Chemist Warehouse, discounting prescriptions every day.
You're watching Thursday Night Footy on Fox.
Yeah, really good.
We have mum waiting there, give her a little kiss on the way. So have always been doing that, so that's one thing.
memory of the night. Pre-game, Josh Rosselli says he gives his mum a kiss. She gave him one back, and it lit up an amazing first term for the Adelaide Crows. They kicked 9 goals in it. Dawson was absolutely dominant. The third best quarter on record by the skipper. Artie Jones was the only one that could hit the board the other way. It was 9 goals to 2 in the first term. Rosselli, after kissing his mum, he was kicking goals. That's his second. They just continued to bang them through from everywhere. Have a look at this effort. Berry got a hand on it. Dawson, this is his third. Deep in the term, long from 50. But they weren't done yet. Phil Thorpe, who's had a pretty quiet patch, came on and kicked 3 in the first term himself. As I said, 41 points to the good at the first break. Fresh red for Ed. He nailed his first after a long run. They kicked 3 of the first 4, but the Crows continued to have the answers. Rosselli was in absolutely everything. They trailed by 40 at half-time, the Dogs. Rosselli kicked the first of the third term. That was his third goal. One of the moments of the match, courage from Cody Waitman. Over 600 days out of the game. Came back last week and kicked a much-deserved goal, but they are in all sorts of strife. Adelaide lead it by 45 points. At three-quarter time, Cameron Mooney is on the boundary.
Well, Howie, there's a lot of talking points for Adelaide coming into this game, and Tim English would have been right at the top of what they wanted to worry about. Let me tell you, McAndrew has been absolutely outstanding. I think, Joey, you touched on it. He's absolutely beaten English tonight. And we talk about one of the most important players for the Bulldogs. Here's his record, and you touched on this too, Howie. I love when you do your homework. But he touched on this. 7-1 their winning record when he's playing. And then without him, they are 1-4. And that's probably going to be added tonight unless we see a miracle last quarter. But McAndrew has been absolutely outstanding. More possessions, more marks, more score involvements, and he's had plus 11 more hit-outs as well. So this would have been a big concern going into the game, what they're going to do with Tim English. And for the Bulldogs fans, unfortunately, McAndrew's giving him a bath.
Thanks, Moons. I appreciate it. But Joey went for coffee, and I copied his notes before the start of the game. So Joey's the man with all the stats.
Treloar's a fascinating discussion for us to have, really. He spent that whole third term on the bench. Now, the medicos have ticked him off. He's healthy if required. And now he's back out in the field. You just wonder why he wasn't engaged in that third term at all. They do things differently at the Dogs.
Strange to set a player for 20-odd minutes when he is fit. Hopefully Bevo gives us a bit of an insight into that post-game.
English to Kennedy to Bontempelli to get the final term underway. Bontempelli's long ball inside 50. No mark. Waitman with the crumbs. Swings around. It's offline. And it'll be a push against West to ball A's.
Push.
50.
Not convinced by the decision.
Didn't stand.
Max Michaelani with that right leg taped up in game 79. 17 back in 2022 for Max. Outer wing ball. McAndrew, has Joey highlighted, has a fantastic night. Out of bounds we go. Treloar back out there. 263 games, the most games by anyone to not play 100 games at any club. Giants and Collingwood, now the Western Bulldogs. Calf injuries last year restricted him to just 4 AFL games. English feigned a hand pass, then gave it straight to Berry. Saligo comes through. Keys tries to tap it forward. Bontempelli's got something to say about it. Richards. Waitman, who has been lively in game 2 after a long layoff. Ball lays, props over the top of it. Still Cody comes, runs into Treloar, gets it out to Norton. Have a shot, Aaron. Elects to do just that. In the end, sprays it across the lot.
Look at the Crows' percentage in the AFL table. They started at 107.4. They're up 4% to 111.4. Now, it's going to be a factor. We're talking about wild cards and all sorts of things at season's end. They want to stamp a last quarter here.
Laurel's kick outside defensive 50.
If it's the gap between 6 and 7, the ramifications are huge.
You look at the next 3 weeks, Kingy, Melbourne at home, Port Adelaide and West Coast away. So they're going as 3 favourite games in those 3.
And then Gold Coast at home after that. So they'll probably start favourite the next 4. So and as we said, they've got some really good players to come back into this team. So it's pretty exciting times right now if you're a Crows fan.
Rosselli props it up. That'll do. Keys.
Got a player in the square.
And he plays on, and he saw that player in the square. It's Cook.
Yeah, they played that perfectly, and it's all because Keys is prepared to run. Really, his work rate is tremendous. I'm sure they get that on the replay. It's just ability to charge forward, not involved in the previous contest, so that he has that luxury. Wingman from the opposite side of the field has to come across.
This
Cook
man
all alone out the back.
Loving this season. His 13th game this season after only playing 2 last year. His 6th year as a Crow. Slots it. Braden Cook adds his name onto the goal kickers list tonight.
Yeah, it's been a great season. That's just another example. Some players burst onto the scene in their first or second year and announce themselves. Others, it's a slow burn. You've got to build their game, build their craft. You can just see him off ball.
Yeah, it just rolls off, doesn't it?
Easy.
Just gets a bit lost there to Selwood. And it causes that. It causes the opposite wingman to roll to guard mark. And it's pretty easy from there. But the crumb from Rochelle sets it up, really. And they've forced the Dogs' defenders to do a lot of negating tonight. Hasn't been anything really proactive, intercept mark-wise. It's been spoiled at best. Been taught a lesson.
Seventh goal of the season for Cook, all in separate games. As Healy highlight, having a good year. A scrimmage in the middle.
Coming back this way. Lachlan. That's him. Coming back this way.
McAndrew, English. Laird racks him up. Miller up. Good spoil by Selwood on Taylor. Bit of body from Saligo, who's just got a bit to say as well to Selwood. He's one of those characters that gives as good as he gets. We saw him with the Wizard last week.
Cook. Kick smothered by Dale. Back to Dale up against the boundary. Always tries hard. He's bundled it in the Jones direction. Miller a grab by Treloar. Spilled out to Lair. No decision. Dawson, who's been in everything tonight by the Sandown Park Dogs, kicks towards half forward, punched away by Selwood and out of play.
Yeah, he's up to the 27 disposals, 10 score involvements. Still got the 3, which he kicked in that opening term, and it's a career high for Jordan Dawson. Never kicked more than 3 in a game, so he'd love to get one more and notch up a new PB.
Dawson, Miller from 49. Off a step, looks pretty good. He adds his name to the goal-kicking list for another one.
Oregon just keeps setting them up, Jordan Dawson. Take a look at the Harvey Norman replay. He just hit that clearance at speed. Now got 7 for the night. Berry and he have 18 between them.
Here's the Harvey Norman replay, Joey.
You just see him here off the back. Timed it beautifully. Heard the call. And Miller, well, he's done this all year long off one step. Struck it beautifully. They've done all their damage, a lot of their damage tonight from stoppage. 8 goals, 149.
Just wonder if it's time to get Jordan Dawson out of the game now. Just give your stars an opportunity to be managed in terms of the minutes that they're playing. Played 104, 114, 115 the last 3 weeks. It's a big load for a guy that's been so good in the midfield.
Scramble ball, Fraser.
Because I do think it's going to be a factor at season's end. You've got to be fresh. And the healthiest team wins it. There's no doubt about that.
They're starting to look like they could shape up when it counts to the Crows after a sluggish start to the season.
Jordan and Toby.
Melbourne at home next week. The Dogs have got the Saints. And then Sydney away and West Coast at home. 28 disposals for Dawson, as Hilly said, kicked 3 in the first term alone. Treloar, good moment. And he go back and snaffle one.
Yeah, just want to see how he strikes this, how he's moving, how he kicks this. It's probably been one of the question marks. Is he really prepared to trust his body? It's right on his range.
Kicked 158 career goals in 262 games before tonight. The number one. He didn't look confident at all, Kingy. Unfortunately, it slides off the outside.
No, and I think that there's a conversation for post-match about Adam Treloar.
Now, unfortunately, the 2 games back that he's had, he just hasn't looked up to the speed of the game. So it's a question whether they continue to persist with him. We know what an absolute star he's been for a lot of time, but the body's just not allowing him to do what the mind probably still thinks it can.
That's not 15, so Bontempelli with some work to do. Curtin grabbed right up against the boundary line. Treloar scooped it up to Bontempelli. Searching kick to the top of the square. Crows have some numbers here. Millerer got rid of it. Murray, Peatling. Now, Paul Kahan. Well, lays with the tackle. Going nowhere.
Crows did win 9 straight after their bye last year, finished top of the ladder. So they got form. And then obviously bowed out in those 2 really disappointing finals.
They'd won 4 of their last 5 coming in. Close loss to the Hawks by 9 points. They might just be mounting their charge, and as Joey said before, some good ones to come back.
Murray just tries to paddle it away in front of Norton, who held on. Throws his head back with that outrageous headband alongside the candy stripe jumper, which might be packed away again.
What will be interesting, Kingy, next week with Taylor Walker fit and available is they will have he, Fogarty and Thilthorpe as he takes that big contested mark. They've liked having Toby Murray to play as the second ruck. Do they now just move on from Toby Murray and go back to Thilthorpe to be the second ruck? Is he ready yet? We've finally just started to see him get fit from his back issues, or do they pick the 4 tools, or do they have to make a call? That's going to be something for Matty Nixon, the coaching staff, to work through how they want the tools to look.
Big decision available. Big decision Adelaide, the 4 tools. Howie reckons big decision at the Dogs, this jumper.
Well, I said it popped up in 1935, it got shrunk in the wash, and it's a long time between drinks, and it might be again tonight after the result.
Ned's kick not quite for Murray, and then Hines took it to ground. Curtin weaving through over the top. Taylor from a standing start. He's got class, but it's been fisted right at the end by Selwood.
I do like the jumper, by the way.
How did it go in 1935? Is it coming in off a loss, or?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'll have to look in the AFL tables.
Moons is right. You haven't done your research tonight.
I didn't see over the back half of Joey's page. And it's all about the margin now. Croft. He's given away a couple of free kicks tonight. Give Murray the chance to kick a second.
Well, does it change your opinion on Adelaide, or does it change your opinion on the Dogs?
I said pre-game I think we'd know more about these 2 teams after today, and I probably do. I probably think the Western Bulldogs aren't quite up to it. I mean, the 6 wins, those close games have probably flattered the scoreline. A couple of them go the other way, and they're back in the mix. And I think after what we saw tonight from Adelaide, we have to absolutely say that they could edge up to a top 4 spot.
Slides across the face from Murray.
Yeah, this is without Walker and Rankin.
Just got a text from our man at Fox, Maxie Lawton, Howie, that said the Bulldogs, the year that they wore these jerseys, they went 2-14 with 2 draws.
Nah, it's a problem.
Well, there you go.
You're onto it. You're all over it.
Someone at the club needs to figure this stuff out.
And Maxie chimed in again. They wore it in 2003, this Guernsey, Howie.
Yep.
They got beat by 11 goals that night too.
Well, I think that's why the launderist shrunk the jumper, never to be seen again.
Treloar's in trouble, and the property steward is gone.
Well, instead of the laundromat, it might be in the incinerator after this. English flicks it in the Sanders direction. Murray taken to ground. Fraser off a standing start. It's an up and under He's had a good night. He's had a really good night, and he's going to spread it towards half-back where Nick Murray's got a bit of work to do. So some messy stuff as we head towards junk time in this. Kennedy spreads it wide up against the boundary. Croft gathers. It won't be a mark either way. Bontempelli, he's heard the call now. He got rid of it. West, little chip in the air to no one in particular, and Cook had it easily covered.
I just look lost for answers time and time again, the Dogs. I'm been very surprised by how their midfield's been so basic tonight. They really haven't chained by hand at all. I know we talked about the pressure of the Crows, but they haven't challenged them.
Taylor out the back. Got a couple of goals himself. Waits for Nankervis on the stretch. Steps around Caulfield. Now looks internally. Berry inside 50 ball. Oh, Andrew was starting to think about kicking a sausage and dropped the football, unfortunately. And I was looking forward to this shot at goal as well, but we won't get to see it.
Neil Bullen out of the congestion. And doesn't miss by a great deal.
Positive was in that 1935 season, they only finished second last. You know who finished last?
Who?
The Roo Boys.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Not the distance.
Feels like yesterday.
Kennedy needs to be precise and is to West.
Feels like on nights like tonight, Kingy, when their stars don't dominate for the Dogs, that the depth does look tested, doesn't it? They get exposed a bit. Their bottom 6 to 8 players.
Dale forced to go off the ground. Slick hands. Croft rolls in, punches it forward and misses. Well, I did say tonight, King, I was looking forward to the two captains going, Dawson and Bontempelli, and you said to me that the Dogs need more of Bont than the Crows need of Dawson.
Yeah, but Dawson, oh, here we go, turnover.
Turnover. O'Donnell was the recipient. Sanders flicks it up in the air. The Dogs have some numbers here, and they have the mark, Norton.
Gee, he has no fear, this guy. Did not take his eyes from the football.
Plays on and goals. 2 for Aaron Norton.
Crofty was in the way, but he just didn't care. It didn't matter who was there, whether it was a pack or an individual, he was going to mark that ball. It's a great attitude to have.
2 goals, 11 touches.
And he does work so hard. When you see him at ground, his work rate is enormous. So it's not by luck the way that he's turned himself into an
That's
elite
the you.
He just continues to present and fly and show up. As we say, it just feels like just too many passengers tonight for the Western Bulldogs. A lot of guys that have had no real influence on this game.
And the Bond hasn't had an influence at all. He's had 24 touches, 3 score involvements. We're not going to be hard on him. He's been so good for so long. But the opposing captains had 30 and 11 score involvements and kicked 3.
And currently the 6th highest performance by a Crow on record from the skipper. Richards streams out of the middle. Norton throws himself at it. As you said, he's just pure courage. Slick hands. West, did he have possession? Paul Kahan. Fist came from behind on Keys. Ends up with the Crows. Little piercer to Philthorpe. The 2 number 7s on each other.
Happy.
Been a big positive out of the night too for the Crows. The form of Riley Philthorpe.
Heard the ball smack off his boot in the effects might. Buku into Trelaw. Shorts it to Bramble. He's got runners on the outer side.
Through Caulfield. Fraser. Continue along the wing to O'Donnell. Spreads wider to West. So some better connectivity here. Plays on. Norton steaming from behind. Kennedy picks it up. He dodges, looks centrally towards Fraser. He couldn't complete the mark. Matthew Kennedy. Now Dale off a step. Bangs for home and misses everything.
Get your kick, player. Get your kick.
Adelaide led by 46 in the first term, 41 at quarter time, 40 at half time, 45 at three-quarter time. So all the damage was done in an explosive first 20 minutes. And that man, 29 disposals, 5 inside 50s, 11 score involvements and 3 goals. They were all in the first term.
Is he looking to come back on, do you think, Moons, or is he just stretching the legs down there, the captain?
He's actually getting his bootleg tied up by one of the trainers. That's how well he's going. Someone else is tying up his laces nowadays.
That first quarter so dominant, Dawson and Philthorpe had kicked 2 before the Dogs had even registered a goal.
It's an expansive use of the soft cap to have someone do the laces up, Howard.
It is indeed, Kingy. Especially in difficult economic times. Miller, Keys. He's had some serious involvement in scores tonight, Keys. Roderick didn't enjoy the pressure he was put under. Now Richards is out the back, puts it under his arm, pierces it forward, tries a little hole. Really well played by Laird to gap that little area. And Murray, who's been composed, finds Cook.
Yeah, their underrated defence has stood up again for the Crows. Conceded just 18 shots at goal.
50.
Entries.
Keane back next couple of weeks.
Mark Keane should be back next week. He's ready to go. They've held back Keane and Rankin.
Rankin, Tex and Keane should be all back next week, so it's massive ins.
What can the Dogs do about their back line, Kingy? It's been the issue.
Yeah, it has. I think Lobb firstly has to go back and give them a bit of size, bit of stability. But really, tonight the problem was the midfield. Just gave them easy looks and at high speed.
Rochelle runs laterally, heads in the middle direction, in the middle of the ground. Over the top to Hulkahan, who runs to 55, straight down the sternum.
50.
Of Philthorpe, who can go
Went
back
through the mark.
directly in front.
That was a good run from Hulkahan. And then the composure with the fatigue in the legs, they're still just slow down, lower the eyes. He had a good night again, 22 disposals.
He's loving footy.
Just looks composed with the football, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Rory Laird had 30 disposals, the top disposal getter. Hulkahan 22. It's been a good night for the second gamer. Philthorpe for some icing on the cake.
Bramble, very short to Bont in the bright pink World Cup style boots. Little jink from Bramble.
I wonder with Hinge coming back, where his role is in this team now. Whether you can upgrade some magnets, not necessarily required down back at the moment with Hulkahan playing that specialist role, or maybe you get Michael Annie to play something a bit more adventurous.
Cummings out of the side as well.
Yep.
Another one.
Bontempelli sets it deep to English. Good spoil coming in from Murray.
Oh, he's got one.
That's not.
Now they've had a rough year with injury, but if you get them back at the right time, I said over the next 2 to 3 weeks, touchwood. I know Luke Pedler's done the hamstring tonight, but if you can get 7 of your best 23 back in and get a good run, they've got a pretty good fixture, as you mentioned earlier, how we should start favourites next 4.
Oh. Tim English caught one in what Richie used to describe as the breadbasket, I think, Hilly.
I know where you're talking. We feel for him. Hulkahan's kick to a contest and the ball up.
Oh, he's just checking them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Why'd you have to replay that? God, knee in the bowls.
Kennedy off the ground. Laird scooped it up to Berry. Berry down the line, in from the side, Caulfield. Selwood, lob. Back he goes to Caulfield. Caulfield's kick to Budrick. Now Budrick's short one to Bontempelli. Budrick will keep running. Has a bounce. He's fast. Heads towards Waitman. Shoves
Pushed him.
Hulkahan towards the football. Miller, who was able to gather And to a 50-50, Camus and Fogarty. Fogarty at the front. Fogarty with composure did well. And then tumbled it down the line. Neil Bullen or boundary? Boundary.
Disposal. 1 foot on the line, Alex.
It's the 4th time this year the Crows have kicked 100 points. It's their 2nd highest score for the season. Behind that 133 they kicked against North Melbourne. So to be able to unlock their offence, Howie, off the back of their, their contest and pressure and their team defence that has stood up, it's starting to click really nicely.
My word. Kennedy, Luke on debut. Richards slides it too wide out in the full.
And there are little wins everywhere, like Curtin gets through another game tonight. We saw what he can do on particularly your kick-out structure. Thilthorpe found some real touch. We haven't seen that all season. I think Matty Nix will be absolutely wrapped with what he's seen tonight. So walking across centre half back there, are we okay? Yep, all thumbs up.
Stay in, Cody. Play on.
The only downside has been the hamstring issue to Pedler halfway through the 2nd term. After he just returned back to the side. Miller, 22 disposals.
Stand.
Where do you play Rankin when he comes back? Is he straight in the midfield or is he back forward? Midfield's looking really good with Berry and Dawson taking complete control.
I'd still be getting him through there, but maybe not at the 80% that we were seeing before he got injured. Maybe at a 50-50 split for a while.
Murray's been a good target up forward as well. Rochelli's kick 3. Correction. Rochelli's kick
4.
Yeah, that's clever.
And Rankin comes back. If he does play a midfield, it just gives Nix the luxury to leave Josh Rochelli as a forward 50 player.
You talk about that percentage as well, Kingy. They've gone on with it after it was reasonably around the 40-point margin. They've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals of the game again now.
Yeah, so a jump from 107.4 up to 112.4. So 5 percentage points is a big number.
And the Dogs, on the other hand, will be heading south.
Yeah, they're down below 91% now. So what it does, it puts the Adelaide Crows around the percentage, not too far off Geelong, as long as 6 or 7% in front, which is probably a bit of a margin. The Suns are on about the same percentage points now. It'll be a factor late in season for that in or out of wildcard round.
Crows kicked 5 of the last 6 goals.
As he finished top 6 and escaped the wild card.
Yeah, it's a big gap, the extra game.
Kennedy, Bontempelli, Richards, a worm burner. Croft, Richards, Dale has to beat a Crow and the umpire. Kick to the top of the square. Nan Curvis cut it off.
All those role players for the Crows have done well tonight. Borlays, Nankervis, Zach Taylor, Braden Cook continuing his good form.
I think Zach Taylor's on the trajectory. He's looking like he can lock down a spot and get some consistency.
Out in the full.
Clever player, I think.
Hall Kahan as well, again, continue. He's not going anywhere. So, as you mentioned, the depth and the competition for spots will become a good headache for Matthew Nix.
Kennedy plays on. At the fall of the ball was the skipper. McAndrew, sweeping hand pass from Laird. He'll get it back here. Needs to be a little bit cagey. Good tackle by Luke Kennedy. Punching handball. McAndrew, they're playing it nicely. Miller, didn't expect to receive it. Michael Annie, Murray. Back to the 4-goal man, Rochelle.
Have it.
Pressure from the Dogs. Murray just bursts through 3 or 4. And then a bit of a blind turn as well to add to it. Looks for his brother who brings it
What?
down, but gives away a free kick. But Nick Murray.
What is he calling?
They'll be watching that highlight tonight, I reckon.
Yeah.
Switches to Budrick, who loves some space in a run. So he laps that up and gets it to Dale.
It's hard to find highlights when you play fullback.
That's right.
To be fair.
It's more your meat and potato type operator, Howie.
Put some special sauce on that.
Yeah, it was.
Best inside 50 and apt that in the last minute of play, Dawson comes up with it.
He's enhanced his credentials to the All-Australian captain come end of year. Another best on ground performance.
32 touches for Jordan Dawson.
It's frightening what he's been able to do. We've looked at he's missed a couple of games, obviously. for personal reasons, but he's never been outside the top 7 players ranked in the game in each given game. So I think that'll be his 4th top of the pops finish. He's having some sort of season.
And Curvis opposite to Taylor. Called to play it on in the final 10 seconds. Inside 50 he goes, and Lewis is going to take the defensive mark. Switches to the outer side. Well, they have been relentless and remorseless. Adelaide win by 57 out of the lead in round 14 at Marvel.
All set up in the first term. They banged on 9-2 to lead by 41 on the first break, 40 at half-time, 45 at three-quarter time. In the end, 57-point winners in front of a middling crowd of 22,761. And the Adelaide Crows, Lee Montagna, have made a statement tonight.
Yeah, they certainly did, and it was that opening quarter. As good a quarter of footy as we've seen from any team this season. 41-point lead. Their pressure was enormous. Their contest and clearance work. The forwards cashed in every time it went inside 50, and the Western Bulldogs were shell-shocked. They had no answers. And we'll get down to the boundary because Cam Mooney has one of those forwards that was able to cash in tonight.
Yeah, I certainly do, Joey. Well, Josh, I mean, let's talk about that start of the game. Completely just blew them out of the water. I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, Nixie put the pressure on us early in the week. We thought last time the Bulldogs played us, they probably touched us up for the first 3 quarters, and we probably didn't play with that flair and freedom till the last quarter. And he just said, bring that hump, bring that pressure from the start. And I think we'll plus something in the contest, and our pressure factor was like 220, so it was a great start.
Yeah, the pressure was incredible, even through the middle of the ground. McAndrew in the centre of the bounce. I mean, I'm sure you talked about Tim English's probably effect on games and what he's been doing, but the big fella thought he got the chocolates tonight.
Oh, he's had such an unbelievable season, Big Stretchy, and credit to him. He worked so hard during the week. His connection with all the midfielders is great, and I think we saw some stat that the Bulldogs have won most games with English in this season, so I thought, yeah, he had a great game, Stretchy.
Yeah, the Mark Howard stat, let me tell you on that one. Hey, just quickly on to the big fella, the big monster we like to call him. He's back. Kicked 3 goals in the first quarter. Must be good to have him back playing like that.
I love playing with the big fella when he's just got that hunt, that grit. It's just great to see him back in some form. He's probably had a lot of criticism this season, but that's what happens when you're an All-Australian forward from the last year. You set the bar high, but it's just great for him. I think he's just going to keep peaking for the rest of the year now.
In your own form, Josh, we saw you do your ritual, go up and kiss your mum on the cheek. Obviously worked for you tonight, mate. 4 goals. It's a beautiful night.
Yeah, it's always good to have the family down, and yeah, mum and dad are great support. They travel all around Australia to come watch my game, so yeah, shout out to them. I'm looking forward to heading back to Shep for the weekend.
Can we give a shout out to the skipper?
Oh, massive shout out for the skipper. I think the one word that comes to mind is just inspiring. Just to see him go out week in, week out. He's had such a tough year, but yeah, he's one of the most inspiring people that I've ever met.
All right, Josh, go and enjoy it, brother.
What a great summation. And footy clubs, they're known for their nicknames, and they've given a bloke 210 centimetres. They called him Stretch King. They haven't really gone out on a limb there with your nickname front, have they?
No, that's just sheer laziness.
That's a redhead calling him Bluey.
Yeah.
They need to be better than that.
Well, you know what? If it works for you, keep rolling with it. But you're right. You look at this performance, and you just know what the Crows are going to deliver without the footy. So their ability to make it hard for the Dogs to move the ball. 2 goals, 2 out of their defensive half tonight. So they couldn't move it. Look at clearance. They couldn't get to the outside. They felt the pressure. They kicked 3 goals from stoppages. Now, normally that'd be twice that, if not 3 times that amount. Adelaide Crows pressure up over 200 again tonight. So from a defensive point of view, this is Matty Nix's staple. This is his stamp on this group. Let's do the job defensively, and we score from there, and they cashed in tonight.
Well, this is the man we want to hear from, Moons.
Yeah, we do. Jordan, let's talk about that start of the game. We spoke about it with Josh before. Have you seen anything like that? Just blew them out of the water early.
Yeah, I was just saying before, I think when we nail our fundamentals, like the game is simple and it's easy to make decisions when we're predictable to each other with and without the ball. So we'll look back at it and it's nothing special. I think, you know, you keep rocking up in the right spots and you keeping it simple with your teammates and you end up getting rewarded and you play footy like that. And thankfully we kicked straight and yeah, we were calm and composed before the game. And I said before, like, it can go one or two ways. You can come out flat or you can come out with a real silly resolve and put them on the back foot, which is what we did, which I'm really happy with.
Well, there's good vision of you in the rooms with Nixie's talking to the group, so obviously you said the right things, mate, because the start was unbelievable. I spoke with Josh again. The big fella in the middle, Big Andrew. I mean, we would have spoken about Tim English all week. You know, what he does when he plays, the wins and the losses when he plays and when he doesn't. But tonight he just seemed like he got the better of him.
Yeah, and Tim's an unbelievable ruckman and he's like another midfielder at times, the way he can move on the ground. So I was pretty hard on the big fella. He's been playing unbelievable footy, but I just wanted him to really start well and set the tone for us. It's a bit old school, the ruck setting the tone, but you just know English is very much a confidence player, and if he gets up and about early, he can get going. So big stretch. He just keeps rocking up and battling for us, and we can't dismiss the big ibis, Toby Murray. He's playing an important role there, middle of the quarter, to come out and just nullify the second ruck and give Big Stretch a bit of a rest mid-quarter, and allows him to run out the game.
Who came up with the nickname Stretch?
I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious. So.
Well, Howie wants to know about that one. Hey, Sam Berry, just talk about his year so far and just the combination that you two have got going at the moment.
Yeah, and I think like Jakey Sligo is starting to find his form again, and James Peeling's been unbelievable. Like he's some of his in and under stuff, it goes unnoticed probably to the TV, but to us we really value that. So we've got a good mix in there at the moment. Obviously Ranks coming back next week will be really big for us as well. And but yeah, Bez is he's just a bull in there, and you know, we watched a bit of vision from when we played the Dogs here last year, and his growth and James Peatling's growth from that game, like, couldn't have been more confident with those boys coming in that we would have the midfield performance that we did, because they're just in such a better physical and mental headspace this year. So I'm really proud of him.
We've got 100 more questions for you, mate, but the boys are waiting for you to go and sing that song. What up?
Yeah, great chat with Jordan Dawson and Cam Mooney. Well, David King, he got the 10 coaches' votes last week in the 1-point win. He's had 32 and 3 tonight. He might well get the 10 again tonight.
Yeah, he gets the 10. And what a player he has become. I marvel at what he's able to do with this group. His impact on this group, they love him. They genuinely love him. He's been to hell and back this year. And you just feel that this is created an emotion at this football club they're all attached with now. They're all in, they're all invested. They're beautiful places, footy clubs, when you're going through some turmoil personally. And they've rallied, and they are now rolling. I mean, that is a performance that says we can mix it with the best in the competition in a year that's still pretty open.
What he does, he brings a calmness to the group as well, I think. He really has got a real level head. And he's one of the greats of the game at the moment, but also does a lot of the hard stuff. Again, he's laid 8 tackles. Last week he had 9 tackles. So he just does everything the team requires. It's not just about him getting the ball and doing all the offensive things. So he's just leading magnificently, and the rest of the team have just jumped on board, jumped on his back, and have followed him in.
You heard about that leadership, didn't he? Because he said, I put on Big Stretchy. Said, righto, old school, you're the man that can start us off. And obviously the chat responded.
Yeah, and Berry, he's been waiting for a running mate, and Berry is now that man.
So 9th win of the season, an 8th win of the season for the Crows. They'll move up the ladder. Let's have a listen. The Western Bulldogs, led by their skipper with 32 touches and 3 goals. It is a 57-point win. Quick break here.
I reckon I'll go mid.
Carlton Dry 3.5. Embrace
I
the
think
mid.
I'll go mid.
At Coles, footy fans can
I'll be
score
back.
more with the Coles goal because it's just kicked off this exclusive online offer. Use promo code TEAM20 at checkout to score $20 off a weekly online shop of $200 or more. That's right. Order online or in the Coles app and add promo code TEAM20 at the checkout to score $20 off your shop of $200 or more. Footy fans, watch out for the Coles goal every Thursday and Friday to score more at Coles.
It's World Cup time, punters, so get ready for this cracking offer from Sportsbet. Add an anytime goal scorer to your same-game multi, and if that player has the first shot of the match, we'll settle that leg as a winner, even if they miss. That's right, add an anytime goal scorer to your same-game multi, and if they have the first shot, we'll settle that leg as a winner. First shot wins, only with Sportsbet.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
At Coles, footy fans can score more with the Coles goal. Friday's goal kicked off this exclusive online offer. Use promo code TEAM20 at checkout for $20 off your weekly online shop of $200 or more. Just order online or in the Coles app and add promo code TEAM20 at the checkout to save money off great weekly offers like Coles' finest sausages, 450 to 500 grams, now just $7 a pack. Watch out for the Coles goal every Thursday and Friday to score more at Coles.
Oh, it's hot.
Really hot.
Let's do it.
Numbers?
Looking good.
Expansion? I have a new idea.
Let's make it happen.
Whatever role you need us to play, we're your partner for every stage of business. More than money.
Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo, three of Australia's biggest players, all declared Host Plus the best super fund winner. 3 from 3? That's a plus.
Welcome back. Thursday Night Footy on Fox, brought to you by Ford. Everest conquered the weekend and the Adelaide Crows have conquered the Bulldogs here at Marvel Stadium. That was a powerful performance there. Coach Matthew Nicks joins us and I'm sure we'll be incredibly pleased with that. Talk to us about that opening term. So you come over here to Melbourne, it's an interstate game against quality opposition and you begin the game like that. Do you kind of go, okay, the boys are on tonight, we're good here? Or do you still stress?
It's the stuff that, yeah, when you visualise what we're coming here to do, it's almost, that's the template. We spoke a lot about focus over this week. We knew we've been in a pretty good space. We felt we're getting a bit of momentum. We felt confident with the way we're playing. But that doesn't mean anything if you don't bring it. So our ability to narrow our focus, or at least direct our focus in on what we needed to do in that first quarter, we couldn't have asked for a better start. You know, we were hard at it. We competed. I thought we, led by our captain. I mean, God, the form he's in. How do you not trust yourself you're going to be able to do it? He's just leading by example. I thought that was one of the best quarters of footy I've seen.
We've run out of superlatives, Sam. He's basically doing what he's done all season. What we did see early on, though, was Riley Thilthorpe getting involved in the game. He's ended up with 3 goals, but not just the goals. He started to take some contested marks, started to get a little bit of the ball. That, I think, is as encouraging for the Crows as anything.
Yeah, it comes off a lot of other things. It's not all about Riley, but you're right. Well, I think from an aerial point of view, it's probably our strongest game for a while. It wasn't just Riley, but it was great to see Riley get involved. You know, there's different triggers we pull to get Riley into the game. We don't want him to have to rely on our clearance and going forward, but I know we're watching some stuff here of that first quarter especially. We were able to get some ball coming out of there to even numbers, to one-on-one, him in a duel against an opponent, which is pretty tough to stop, rather than asking him to come up the ground and fight like we have done the last few, I guess, for the first half of the season. So
Yeah, and sometimes you bomb long to a pack and we expect too much from him, but you give him some opportunities one-on-one. Well, he showed us exactly what he's capable of. And the ball was coming nicely off the boot for a change because he sprayed him a little bit this year. He's normally pretty accurate, but he hasn't really found the mark as much. But I think he was one of the big positives. Josh Richelli, who you've manipulated from a lot of midfield time early to more time in the forward line. Geez, important. What he can do, the damage he can do up forward, I understand why you're doing it.
Oh, good. I mean, that's the most important thing. It's such a hard one because he played a couple of games as a midfielder this year where he was outstanding.
Yes.
Right? We know that sits there. We also love what he does ahead of the ball. And the balance of our team at the moment, with the way Jordan's playing, the way Peatling's playing, the way Sam Berry's playing, we're just going to continue to look at that balance. So it's a nice position to be in.
So you've got a piece of paper in your hand, which I'm sure has got numbers galore. The numbers that I'm no doubt you're going to be pleased with are the pressure numbers. So you start the game red hot with pressure up, like high around that 200-metre mark, and then you finish on 202. So for the 4 quarters, that never drops off. Is that the most pleasing thing?
Yeah, and we needed to bring that. We rate the way the Bulldogs play, especially here. They bring that pressure. And we were talking earlier. I thought they brought second, third and fourth quarter, their pressure was right up. There were times where we were a little lucky they didn't convert. In saying that, our pressure didn't drop away. And so that's the most pleasing part, and that's the way we play. When we bring that pressure, our game comes off the back of it.
I know you've got the pressure to get to, but just quickly, you mentioned Sam Berry. Him doing what he's doing in the midfield is allowing you to do a lot of other things, as you mentioned with Richelli, for example. Did you see him getting to this level? Because he's been thereabouts, but he's taken a massive jump this year.
Yeah, we did. The first day that Sam came and joined us, we went out to Tom Lynch's house, and Sam Berry nearly jumped from a standing start and sat on a basketball ring. And we knew that day that this guy's got some explosive power. He just needed to build a little bit of confidence and belief in himself that he could do it. And he stepped up this year to another level again. That we're so pleased. But we did see, we could see that there was something there that we knew would work at this game.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for being generous with your time. Our post-game, congratulations.
Anytime when we play like that, I'll come and chat.
Come and chat for hours. Well
Thanks,
done.
Thanks.
An incredible performance tonight by the Adelaide Football Club, and it was really interesting what he said about Josh Richelli as we prepare to welcome in Joey and Kingy. You'd love to have 2 of him, but when he's that explosive in front of the football, 4 goals, 17 disposals, you can absolutely see why he does tend to play him in the forward line more often.
And as he said, as good as he was at a couple of games in the midfield where he looked like a dominant mid, there's plenty of dominant mids around. You can find them. You can't find these players that can turn something into something special up forward, and having that ability to kick goals, to create goals, to look dangerous, I think they're even more valuable than quality midfielders.
I tend to agree, and I think your point's spot on that other guys can go and get 30. And even when he was playing well, Richelli, it wasn't necessarily helping the team. They weren't playing their best footy. I think that it looks better with him forward of centre, and now with Rankin coming back next week, and Jordan Dawson in the form he's in that can do it forward and midfield, it's starting to give Matty Nix some, just some chess pieces that he can manoeuvre and have a look at and find out the best mix getting ready for September.
What about Rankin, though? So can you have Richelli and Rankin butting heads in that forward 50, or do you need this time share?
No, I think you can. Look, I thought the ideal scenario would be 50-50, both of them midfield forward, but I don't think that's the way Nixie wants to go. And imagine having 2 of those at ground level when the ball comes in. I think that makes him incredibly potent. I think Rankin will spend more time than Richelli does in the midfield, but they'll utilise both of them in that forward 50 because that makes them a completely different team.
Jordan Dawson, we've spoken at length about him tonight. I mean, if we think, as we have a look at our KFC zinger moments, towards the end of the season, he's probably going to win the most courageous player, perhaps the best captain. He could be the MVP of the year. He is just having a superb all-round season.
Well, we just heard the coach talk about it. I think even the coach was blown away. He said, what about that first quarter? Yeah. He goes, geez, just the leadership that he's showing out there, he said, you just got to trust him because he's just doing it every week.
He's flushing the footy, isn't he? I mean, when he kicks it, it's just pure. He doesn't overkick. He just strikes it beautifully. He had 8 disposals in that first term. 3 of those were goals. He doesn't have to do it at clearance because, as you said with Nixie, I heard the back end of that with Berry. Berry's doing the heavy lifting, and he's the first guy to the outside of the pack now. And this is where he does his damage.
And And that's the great blend, isn't it? Dave Peatling and Berry almost rolling the sleeves up, and he being this guy that can skirt around the outside to do maximum damage with ball in hand. It's incredible, and it feels like he's doing it easily. It just feels like he's in autopilot at the moment. He's in that flow state where the very best in any sport in the world are just autopilot. They are just at the top of their game, and he absolutely is there right now.
And the opposition are putting attention into him, remember? I mean, it's not like they're just letting him run around on his own, but he's handling it all beautifully.
He refused to give him any time off too. He's put him straight back out there for the last 6 minutes. So it's a good lesson for everyone. It's good enough for the captain. It's good enough for everyone.
Took some great marks, so he's good in the air as well. Just adds another string to his bow. We're going to have a look at Ben Keys now. 5 goal assists, so the most ever by an Adelaide Crow. We know he gives them a lot of energy down there, Joey, and he's a very reliable player.
Yeah, he is. He's another one of those worker bees. So we talk about Berry complimenting Dawson. Well, Keys compliments Rochelle. You can see there a couple of times. He's the one that gives the ball to Rochelle to let him get the work. So when you've got that,
anyway, in the penthouse this week, what are they? There's no definition. It just looks like a whole week.
Sometimes goes unnoticed. He's always been a hard runner. He's a two-way runner. He gets up. He's one of those guys.
He's been doing this thing too. He's been doing this thing too. Fancy has. He's been reviewing food.
No. Oh my God.
He didn't toast the bread.
Nah, 10 disposed. Hold on. Y'all ready? This way. Y'all ready? And I think you mentioned earlier in the call, the reference points.
Gino's famous.
Wow.
Look, Gino's, for those of you that don't know, it is a renowned, famous cheesesteak place.
That is bold. And I will say, just looking at the photographs, they look delicious.
Well, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Whenever you want to go, just let me know and we do something in Spain. I would love you to. We'll do it.
He's just a match winner, isn't he, Joey? Someone with that X factor.
Yeah, well, that's right. We've just been speaking about a guy that can win contest inside 50 and create. And it's such a challenge for the best teams to be able to try and handle him because he's good in the air, he's good at ground level, he's got class with his disposal. He's one that is a point of difference in the talks.
Get good, Ben. Get good. Get good.
Some of the goals he's kicked this season have been amazing. He's back in his best form, which is great. He probably had a little bit of
What are we doing right now? What are we doing? What is the game plan?
Turn their attention to Melbourne at Adelaide Oval. So 2 in a row at home before heading to West Coast Eagles. So it's an opportunity, Kingy, to build into this and to really get a move on at this point of the season.
Yeah, and again, Joey touched on the players that are coming back in the next couple of weeks.
Here they come.
Half their salary cap's on their way back. Rankin straight back next week. Walker, Keane. So they're big ins, massive ins, key pillars in this lineup, and they don't look like they rely on too many. We talked about Dawson, his form that he's in, but it doesn't have to be him. There can be others. So it's a great period for them upcoming.
It's going to be a lot of competition for positions. You talk about Keane coming back. Jordan Butts wasn't in the side tonight. I mean, they've got key defenders coming out of there. You know what? Mitch Hinge to come back. Isaac Cummings, another one to come back. So they're going to have to earn their spots. And that's the great thing about good team. Play well or you're out because there's someone ready to take your spot.
So a horrible night for the Western Bulldogs, right? From the opening bounce, they were just not up to the pace tonight, not up to the intensity and the pressure. What will Luke Beveridge take away from this evening?
Well, that's the interesting thing, and we spoke to him pre-game. Remember we were talking about brand because they don't rank high in a lot of areas, and they're showing exactly that. Now, if they don't have all their really good players playing particularly well, and that quite wasn't the case tonight, then they're going to be found out against the good teams, and I think that's what we saw tonight. So they're still searching for the best method to get their game up and running, but there's still quality there. I think there's still a lot of winnable games coming up for them, so I'm certainly not writing them off, but they do have some work to do.
Yeah, they're around the mark, I agree, but I think we saw tonight that they're probably not right at the pointy, and they're not in that conversation to be a top 4 team, maybe still top 6 at best, but when they are so reliant on their midfield, it's not just for clearance and field position, it's also to impact the scoreboard. I think if they're not getting it, you see it's Norton, and then there's not much else. I think Artie Jones needs to continue I liked him playing deep. I thought that was a bit of a good look for them. Cody Waitman got an opportunity to play deep, so they're just got to continue to tinker.
I wonder, like, what
with
is
that
the requirement
forward
for you guys
line and how
to, like,
they
lock
can
in?
get
Because I
the
feel
maximum damage out of it. Without obviously Sam
You know what I
Darcy
mean?
there, because Norton's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but at times it can be tough with the support he's got with Croft and Lewis, who are still trying to find their way.
Like, you guys are both like locked the fuck in, right? This is a goal flex SRV for somebody. Like right now, you guys are locked in, right? Like Jack's actually calling out. He's not eating. He's not talking to his chat. He's not talking about it out of nowhere. Right? Legion, same thing. Legion, you're like, bro, I think we go over here, bro. I think we can heal. It's actually the best possible thing. Like, there's the vending machines. Like, those are incredible call outs out of nowhere, right? But like, we're getting chased down by the sweatiest fucking people in the world, and Jack's like, dude, I'm thinking about, DJ, or am I gonna have a band at my wedding? But like, Tyler, those guys aren't in the game anymore.
I use Fortnite in 2026, Tyler. I use Fortnite as a means of hanging out with my friends. But when you spend the whole 2 hours we're playing being an annoying little bitch like you've been, it's not that much fun. So all I think about is how long until you go to your fucking Marble Rivals sponsor, because here I am trying to get you to play the last 2 weeks, and then we hop on Fortnite and you bitch, and moan. Yesterday you were awesome. Today you're the most annoying sack of fucking shit of all time. Realize something. No one fucking cares about Fortnite wins in 2026, you little bitch. So do me a favor. Go play Marvel Rivals and get carried by Timmy until you realize you're fucking washed at shooting games.
Is everyone okay?
Holy shit, shut up, man! Just have fucking fun! You're nearly 40!
We're getting pushed by 1,000 of them right now.
God damn, we have 20 fucking thousand wins between us! Who fucking cares, bro? Just banter, find cool sprites, or fucking shut up! My God!
You guys fight. Like, I hate it. Because it's like, you're like not supposed to. That wasn't very nice, Jack.
Jesus
You're not supposed to fight. You're supposed to love each other.
Shit.
In the game, and they definitely trumped us in those stakes. So that's the most disappointing thing. You know, each week when you're going to a game, you don't necessarily talk about it with your players, but one team may be a bit more vulnerable than the other. Maybe it was us because we beat them last time in Adelaide, and so they steel themselves for retribution, and they got it. They were impressive. We didn't handle their pressure. They clearly won the aerial battle. That we just couldn't diffuse any of those forays they went inside their front third with, where we've been reasonably good at that over the previous period of time. So we just nothing we could get going our way. So the intensity of their pressure game, not being able to handle it early, was probably the most disappointing thing.
Your boys played with a lot of emotion last week. Do you feel that may have sapped a bit of their energy coming into tomorrow?
Oh, look, you can't make excuses, Mitch, and ultimately you've got to feed off some of that. It can help, and that was part of the talk before the game, keeping the fire burning and what we needed to do to achieve that. And humans are in our own nature, we don't necessarily surprise each other, but the intent as far as what the players came in to achieve together, I'm sure it was there, but we just weren't able to execute it. And I think I'm always one to give the opposition pressure when it's praise when you're impressed by their level of game. And I thought all over the park they were impressive, and we were second rate. I mean, the good thing was we managed to stabilise the game. I've said to change some things, we had to do some things on their head with roles and responsibilities, and I believe in the boys, and I genuinely thought in the middle part of the game that we were coming, and then each time you know, it looked promising. We give away a free kick in our forward 50 and just sapped the energy a bit. So I was pleased with the response, but really disappointed that we needed it.
How hard is it to contain a player like Jordan Dawson when he's in that sort of form?
Well, you go in with a plan to account for him, and it's interesting that, you know, how you process that week to week, and it's the flip side of last week where, say, John Newcomb would assign players to him and historically, and he just got off the chain anyway. And so last week we thought, okay, let's go in with a group think and let's try and contain Jai. And by half time, he'd got off the chain. So last week we assigned Matthew Kennedy to him to try and quell his influence, and he does reasonably well. And then today, yeah, well, you know, I mean, Matt was assigned to Jordan in that first quarter, and it's not all on Matt. Everyone needs to help him, but he ran rampant. So it's you know, it's the flip side of something that works sometimes and doesn't at others. So sometimes it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. So as a collective, we got better at that, but Jordan Dawson's an outrageously good player.
So what were some of the conversations at quarter time to try and absorb that and trying to get back into the game? How did you try and break it down at quarter time to try and tell the players that there was still opportunities if they were prepared to work hard enough?
Well, you got to stay calm. I mean, there's 3 quarters left. It's a decent margin, but you can eat away at it, and that's the main message. So then you go to the building blocks to do that, and you know, the players knew that there was aspects of what they were and weren't doing that could improve, and so then you just start chipping away. And yeah, as I said, we did different things by design, and some of them looked okay, but ultimately, when you look through the game and who you recognise, I mean, it just comes up all Adelaide Crows. They were too good for us.
Why did Adam Draw play such little game time in the third quarter?
Well, look, Kennedy's first game was endurance.
I don't know what the fuck you up to, drummer.
Should be playing different roles and
Stop,
covering
drummer.
different ways. And,
Stop.
We thought we'd
Can
save
you
that
hear
enough
me,
for
drummer?
in the last quarter. We came on at the start of that last quarter and had an impact. So, you know, in 5, looking for output at different times, and you make decisions
This is
different,
the wrong
throughout
school
the course
for
of the
you.
game. And, so we feel Adam's sort of profile at the moment that he looks in the last quarter.
How disappointing and frustrating is it when you're losing? It's by those big margins. It's because of the contest and clearance. 4 goals won against tonight, and then from defensive transition, the turnover, 4 goals won also.
Well, it's disappointing no matter what the margin stems from. And
Scratching pass by the little
Oh.
Then 60 seconds later,
what was it? I think almost a 17-point difference in the next 3 quarters. But yeah, look, I mean, the most awakening, the thing that awakens you the most is how we can match what they did at the start of the game. So as I said, give them credit, but now we've hopefully learned a lesson and see if we can grow from it.
Cody Waitman had an awkward landing early in the game and sort of pointing to his elbow a bit. Is he okay?
I think so. He played out the game, but I haven't checked in on him, Mitch.
Tom Liberatore, you said yesterday that you'll have a big session Saturday. Is that in the view to playing next Sunday?
Yeah, well, the plan with Tom is to train through in the lead up to the St Kilda game and see how he's managing and coping with, you know, our full session in drills and, you know, his comfort levels. Obviously,
yeah, we had sleep strain
I
once.
think his knee's okay now after the operation. And now we're just working through. He's been clear as far as all the concussion side of it, but you know, with his history, we're still making sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's around our own duty of care with him to make sure he's comfortable. And if he gets through the week, then he should be available to play next Sunday at either level. Thanks, everyone.
Luke Beveridge there after the Dogs' really disappointing performance
How you going,
here at
Dave?
Marvel Stadium as we welcome in John Ralph with the latest news. Some interesting
What's going on, guys?
thoughts
We're at 7-Eleven today. I've got an energy drink and a pie, which is like traditionally a tradie breakfast. So we're going to do a time trial.
What is the
Usually a
plan?
diary, we don't have a ciggy today, so we're going to see how fast I can beat eat a meat pie and go on an energy drink. If you reckon you can, if you reckon you can beat me, come and join myself. We're going to go pie first, and then smash the drink. I'm going to vlog it.
He convinced himself that he could play on again under a one-year deal. And then in round 7, as he really battled through, he had some calf awareness, and he spoke to Glenn McFarlane of the Herald Sun, and he said, I never want to play scaredy. I can't run around in the fear of hurting myself. I never want to be a liability to the team. But it almost felt like he was a liability in that third quarter where he played a handful of minutes there, came back on and got some touches. But having watched him really closely, he doesn't play centre square mid, but he doesn't explode away from the contest. He jogs the contest. He's still smart enough to get a handful of possessions. Joey, let's face it, he wasn't Robinson Crusoe in terms of being a passenger out there, but imagine there's a decision ahead about do we play other players? There are players like Sam Davison or Oscar Baker who have a different role as a centre square midfield next week, but it's a big decision ahead.
Yeah, no doubt. They have to have that conversation about Adam Chalor. Unfortunately for him, his body just doesn't allow him to do what his mind thinks he can still do, and I'm sure there'll be some mental challenges with that as well, that confidence and doubt in his body, and he just doesn't look anything like the player that we know. He's been an absolute star, and it's been over a 2 to 3 week period now, so they'll have some questions to ask, and it was interesting why they did play the 20 minutes on the bench when he was fit, so that might be telling. And you're right, there are some younger players that have got more energy about with their running capacity.
Put the time up there.
And Jason, let's face it, he's a smart player as well. He'd know he's struggling, so it's not like he's trying to leave something in the tank in that last quarter. If he had this explosive breakaway pace that he could unearth, he'd be doing it. But as you say, sometimes your body just catches up with yourself.
Yeah, if the pace is gone, you're going to be in trouble. So, you know, it might be a decision that he makes as opposed to the club makes. We don't know. Only he knows exactly how he's feeling and whether there's any scope for improvement. If he's reached the peak of what he can do physically, well, then there's no doubt he's in trouble, but we don't know that yet, so we'll wait and see.
It is a brutal game, isn't it, Ralphie? As we have a look at the Crows and their injury fallout, what's the latest?
So Luke Pedler is a garden variety hamstring. I've spoken to the club's football boss, Adam Kelly. So you'd probably think about 3 weeks. It does add up. They're not all their superstar players, but some of them are very handy. Of course, Isaac Rankin with the calf, who will come back next week. Tyler Welsh with a hamstring. Isaac Cumming with a hamstring. Jordan Butts with a calf. Kalachi, who's had repeated calf issues, hamstring issues as well. So that's a challenge for him when he just got back into that side. But the stars aren't returning, and yes, there's decisions to make as well. So Rankin, where do they play him? Well, isn't that a luxury? Mark Keane will play SANFL as well across the weekend, and they'll be available to play. But players like James Borlase play such valuable roles. And then Taylor Walker, you asked in the commentary, can they play 4 tools? Well, they have before, even when some of those players have been out. They played the likes of Finbar Maley. So I think they're very keen to play 4 tools again, which is really exciting for this forward line.
It'll be an interesting selection this week, whether they go with the 4 tools, whether they give Toby Murray a rest. But then if you're doing that, you're going back to Rolly Thilthorpe as your second ruck. Now, at his best, that is great, because he does add a bit as a second ruck, but coming back from the back injury,
what's that shooting down there?
Would you risk him as a second ruck, Rolly Thilthorpe?
Well, if he's fit, he's fit. I wouldn't be playing 4 tools. I don't think that works. But the bottom line is we talk about all these players ready to come back. Position belongs to the bloke that's in the team at the moment. Until you drag it out of his hands, it's his. And these guys will play hard to hang on to their spot. So I love the position they're in at the moment.
They're in a great position when you think they've come off the bye. They've beaten the Cats, one of the absolute contenders, and now then beating the Dogs so comprehensively. Well, speaking of the Cats, they are in action tomorrow. Friday night footy on Fox. They sit 4th on the table at the moment. Tom Stewart, unfortunately, out of this one. Coming up against the Gold Coast Suns, who really have a point to prove at this point in the season. Our coverage kicks off at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Friday night footy on Fox. You don't want to miss it.
You're watching Thursday Night Footy on Fox. Brought to you by Ford Everest. Conquer the weekend.
Now this presents a really good chance for the United States.
Hang on, look at this. Mexico's built a wall to keep the US out.
Yes, and ironically the Americans are really unhappy about this. And it's turned away at the border.
Anything could happen this World Cup, but you can always rely on the fast and easy Sportsbet app, the easiest way to bet on the Cup.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Hi sports fans, I'm Sam Pang and I'm in a new comedy on the ABC about starting up a new footy team in Tassie. Take a look.
There's a lot of people not happy about this stadium. Can we address that?
Yes, we'll build the stadium and shut them up.
Right, let's fly over. Fucking hell, that scared the shit out of me. It's the bloody crash on the ad.
Dad, check it. Just joined C-Bus.
Smart kid.
It all starts with a smart choice. C-Bus Super. Build your something.
At Coles, footy fans can score more with the Coles Goal. Friday's goal kicked off this exclusive online offer. Use promo code TEAM20 at checkout for $20 off your weekly online shop of $200 or more. Just order online or in the Coles app and add promo code TEAM20 at the checkout to save money off great weekly offers. Like Coles' finest sausages, 450 to 500 grams, now just $7 a pack. Watch out for the Coles Goal every Thursday and Friday to score more at Coles.
I know what you're thinking. Mouth-watering chicken, rich
Whatever.
sauce, melted mozzarella, crispy bacon. This is a palmy. Not so fast. It's more than a palmy. KFC Palmy Burger. Not here for long.
Host Plus has a low admin fee. And we deliver strong, long-term returns for your super. Getting good value?
What's
That's
the
a plus.
bloody thing? Oh, over here.
Go Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. Get up to 30% off Windows 11 laptops, plus 10% of your purchase price in gift cards. Limited time only. Up to 30% off Windows 11 laptops, plus 10% in gift cards. Best prices at Harvey Norman now.
What the fuck?
Jumper was introduced in 1935, and apparently at the end of the season they all got put in the wash, and the local laundromat shrunk them, so they never got another run, Joey.
Happened to a lot of my clothes the last few years.
I don't think the laundromat's in charge of that particular department. They can't miss. Wow. They just cannot miss. 7 straight. Adelaide. They're up by 35 points, and some people are still moving in from the bar.
I'd suggest you go back. It's a horrible watch if you're a Dogs fan at the moment.
Luke Kennedy, nicknamed Meow because Senior Kennedy, his nickname is Chow, so you got Chow Meow out there, according to Brad Johnson, who would know. Hopefully they don't get in the handball chain. There is Meow. Where's Chow?
Sounds like one of the great stitch-ups. Brad Johnson's given Howie there.
Waitman plays on. He's a reliable character, Jono.
They look like the Harlem Globetrotters tonight. Just got a text from our man, Fox Maxi Lawton, Howie, that said Bulldogs, the year that they wore these jerseys, they went 2-14 with 2 draws.
That's a problem. Well, there you go.
You're onto it. You're all over it.
Well, I think that's why the launderist shrunk the jumper, never to be seen again.
Trelaw's in trouble and the property steward is gone.
Instead of the laundromat, it might be in the incinerator after this.
Fox commentary team with all the laughs tonight is comedy gold up there, Joey.
Oh, first time on the Fox box, so...
big moment for you. Not your first time in trivia, though. We're going to go to Chiefs trivia now, of course. Joey dominates this week after week, and Ralphie and I just try to hold on for dear life.
No, Joey was pretty quiet in the Fox box. Let's face it, didn't get many of the best lines there, Joey.
No. Try and step up. I feel like you did some research today, though.
I promise you I didn't. How bored do you think I am during the day? Very busy.
All right, we get into it. It is question time. Question 1. Name the player who played 11 games at the Western Bulldogs before crossing to Adelaide to become a premiership hero.
Was that
Ooh.
No.
Premiership hero. So he played
798.
That's a long time.
Ellen?
This is your wheelhouse, Joey.
I can picture one of those.
Got a first name for us? Have you got a positional type for us?
He played forward in the 97 grand final.
I have no guns.
I can picture him. I can picture him.
May have kicked 5.
Shane Allen.
Shane Allen. There it is.
I said Ellen.
There it is.
Oh, Joey, yet more heartbreak. How much can we have?
Shane Allen.
Cop a big return when you get 5 on grand final day. Something like that. All right, we get to question 2. Round 2, 1997. Malcolm Blight set the standard for what was to come for the Crows.
Pathetic pitch.
To start like that means you won't win, particularly with a
Pathetic ruck.
What did he say next?
Pathetic Pittman.
A question or an answer? It's an answer.
What's the pathetic answer?
Let's have a listen.
to start like that means you won't win, particularly with a pathetic effort from Pittman in ruck. I mean, it was the most disgraceful display I've ever seen from a big fella. That's pretty hard on an individual, but he's going to have to live with that because we got carried away as a team.
That's the first trivia question I've ever got right, I think.
Thank you very much. Mind you, poor old Dave Pittman was the only player on the ground to not have a disposal, which wasn't ideal. All right. 1997 prelim final. James Cook kicked 6 goals. He finished 3rd in the Western Bulldogs goal kicking for that year. Name the 2 players ahead of him.
Chris Grant.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Nope.
When did Simon Minton-Connell play?
Simon Minton-Connell. Ralphie, you're on.
Am I leading?
You are up and about.
Well done.
You are on. This is good for you, Ralphie.
Beautiful chest
Never
mark
seen
over
this
his
sort of
shoulder.
All right. Adelaide defeated the Western Bulldogs in consecutive preliminary finals in 97 and 98, with many thanks to Andrew McLeod. In the 98 prelim, how many scoring shots did Andrew McLeod have?
8 from half-back.
7 is the correct answer. He kicked
7 with conviction.
This is like The Price is Right. You just wait for the others to get the wrong answer.
Wasn't he playing half-back this, or was he further up the ground? Couldn't have been half-back. Where was he playing?
Turkey.
What a player, though. Seriously.
Superstar player.
Well done, Normie.
7 goals in a prelim.
I kicked 7 goals.
7.
Okay, I thought you said scoring shots.
Yeah, 7 straight.
Oh, boy.
7 straight. Such was the... Who am I? Here we go.
Okay.
I was drafted with 58 in the 2016 rookie draft. I played 30.
How? How's my controller dead?
I played 79 games
sake.
for the Western Bulldogs.
How?
I was once captained by the late, great Shane Warne.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Alex Keith.
Well done.
Yes,
you got
well
in
done.
first, Sarah. That is
Yes.
yours.
Yes.
Bit of
Terrific.
Big Bash cricket knowledge coming across there.
Yep. Key defence.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Could do with him
Good
Oh,
now.
player.
I
Played
think.
for the Melbourne Stars.
Played very good role.
Yeah.
Slow motion highlights don't really work, Tommy, when we're waiting for the next question, do they? Anyway, we
Well,
finished.
Tommy's done well. He's got to like the fourth question before you've cooked it.
Tommy and completely stuffed it up.
Yeah.
We finish it off with a mashup.
Oh, this is the one I'm good at.
Name the 2 places, the 2 faces. This is your specialty, Jonesy.
Yes. Liver
Sorry.
and liver. Liver, Tom and his dad.
Oh, I changed it to
Liver
the
and
bloody
liver.
thing.
Jonesy stormed home.
Hey, well done.
Liver and liver.
There we go.
I am
Back
good
on
at the
top.
face mash.
Back on top in the trivia, Jonesy.
That was good. I just need a breath.
It's only good when you win.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, I just get excited. Excited about this too. UFC 250 coming up on main event soon.
One of the things that I love is the opportunity to pull off a one-of-one experience. But you can never dream of something like this. So to have a fight on the White House lawn
on the 250th birthday of America.
Never happened before, never gonna happen again.
Everything about this makes this the most historic sporting event of all time.
You're watching Thursday Night Footy on Fox. Brought to you by Ford Everest. Conquer the weekend.
Now this presents a really good chance for the United States.
Hang on, look at this. Mexico's built a
I have a gun. With a gun.
Yes, and ironically, the Americans are really unhappy about this. And it's turned away at the border.
Anything could happen this World Cup, but you can always rely on the fast and easy sports bet app. The easiest way to bet on the cup.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
With so much noise about planning for retirement, it can be hard finding information you can rely on.
You should definitely read that one.
Like, will I have enough money? And how can I stay on track? That's where the Australian government's money
What do you mean?
comes in. Cutting the confusion to help make retirement planning make sense. With free, independent, easy-to-use tools and resources, visit moneysmart.gov.au/retirement today. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Fuck off, Eds. Fucking Eds. How did that guy not die? Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about? I missed that on the Tactical Gamer. That's just stupid. Oh, it's that battle.
Brilliant moments so far in this season, and the best is yet to come. The back
Can
end
I
of the
get a
season is
fucking
always where the magic happens.
charger
As
that's
does
actually
magic happen on
working?
Cricket. Ralphie, what have you got for us tonight?
I'm so glad you won the quiz. It's
Mm.
been a tough night for you. Essendon's about to appoint a favourite son that's not James Hird, so it's It's been tough. We'll get to you in a second, though. Joey, we'll start with you. I am very, very confident the Dogs think that they will get Zach Butters. So what do they have to give up for that man? Because the bid will be matched. They'll say we want 5 first-rounders and they'll haggle. So if you were Port Adelaide, what would you accept? Would you accept 2 first-rounders and Buku Kamas?
No, I want more than Buku.
2 first-rounders and Jordan Croft.
Give me something better.
2 first-rounders and Cody Waitman.
No, he's had the big injury. Give me someone else.
Joel Frazier?
Nope.
Riley Sanders.
I'll take Riley Sanders. If I'm Port Adelaide, 2 first-rounders and Riley Sanders. He's probably as good as I'll get because you're limited because he's out of contract, but I'd take that. I think Riley Sanders will be a star for 15 years.
And you think the Bulldogs would accept that deal in the end if it got him the superstar?
Just to make sure of it if they have to, yeah. You don't want to risk another club jumping in and offering more and then, something like that.
Like Hawthorn, Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope so. Hey, Sarah, you did an amazing job comparing the Hall of Fame. Mike Shen didn't get invited by the AFL. Sav Rocker didn't get in as an inductee. Who should go in first? The journalistic doyen into the Hall of Fame or Sav after 700 goals?
Oh, goodness. I think that was probably an oversight by the AFL not to have
Fucking hell.
He's a legend, and he will absolutely get into the Hall of Fame. I'm actually campaigning for Alistair Lynch.
Okay,
I think our man Lynchy should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yep, okay.
That's who I want to see in there next. Everyone else can wait until Lynchy's in.
And Andrew Dillon did call Mike Sheen, so I'm sure he'll be there on a prized table next year as well. Hey, Jason, Ben King starts tomorrow night's game against Geelong under a fair bit of pressure. So he's hit 38 goals, but he's not amazing in terms of his all-round game. He's got 4 total tackles. You kicked 94 goals in 87 and you had 13 total tackles.
Yeah, hang on. Just hold your horses.
Yes.
Tackles were measured very differently back then.
Yes.
I think, if memory serves correctly, unless you got the free kick for holding the ball, you didn't get credit for the tackle. Because I was a tackling machine.
He's completely made this up, hasn't he?
We need Corey here from Champion right away.
He just let him go past you. Has footy changed? Does banking need to do more? And a second question, would you pay more than 1 first-round pick at Hawthorn for banking?
Well, I don't delve too much into the recruiting side of things. I think he'd be a great player to have because he kicks goals. He's averaging, over 3 goals a game.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty handy. So,
would you get Ben King if it was going to cost you Zach Merritt?
Yeah, it all comes down to what you have to give to get. So I'll leave that to smarter minds than mine.
Okay, and I think that's what they're working
there aren't
through
many
right now.
smarter minds, Steve, so you haven't left it to me.
Did I mention I was a tackling machine?
Tackling machine.
Right.
Hey, last one for me, Joey. Coach of the year so far?
Justin Longmuir.
Okay. Player of the year so far?
Isaac Heaney.
Ooh. Which ruckman makes the All-Australian team?
Luke Jackson.
And Jordan Dawson, All-Australian skipper?
Yes.
Okay, I like that.
Strong.
He's dodged some questions again.
Yeah, you're going to answer it. Would you take Ben King for a first rounder, yes or no?
For 1 first round?
Yeah. And $1 million?
Well, just $1 million, yeah.
1.4.
Let's not get carried away.
You guys can argue about that later. A huge weekend coming up on Fox Footy, round 14. That man, Matthew Nicks, will be very happy with what's gone down here at Marvel Stadium so far. Jason's being annoying again. Tomorrow, of course, it's the Cats and the Gold Coast Suns Friday night footy on Fox.
You're watching Thursday Night Footy on Fox. Brought to you by Ford Everest. Conquer the weekend.
Now this presents a really good chance for the United States.
Hang on, look at this. Mexico's built a wall to get the US out.
Yes, and ironically the Americans are really unhappy about this. And it's turned away at the border.
Anything could happen this World Cup, but you can always rely on the fast and easy sports bet app. The easiest way to bet on the cup.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today. With network monitoring,
Oh my God, playing the
Telstra
same ad again.
Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity. Visit Telstra today.
3 times.
With network monitoring, Telstra Internet helps protect you from suspicious activity.
Oh!
Telstra today.
Friday's goal kicked off this exclusive online offer. Use promo
Yeah, good.
code Team20 at checkout.
2 controllers died
Your
in
weekly
fucking
online
2
top of
seconds.
$200
Real good.
or more. Just order online or in the Coles app and add.
You played it? Bye-bye. Oh. Mm. 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 Woo. Sheesh. I have enough. I'll be back. Keyboard on the armchair. It's weird. Where's the vault? Where's the vault? Huh? Does it tell you where the vault is? That's not the vault though, is it? Well, maybe it is. Oh. Oh! Dead. Woo! Oh boy! Take that. Where's your bloody sprites go? What the fuck? What happened there? Oh. What is that? Oh. Don't really have anything to put in there. See where the circle goes. Oh. Just trying to go over to the chat. 3. Oh, you can turn that off now. Oh, we gotta go. The hell? Oh no! Come on! Oh! How does a gold rifle not kill him? That's so bad. That's so bad. So bad. So bad. Don't retweet that. Mm-hmm. From a twee. Twee. From a twee.
Because the man is addicted to trying to control the narrative. These are the reasons problems exist. And so many people who support him, they haven't seen the forest from the trees. They haven't seen the forest from the tree. Haven't seen the forest from the tree. Haven't seen the forest from the tree.
Forest from a twee. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Got a little tweaker on the other team. You ready? You sound like you're dropped out of school already. Who's even talking right now? Who's this? Tyrese Halliburton? You want me to score all? Hold on. Do you want me? Let me ask you a question. Do you want me to score all 21 points on you? Gotcha. That's what's going to be done.
Bro, how are you retired spending all your money on NBA 2K20? That's 55 years old.
55, huh? I'm getting older by the day, ain't I? Let me score all 51 on these. Or all.
Get the fuck off the game, nigga.
Let me score all. Let me score all 21 on these guys.
Oh.
You all right? Your ankle's all right?
I mean, shit, bro. You could cross me up when you spam the right stick, though.
Hey, can you guys play some D?
Scott cooked him.
God, how old is this kid? How old are you? Like 10, buddy?
Crazy. 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 300. Wow. What's the latest locker code? Oh, yeah.
Well, I just want to let you know that our Triple M crew absolutely loves Gather Round. We love Adelaide. I've heard there's a mechanical bull as well down one of the main strips of Adelaide. Out of the Adelaide side here, who's most likely to outlast the mechanical bull?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll go with Luke Nankervis. It's something that he'd be like weirdly good at. He's a bit of a character, Luke. Yeah, we'll go with Nank. I think he'd do well after a few beers.
You don't back yourself?
I don't think so. I had a go at one in Queenstown many years ago, and didn't enjoy it. So yeah, we'll stick with Nank.
Well, I just want to let you know that our Triple M crew absolutely loves Gather Round. We love Adelaide. I
think he's doing this for like
I ain't gonna lie, Ray J, you got a good ass haircut too, though, bro. That's what matters most. So come here right beside. Is you good? Hell no.
Hell no.
What the fuck just happened?
I think he's doing this for like
What about the party trick from West here?
Look, man, I trust you. Let's do it. Got you.
Of course. Quiz. How much would you need? $50. It's 50 worth. $30. What challenges have we got? Score 30. 50 points with any JR. 50 points with any Aaron Gordon. 100 points with Jalen Brown.
Mark of the 2026 season. We're starting to work out who's who in the zoo. And we've got two teams tonight who are in very good form at the moment. The Western Bulldogs and Adelaide have both won 4 of their last 5 games. That game is coming up a little bit later on. The coach of the Adelaide Crows, Matthew Nix, will join us in about 40 minutes from now. Plus, of course, you've got all of your regular favourites here on the Thursday Rub, which, by the way, is the #1 show on Thursday nights. We are absolutely airborne, and we just have a stack of fun each and every week. That's why we're going so well. I'm Jack Heverin. Unfortunately, the Queen, Kate McCarthy, is not with us tonight. She's got every single known prescription drug under the sun to try and beat this flu that she's got at the moment. So rest up, Queen. We know that you're listening, and she'll be back across the weekend as well. So that means that Isaac Smith gets bumped up the introduction order.
Oh, here we go.
You're now #1, the 4-time premiership star, the Norm Smith medalist, the catwalk walker, the jungle runner. There's not much else you can do.
No, well, there's probably a couple of things, but we'll just leave those to the imagination. I'm very much looking forward to this game, though, and interviewing Matthew Nix. Last time we interviewed him, Joe, I don't remember if you remember last year, he was talking about drinking beers on the hill over at Adelaide, and we had a good old chat. So very much looking forward to it.
He's coming up very soon. The chief football writer of the Herald Sun. It is one of the most important and prestigious roles in Australian rules football. JZ Clark, great to see you.
Hello, Hev. Great to see you all. Looking forward to this game, and I'm always sort of trying to observe and notice little things. And tonight is... Well, it was fight night last week between the Bulldogs and Hawthorn, but I wonder whether there'll be a little bit of that tonight, because we know Kane Corns, your mate from Channel 7, this is a Kane Corns game. It's a Thursday night game, and this is also a Luke Beveridge game. Oh. Now, if you wind your dials back a year...
Oh, down at GMHBH.
Yeah, they nearly smacked off.
Yeah, no, we were doing that game, yeah.
Now, I can't be completely sure, but...
You know who I'd take in the you know?
Not Kane.
Oh, Bevo. That's a big buys.
Yeah. Well, it's been the week for this, hasn't it, really?
I'm just having a look, and I see the Fox camp is sort of set up near the Western Bulldogs end, and I see that the Channel 7 is sort of tucked down near the Adelaide.
They are. They're not usually down that end.
This feels like a deliberate tactic.
That's a bit unusual.
To make sure that Kane and Bevo don't cross paths. But if they do tonight... It'll be all eyes on.
Seems very smart by Kane to stay well away. I reckon man's got to know his limits. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, no Kate McCarthy tonight. We had a lot of people that hit us up straight away when they heard the Queen was out and said, I'm available, I'm keen to jump in, but we only trust one person with Kate McCarthy's chair, and that is the great Sarah Hosking, Richmond AFLW star, Mark of the Year winner from last year. Worldwide traveller, and just basically marches to the beat of her own drum. Hello, Hosco.
Hello, it is an absolute pleasure to be here. I've been waiting to get the call up. It's like one of those ones, you know, when you're out there on the field, one of your teammates goes down, and it is your opportunity to come in, and I'm going to make sure that I make an impact, because I do listen to you guys very often, and I was listening last week. Now, yeah, I was. So I was on my way
straight
home.
Into it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say it's good for you to dress up for the occasion.
You can't.
You got the beige, the bone, the off-white,
and you're giving me fashion advice now, are you kidding me?
Excuse me, this is Australian Fashion Week runway model, Hosco.
So are you saying my outfit is good or bad at the moment? I pick up the sarcasm.
Just looks like you're opening the bowling from the river end.
I've come straight from training. Yes. Do you know what I did? I found a long black coat in my car, and I thought if I just walk in...
Doing a Kawhi keyboard.
Now we'll look at Dallas's starting lineup. Big men on the 4 for middle Washington and Gafford. Luka Doncic's out there with Kyrie Irving. And it's Jones in at the 3. And for
We have him push.
Zion Williamson is out there with Pierce.
Oh yeah.
Jaylen Brown. Then it's Bam Adebayo.
I caught. Yeah. Oh shoot. What's pass?
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it in.
What's the buttons? Oh, here we go. Oh, numpad 5. Spaces pass. Yeah, right. Yeah.
If you want any more of that curry, it's in the bottom of the fridge in red containers.
Yep.
Help yourself. If not, don't.
No, it's nice. I'll have some more.
It's not too bad. It's missing something. I can't fucking work it out.
There's a bit of heat in it as well.
It's a little bit, but it's not too bad.
Oh, it's tasty.
It's got something missing. I can't remember. I did a cooking lessons when I was in Thailand. There's something fucking missing. I can't work it out.
I don't know what else you'd add.
There's fish oil missing, but I don't like fish oil at all.
Oh, yeah. No, it tastes good.
But it's all right. Help yourself.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Bounds that time.
The ball goes to Dallas.
Oh, 5 is still.
Irving against Lillard. Doncic outside. Dallas moving it around. Gafford, great positioning on the putback.
Well, you love the timing there. Those are the hardest dunks to finish.
And Lillard kicks to Williamson. Brown outside. Bounce pass Pierce.
Let's shoot.
Lillard outside.
Oh, my God.
Outside Brown. And taken away
Oh,
by
nice.
Brown. Williamson, the pass to Brown. From beyond the arc and then some.
And you know, Brown is one of those guys you got to pick up at half court. He's got super deep range.
Oh, that's blocked. 7's blocked.
Irving surveying the floor. Shoots the three. It's Adebayo with the rebound.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage.
What the fuck? What'd you pass it there?
Defensive selections for Bam Adebayo.
Well, look, Kevin, Bam Adebayo has 3 key things for a defender. All right? He is smart, he is tough, and he is very, very versatile. He can guard virtually everyone on the floor at a given time.
And so it's Williamson who brings up the ball for Seattle. And here's Brown.
Oh, wow.
It's rebounded by Dallas.
Let's switch player.
Now defended by Williamson. And there's the foul. It's on Jaylen Brown. That's his first foul. Grant Williams is checked in for the Mavericks. Tim Hardaway Jr. comes in for Jones. Down low. And Gafford throws it down.
The timing, the execution, that's teamwork at its best.
On the wing, Brown. Jacks up a three. Good on the triple. Brown's got 6 points.
And this is what the team wants JB to do. Punish defenses that don't respect him.
Turbo.
The three for Doncic. Zion Williamson grabs the miss. Pierce finds Brown. And that comes off the assist by Pierce. He's got 9.
Brown does a nice job of staying ready.
Oh, no, wrong button.
Making himself a weapon off the ball.
Wasted no time on that one.
And so nice to see that mid-range shot. You can tell he's been putting in the work from that area.
And here's Brown outside. And again, Seattle with the triple.
Guys, he's been a one-man air raid coming at them time and time again.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
There's Brown with the three. Good on the three-point shot.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Jaylen Brown has been leading the charge.
Let's switch player. Switch player. Pro stick. Numpad enter to sprint. Huh? Oh, little lob pass. Bounce pass. What's normal pass? Oh, space to swap.
For Seattle, they kept going to him again and again, and he delivered with them. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for Seattle.
Well, the thing about hitting early threes, it spaces the floor and makes things a lot easier offensively.
And let's also give them some credit for running the break so well. They're making the most of their chances to score in transition.
On the court for Dallas here in the second, they've got Grant Williams. Washington out there with Derek White. Then there's Hardaway. And it's Doncic in at the point.
Well, that
Mousing on the mouse, man. The keyboard.
Doncic passes to Washington. Here's Hardaway. Got a piece of it. Down to 5 on the shot clock.
Ah.
Lively, that's good.
Precise delivery on the pass. Led him perfect.
Lillard, the pass to Williamson. Now here's Pierce.
Oh, what are you doing? 2. Oh, 2.
He's checked in for Williams.
Pressing 8.
Dallas trails by 10. Here's Lively. The shot's good on the
What?
Doncic.
Get out of here.
Got 4 points in the quarter.
Even against defense that tight, he still gets it to go. Boy, how about that determination?
Brown, no good. And so it's Jones. He'll bring it up for Dallas. Here's Washington. That's in, and he found his range with that one. Now 1 for 2.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
What?
Lillard bounce pass. Ring shot on the way, and he hits the jumper for 2.
What's a tubus pass? Oh. It's just normal pass. Oh, space.
Brown's got 23.
Well, we're seeing this more and more out of Brown. The ability to take over for an extended period of time.
And, you know, things can get hectic in the paint, so you got to be able to stay calm.
There's Brown with the 3. Good for the basket. Number 9. He's only missed 2 shots from the floor all night.
And he has his fingerprints all over the first half. He is just shooting it so efficiently.
I love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
And so now a timeout called by Jason Kidd. He's going to have a discussion on the sideline. On the Mavericks with some changes, Daniel Gafford comes in for Derek Lively. And Irving subbed in for Tim Hardaway Jr. 43 seconds left to play here in the half. Spins. Gafford.
Oh, they're blocking.
And Gafford throws it
What?
down.
Just a super unselfish guy. Doncic is all for getting his guys going. Enjoys setting the table.
There's Brown with the 3, and it's good. Assisting on the play was Lillard. Lillard's got his 4th assist in this one. Knocked loose and taken away by Brown.
Oh, no.
It's rebounded by Dallas.
What did he dunk?
outside Irving.
Ah.
In there and trying to power it down, but drew contact. He'll head to the line.
And that's how you want to use your fouls, not allowing him to get to the rim.
Gafford cans them both.
And he's shown a great touch at the line. They've tested the big guy, but he's come through.
And here's Brown outside. Drains it from beyond the arc. Brown's got the lead up to 14 now for Seattle. And so it's Seattle, sitting with a comfortable lead up by 14. Their transition game has been in full effect. We'll get right back to the action when we return. And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. It's been a clinic out there by Jaylen Brown.
Well, he left his mark on that first half. With his quick hands, great sense of timing to pile up the steals.
And because of that, I expect to see a huge emphasis on ball control moving forward.
And Adebayo is out there with Williamson. And it's Pierce. Then it's Damian Lillard. And it's Brown in at the 2 spot. That's the lineup in the game for Seattle.
Just taking what he sees on offense. What a feed right there.
And here's Brown outside. Buries the long-range jumper. Brown's
Shift should be turbo, not
Well, Brown returning to
enter.
favor. That three at the other end didn't sit well with him.
Drains the three-pointer.
Maxing baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Doncic outside. Launches it from deep. The rebound by Pierce. Seattle leading by 14. Fires from deep. And again, Jaylen Brown for 3. Brown's got 44.
Lots of development work has gone into Brown's three-pointer.
Here's Irving. 8 points for him. Fires from way outside. And the 3 ball is good. Irving's got 6 points in the quarter.
Answering back. Irving determined to knock down that triple.
There's Brown with the 3. And another 3 for Seattle.
Nice shot. Doing his part to stretch out that defense.
Doncic knocks in the 3.
Yeah, turbo's gonna be other side. Turbo. What's left blank? What's left blank? Oh, post up.
That's how they like to see him operate. Big part of their attack.
On the wing, Brown. From outside the arc. Good. Great play by Lillard to set it up. Brown's got 50 points.
I love that mentality from Brown. Comes right back down the floor to answer the three with one of his own.
To the wing right side. A shot by Washington, and he's wide open. Off target from three-point range. Shoots from the corner.
Oh.
The kick out to Brown. Lets it go from deep. Drills the three-pointer. Brown's got 53.
Well, when you're as polished and practiced a shooter as Brown, there's no reason to hesitate.
Bobbed up there for Gafford. It's stolen by Adebayo. 1 second separate in the shot clocking game. Count it. 55 points for Jaylen Brown.
Well, it's nice to see your guys taking and making the shots as you design it, especially the shots you should make.
Washington finds Doncic. And no good. The dry spell continuing for him. Brown inside the line.
Oh, same again. Point 2.
Well, over the course of the night, he's been taking shots he's comfortable with, and it's working.
And as we conclude the third quarter, pretty much a blowout. It's been a one-sided affair. Seattle ahead, running away with it. And right after this, we'll bring you the start of the final quarter right here on 2K Sports. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Well, it's one of the core parts of the game. Reading the defense and creating an easy bucket for your teammates. That is pretty.
Jaylen Brown.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. So with Williams on the bench, here's the 5 for Jason Kidd right now. Big man on the floor for Middle Washington and Gafford. Irving is out there with Luka Doncic. And it's Jones in at the 3, the small forward.
And they're getting points, they're getting stops, and this is how they'd like to play all the time.
Great example of how to build a lead and then sustain it. You win games on both ends of the floor.
Jones kicks to Doncic. 6 to shoot. Back to Jones.
Oh, no.
Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. There's Brown with the 3, and again, Seattle with the triple.
And they have been relentless from deep, and you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Look, when the 3 is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
And once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
There's Brown with the 3. Good, and the assist goes to Williamson. Williamson's got 3 assists now in this one. And it's Jones with the ball for the Mavericks. Over in the corner, Doncic.
Oh, my.
And they come right back with their own 3-pointer. Doncic has got 11 in the second half. Puts up a deep 3.
Bang!
Brown again.
And guys, really no surprise to see Brown flourishing on offense. He is just fearless on that end.
In the corner, Irving with it, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Brown.
Great energy on the deflection, and a good job disrupting their offense.
Yeah, there's nothing easy on offense. Coaches love seeing that kind of hustle on the defensive end.
Sinks the 3-pointer.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a 3-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Yeah, coming down the stretch, they've become reliant upon their perimeter game.
Well, if you're looking to get points in a hurry as the game clock's running down, that's certainly the way to do it.
On the heels of this run, you wonder where was this effort earlier on.
Yeah, it's so frustrating as a coach when it takes your team this long to get into a rhythm.
To the paint, stolen by Pierce. Brown outside.
Oh no, fucked it.
Rebounded by Gafford. Over in the corner, Doncic. Another three for Dallas.
And normally near the top, handling the ball. Luka sneaking out to the corner there, getting free for three.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds.
That was a sweet one right there.
And the Mavericks with possession. Outside, Jones. Back to Irving. Lobbed up there for Gafford. It's stolen by Adebayo. Brown outside.
Oh, it's terrible.
No good there. So no problem for Seattle
Eh.
to get the win. They poured it on tonight. Dominant showing in front of a crowd that loved every minute of it.
And you know, this game could really be a defining one.
Coaching I've ever seen in my life. The dumbest. I don't even like using that word. The dumbest coaching. Like, there is zero excuse for an NBA coach for that to happen.
Young coach.
The dumbest.
I'm
I'm
just
going to say it
saying.
again. Dumb will get you beat more than smart will help you win. And De'Aaron Fox was abysmal. Like, he was throwing the ball, like, uninterested. I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
4 turnovers.
I mean, just not even, like, it was ridiculous what was happening. And then even the play at the end, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is and then Wemby, again, Wemby carried him. He needed the other guys to finish it up this game. But what they were doing, like Devin Vassell and Champagne, I'm like, guys, why are you jacking threes? Possession, time off the clock. Don't let them get extra or quicker possessions. It was, I am dumbfounded by what the Spurs just did. The dumbest coaching I've ever seen in my life. The dumbest. I don't even like using that word.
Fox the hell up out of here. Get Miss Johnson the hell up out of here. Y'all sold. In a year of investigations, I'm wondering, did you have money on the Knicks? How in the hell?
Intensity he's played with has been amazing.
Oh, maybe. Maybe not. Oh, maybe not.
And he won the Serie A.
What's next? Oh, Smith. Oh, super controller's charged. Ah. Ah. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I didn't see you downloading now. What's this one? 50 points. JR. Oh, should have went the fucking thing. Oh,
figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all the morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what all the hoopla is. And it is a real thing. The pugilistic legal paperwork has been filed against iDubbbz, so now they're gonna duke it out, not with knuckle sandwiches, but with extremely expensive litigation. Off rip, before I even get into this reading of meatballs of the actual story here, there is just something that pets my peeves. There is something that grinds my gears, greases my cheeks so much I can't resist yapping about it briefly. When I was in the trenches digging around for information about what all of this is about, I kept seeing people say that I refuse to cover these kind of things for a variety of different reasons. I'm ignoring it, this and that. I don't know how many more times I need to say this. I am just really not online that much these days. The only streams I watch are like the Summer Games Fest and like events like that, but I don't watch streams. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't go on Twitter, like, at all. I still have Twitter because I send and reply to DMs through there sometimes for like events, like Tyler One's League of Legends tournament. I heard from him on Twitter DMs, so I have it for reasons like that. But I don't, like, doom scroll Twitter and see a bunch of things anymore. Look at the last tweet I made. So, like, I don't see a lot of these things that are going on anymore. But for some reason, everyone jumps to, oh, he must be ignoring it. He's got to be ignoring it. We can really tell a lot about this guy from the things he refuses to cover. I just don't see them. The things I do hear about come from my friends sending them to me, or when I stream chat telling me about them, putting them on my radar. But if neither of those two avenues show it to me or tell me about it, I just never hear about it. And I'm not even a fucking streamer anymore, not full-time. I'm like a semi-retired streamer. I stream sometimes, and sometimes I'll stream like 3-4 days in a row. But basically what I do now is I just play like old school games, like a lot of retro games or a lot of Steam cum dumpster games, like actual trash. So like I'm not even really a streamer, so I don't even see a lot of that either. So like it's not me avoiding certain things for a nefarious reason. I just literally don't ever hear about it, so I never learn about it. Now, there is some stories that I do hear about and get really invested in, like Bricks and Minifigs versus Reckless Ben. I've been very glued to that one, had my finger on the pulse of. But that was something I was put on my radar by friends and stream chat. So, genuinely, I am just not online that much, so I don't see a lot of it. So, with that out of the way, I did spend like the last 3 hours learning about this defamation lawsuit between H3 and iDubbbz, because that did sound pretty concerning. Because there's always been like an unwritten rule on the internet, not just YouTube, where if there's beef online, it stays online. And you handle it online without, you know, going over that threshold, the event horizon of trying to use litigation to silence your opponent or something like that. That had always been etched in the stone tablets, the fucking 10 commandments of online discourse. And now all of a sudden, I'm hearing about H3 suing iDubbbz for defamation. So obviously I wanted to hear more about that. And after diving in, hitting that cannonball into the pool, I learned he has a lot of active lawsuits. I think it's 5, maybe 6 against other streamers and YouTubers. So it's a bit of a rampage he's been on. I knew about one before all this, which was against the Snark community. That I did hear about, and that one made a lot of sense to me, actually. The Snark community, from what I recall, was doing some diabolical, like, harassing, stalking stuff, sending CPS, I remember that, and like Human Skulls. Those things I recalled from like the Snark community, so it made sense that he would pursue litigation there, because that is highly illegal fucking psychopath behavior. So that one I remember, and that one made sense to me. But when I was learning about these other ones, granted I haven't dove too deep into all of those, because this is clearly a lot. I was mainly focused on the defamation one, but man, Ethan Klein has become like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious. Anyway, enough blabbering. What started this defamation lawsuit was this iDubbbz stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't want any of my content being stolen. Got another Kalshi ad? I'm sorry, Fazium. We're all getting Kalshi ads these days. It's okay. So I do want to say I don't agree with what's being said in this comment here. But I'm putting it on screen because I think it should be addressed, because it's a big, bold accusation that's very fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And it's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's, this comes from Destiny, and he found this screenshot and he kept it on screen for a very long time. And he said he didn't agree with it, but thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. It is a terrible stream. Just giving it to you real blunt, real raw. It is no good. And I'm no stranger to getting shit talked by iDubbbz. He has said some very nasty, very untrue things about me on his broadcast as well. But what is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story. Now, when I first heard of this lawsuit, I was reading a bunch about it, but I wanted more information, like, directly associated with it to make sure I wasn't getting, like, fraudulent or misleading shit fed to me. So I reached out to someone whom I know is on the H3 team, and Ethan did hear about that, so he did talk directly about me on his show and challenge me on a few things, and I did eventually get to talk directly with Ethan, and I shared my full perspective on things and the problems I had around it and my concerns, and got his perspective on things to see if there was any misunderstandings and such. Ultimately, I don't think we fully saw eye to eye on this, which, you know, that's going to happen. I fully understand that this is a very emotionally charged subject for him after everything him and his family went through with Snarkers in particular. I know that the CPS and the human skulls incident are like a legitimately traumatizing thing, like the fraudulent CPS call. Like, I get how inexcusable and abhorrent that is. I really do. But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone. Outside of the lawyers, they're fucking smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right now, literally drooling with a bib on. But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved, and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally against creators going that nuclear path, and I always will. Of course, there are cases where it is understandable. Like I said, going after the Snarkers that sent a fraudulent CPS thing through and the skulls and stuff, that one I do understand. But this one, I could never support that. I just can't see the real just cause behind it. And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow, where maybe they believe that even though this is about like a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt, but still, if they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online is to go the litigious route, well then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a very bad precedent. Even if, you know, the lawsuit doesn't end in a victory for him, this way of engaging with discourse, I think, has always been frowned upon, but for some reason is starting to get some more support behind it, and I just fully disagree with it. I think that this is genuinely just a, like, big threat across the board to just the entire space. Like, if discourse becomes, you know, fearful of, like, litigation flying back and forth, it's going to stifle a lot of voices and stifle some very, like, legitimate criticism down the line. It's just not something I want to see become commonplace. Now, I did also have a brief conversation with iDubbbz about this as well, letting him know that this really is a horrible thing that he did to try and make his point. And he agreed. He said that it was a legitimately awful thing that he did to make that point, and that it was a genuine, sincere apology that he was issuing and how regretful he was from it. So I did have a conversation with both sides of this to make sure I had like a full, clear picture of where everything was and what this was all about.
I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated, and that he doesn't think it's a joke, right? Now, I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like, made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right? Pretty much immediately after writing it. Like, nobody was like, yo, Destiny, made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh shit! No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead, or I mean, he was being a giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right?
Now, after hearing Ethan explain that, I actually made the noble sacrifice of going back and watching the entire IDub segment with this in it when he was talking
Single
about
pack.
it. Boy, howdy. I'm not a hero. It was brave, but I don't need your flowers. That was agonizing. It was heinous, even. It was brutal. This whole segment where he was talking about that, I think, was really, really rough. But
Not
I don't
bad.
recall at any point throughout it him actually trying to argue that it's a legitimate thing or trying to convince his audience that it's real. So I know one of the big things is that it came from iDubbbz, who has actually met Ethan and his family. So there's like this air of credibility around him saying something like this, but that's just not true. He's not even trying to say anything about it is credible, even outright says that it's not, that he doesn't agree with it. So he's not trying to present it as a real argument based on, any of his experiences knowing Ethan and his family.
Also, I will say that I think Ethan Klein is terrified of this guy. So it's just kind of like legit. It is to me, it's super funny that he has so much smoke for everyone that he thinks he can bully, but the person that he's fucking terrified, he just keeps very overtly running from. And it's like, yeah.
Now, while Ethan is 100% correct that iDubbbz says that this is a big allegation that Ethan should be addressing, he's not doing it earnestly, or at least I don't think he was. It's actually really kind of hard to tell. The whole segment was fucking awful, and the point he was trying to make was really dog shittily done.
What is all this?
What he's trying to say is that clip right there at the end.
Kawhi?
Destiny said this extremely outrageous, outlandish, disgusting thing about Ethan, and yet Ethan doesn't have smoke for him, but he does for the other people that he's gone after through lawsuits.
Points.
I'm pretty sure that's the point he was trying to make by putting that on screen. Like, look, Destiny has said something
do it in these games?
absolutely despicable, yet you don't have that same energy for him as you do for the others.
Can you do it in one?
Unless I've blanked out and like erased moments from my memory from this segment, I don't recall him saying that this is like a serious thing he believes in and is presenting it as such. Like about Ethan is this, and this is a real allegation that really has a lot of water to it. Now, this doesn't change the fact that what
I need to
iDubbbz
write
did
it down. I'm gonna
is
forget.
completely awful. To try and make this point using that kind of comment with something as monstrously evil as that is just so fucking low. It is. But I don't believe it's how Ethan is necessarily explaining it to everyone, where iDubbbz is really, believing in this. iDubbbz came over to my house, he met my family, now he's going out there saying these things. It is extremely scummy because he did meet his kids and everything, and now he's putting a comment out there like that. That is very scummy, but he's not using it to try and make this claim that Ethan is those things. He's trying to use that to show that Destiny has said something so fucking terrible, yet you are not approaching him with the same energy you have everybody else. That is the point he was trying to make, I think, throughout that segment, at least from everything that I saw when watching it. Granted, it was very hard to sit through, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to get at with that there. But I think that was a terrible way of going about it. Now, Ethan also addresses why he's not suing Destiny as well, and he's saying because Destiny cleared up that he wasn't being serious right away. I don't understand that. I'm not going to lie. That's not making sense to me. Can't wrap my noodle around it. It's not computing. I think it is a very disgusting statement. 100%. He's not wrong for feeling like this is a terrible thing that's being said about him. That is a line you don't cross, talking about people's children in a manner like this. It's gross. It is gross. So then why is this defamation lawsuit reserved exclusively for iDubbbz with a nice big bow on it, but not also extended to Destiny the genesis of that comment. Does that not just prove the point that I believe iDubbbz was trying to make in the first place, which is Destiny, for some reason, can say these atrocious, abhorrent things about Ethan, and for some reason, Ethan doesn't have the same anger towards Destiny as he does someone like iDubbbz. Now, I guess with iDubbbz, you could then say, well, iDubbbz actually did meet his children and stuff, so it's an extra level of fucked up, which is fair. I do completely agree. It does add another fucked up rancid layer to this lasagna here, where he did actually know Ethan and his family, and would use a comment like that to try and make his statement about, like, being soft on Destiny or whatever. But I still just don't understand why Ethan is willing to just be like, yeah, but Destiny, you know, cleared up that he wasn't being serious. He was just goofing around. He was just being a dickhead. What? If the reason truly is that Canada's laws around defamation are significantly more lax, and thus you have a case in Canada, but not the US, then to me that tells me that it's not really a defamation case worth pursuing. And if you're not going after Destiny for these comments, but you will for iDubbbz trying to make a different point about it, again, I want to make it clear. I think the way iDubbbz went about doing this point is fucking atrocious. I don't know how much more clear I can make. But he wasn't trying to argue the legitimacy of the claim or anything like that. It was to show that you're very soft on Destiny, but not others. He used that outrageously gross comment as an example of it. But if you're going after iDubbbz solely because you know you can get a defamation case win because of Canada's laws not being as protective as the US's, that's why you don't go after Destiny, then that to me says that you were just trying to take advantage of those laws, the lax nature of those laws in Canada, to get revenge on someone that has wronged you.
I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then, you know, the rules of engagement have changed forever. And that's what I said then. And when, you know, when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist because, I mean, there's certain things that you don't say and you don't do and lines you don't cross.
Oh.
And they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously. And
I totally understand that. If someone is going to cross that line, going after, like, your children or your family, I get being upset about that. Absolutely. But you're saying that the rules of engagement have changed for everyone but Destiny? Because he is the one that made the comment, and you are, like, totally just okay with being like, but he cleared up that he wasn't serious. He cleared up he was just being a dickhead. It's just not making sense. And if iDubbbz, throughout that stream segment, was going on and on about how, like, actually serious this is and how much he really believes in it, trying to convince his audience that it's true, trying to, like, lead some kind of, like, investigation against you, like another CPS visit, like another fraudulent visit from CPS, then I would totally understand pursuing, like, litigation against that to stop it.
The block, man.
But from what I saw in that stream, there was nothing of the sort, and he did outright say that he doesn't believe it, and that he was only saying that it should be addressed as a way of pointing to you not wanting to engage with Destiny because you're afraid of Destiny. At least, that's how it seemed from all of that garbage I sat through there. I'm pretty sure that's what he was getting at. Now, he does mention a cease and desist here, which they did send a cease and desist to iDubbbz, and it does seem like iDubbbz was fucking filled with jubilation upon receiving it. I've seen a couple of clips where he was, like, really nonchalant about it, almost seemed kind of happy about it. Maybe he thought it'd be like a big boom of exposure or something. I really don't know who would celebrate something like that. But yeah, it seemed like he wasn't taking it seriously, and he did eventually come out and say, like, he really regrets doing this segment and, like, how bad it was, and that he did make, like, an apology for doing it, thinking he went too far, but it did take a while. And it's worth mentioning that his community, iDubbbz, like, his stream chat and, like, the people watching iDubbbz were not supportive of his actions with showing that comment and trying to make that point using something so heinous. It's not like his audience was eating it up and really celebrating what he did here. His own audience was turning against him for doing that, from what I saw. Now again, I've only learned about all this after the fact, so maybe some of, like, the positive stuff was scrubbed or deleted, but a lot of what I can find was people in his audience really didn't agree with him doing this.
I don't see how you can say that I'm not justified when somebody's who's your former friend who's been to your house and met your children is broadcasting this as a silly, it's just silly. Ethan needs to address this little minor claim that he molested his own children and he's a pedophile. Is that funny? I don't know. Is that a joke? Is that free speech? I don't think so. Then the other thing I hear is like, this is a grave threat against free speech. No, it's not. Defamation laws exist in every major Western country, because you can't just say people molested each other. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech.
And good thing iDubbbz didn't. That would be the comment that was left by someone else. So if that is the big problem, that this was said in the first place, then wouldn't that energy be channeled at the person who actually said it? He's trying to portray it as though Ian is championing it, that he is trying to use this knowingly fraudulent information to push an agenda that Ethan is a monster, that does the unthinkable to his children. But when watching it again, that's just not what he was saying, and he did outright say he doesn't believe it in the first place. He then goes into like, how is that a joke? Well, you just said that the person who left the comment Destiny was just joking, basically. He was just being a piece of shit. But he wasn't being serious, that was a goof. That doesn't make sense, man. So it was a joke when he wrote the comment, but it's not a joke. iDubbbz is trying to use it to shittily make a point. And it wasn't even making a joke about the comment itself, just more so that you weren't getting upset at Destiny for making it in the first place.
You can't accuse someone of committing a heinous crime. That's not if they didn't. That's not free speech. That's not protected speech. It's literally not protected speech. It's actually explicitly carved out in the law as, you know, this is the legal route you take when someone defames you, right?
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard. What he is describing here is not even what iDubbbz did. He's talking about, you can't make these comments, that's not free speech. Destiny made the comment, man. Literally. And yet, you're not going after him. You've already excused him, wrote it off as a, you know, he wasn't being serious, a dickhead, and are instead going after iDubbbz, who was very shittily using it to make a very different point, and even outright said he doesn't believe it, by the way. So it really feels less about the actual defaming and more about just being able to continue to, like, really drive the nail into iDubbbz, which is extremely unnecessary. His own community
champagne.
didn't agree with him when he did
Do we have
this.
champagne?
He lost members of his community for this because he was so in the wrong for it. Everyone was on your side when all of this was unfolding.
Points?
So really, what
Oh,
else are you trying to
3
accomplish? He came out of that much worse, and he outright apologized for it, admitted how wrong he was for it, and everything like that eventually, which is a significantly bigger L than like a legal one in the eyes of the internet, to be like that wrong and that much on like the wrong side of like the drama. By every possible interpretation, you won here. You proved the claims were fraudulent, they were false, they're not real, and people were on your side in this whole situation here and against how iDubbbz had gone about trying to make this.
Yeah.
All you had to do was just leave it at that. But by making this lawsuit, you've now made a new issue out of it that is a concern and can affect other people entirely unrelated to
points.
it. And I'm honestly very surprised why Ethan can't see that. After all of the lawsuits he's been through, something like this should be very apparent how it can be used exploitatively against others, even outside of a case of like this extreme degree. Like Ethan of 10 years ago, I think would absolutely see that, but right now, I just think after everything that he's been through, he's just completely clouded by it and can't see that anymore. But now let's dive into like the concern about how this can affect, you know, free speech or discourse online, because Ethan is talking about like how he doesn't understand how it could, because this is such an extreme thing that was said that's so gross. And he's right. This is a very gross thing that was said. And if iDubbbz was pressing it as a very legitimate thing and trying to make it seem like it's true to everyone, that kind of thing, then it would make a lot more sense to go this kind of route. Because that is something like the snark community. was doing with like some really unhinged behavior. So like that would make sense to me. But that's not what happened here, and the reason why this is concerning is because, let's say Ethan does win this lawsuit here, that then opens the door for other people to come in with less extreme shit. Like, yes, in this case, it is very over the top and gross. But
wow,
defamatory statements aren't just this extreme level. Defamatory statements are very wide-reaching. And this being something you can point to, like, okay, so it worked for Ethan, it can probably work for me against this guy who said this thing that actually damaged my brand. In Ethan's case, I think it'd be very hard to even prove damages in the first place. I don't know if that's something that's required by like, Canadian law. I have no fucking clue at all. I know they don't have the same level of free speech protections or anything like that, so maybe that's not even a requirement or whatever. But I think it would be a Herculean task to prove that H3 had suffered like a reputational hit or a loss of revenue or a brand tanking because of iDubbbz's stream here. Because what has often been flexed by a lot of people is how H3 has thousands upon thousands of live viewers all the time, and iDubbbz would have like 100. So H3 being like 100x the size of iDubbbz, it would be very hard for anyone to point to and say, what iDubbbz did here really damaged the H3 brand, and here's the proof. We lost so many members on YouTube or something. Like, that's clearly not going to happen. But someone else absolutely could. Like, something that a lot of people talk about online, like commentary YouTubers, I suppose will stay in that realm, is scammers. So why couldn't a scammer then utilize this same play? Okay, we can actually prove damages because they talked about, you know, a customer's terrible experience with us, and that was defamatory, and look at how much business it cost us, and it ruined our reputation. And I think you could possibly point to Ethan's lawsuit here, should he win, as evidence like, look, he got a defamatory ruling in his favor after suing iDubbbz for something someone else said, so we are going to be suing this YouTuber for what this customer said that they talked about in their content that ruined our brand or took away some business. Because in a lot of commentary videos, the sources come from others, whether it's individuals or something else. So if you can sue for a reason like this and win, it does open up to exploitation from some bad actors. So yeah, while it is kind of extreme in what has happened here between iDubbbz and H3,
it's the same
I
thing.
think you could very easily look at it and say, okay, if he can sue for what someone else said and was on his stream, why can't I sue for what someone else said that was in their content that I believe defamed me? And I just think that it does open the door to some problems. And I've seen the responses kind of split. In the commentary community, I thought it'd be unanimously, you know, discouraged for pretty obvious reasons. It has historically always been spit upon, but because it's now against someone people don't like, iDubbbz, they're okay with it and even laughing about it, which I just don't really get. I don't know how the lesson hasn't been learned that when something gets used against someone you don't like, it doesn't mean it's only ever going to be used against people you don't like. Once that can of worms is open, it becomes the Wild West, and it can be a problem for everybody. Like, making an exception like, yeah, ooh, not good, I've always been really against YouTubers filing, you know, litigation against other content creators, but since it's iDubbbz, I'll be okay with it. Which I think is some pretty silly shit. I think the internet, in its first go-around with this topic, pinned the tail on the donkey. I think they were correct with the take on this topic, that being extremely litigious and going after other content creators and such with defamatory lawsuits and such is just not very good. It's the same tactics that have been used from some extremely shady companies in the past against people online, and it's just a tactic that used to unanimously leave a sour taste in the mouth of just normal people online. But now in this case, because it's against someone they don't like, they're willing to be alright with it and turn the other cheek to it. And I don't think that's right. Again, if iDubbbz truly was spreading maliciously fraudulent information of this disgusting stuff that was made in this comment, and saying like, this is real, this is true, this is awful, look at what's happening, look what he's done, that kind of thing, I would really understand it more then, because then that is very different than just normal internet beef. That is psychopath evil shit. But from what I've seen in that stream, that's not what was happening. So I really don't understand this perspective from commentary channels to treat this like it's just some kind of hoot and holler and goofy thing, you know, let's celebrate it, point and laugh, when I think it's pretty easy to see how this could potentially be used as ammunition in some less than savory lawsuits going forward, specifically in Canada. It would obviously be like for Canadian YouTubers, but even still, it's probably best not to just have more ammunition for some bad actors to be able to exploit legally. Like, I just don't understand why, because it's happening to iDubbbz, everyone's willing to just, like, forget about the last, like, fucking 15 years of everyone knowing that this kind of thing isn't really good. So yeah, I've been yapping about this for a minute now, but I do cover these, like, YouTuber streamer lawsuits that occasionally pop up, the ones that I'm aware of, at least, and this one was very surprising to see. Now, like I said, I did have a conversation with both iDubbbz and Ethan, and at the end of the conversation with Ethan, he wanted to prepare a statement because I wasn't shy about letting him know that the exact way I've talked to him in our conversation would be how I'm going to talk about it publicly. And since I've made it clear
I can do the 4 rebounds.
leaking private text messages,
Triple threat.
he wanted to prepare something that I would share. And I've done this in the past, like sharing statements from the people that I cover in stories, so I'll do the same here as well. He said, when CPS was called on his family a year ago, the rules of engagement had completely changed. A snark community fabricated a lie that his children were crawling around in dog shit and eating it. An agent came to my home at 8 a.m. to look through my home and interview my children against their will. Investigation is now over, was determined to be unfounded. After this, he could no longer tolerate attacks on his children or attempts to break up his family. Ian was a friend of his for many years. He has been to his house, met his children. When he displayed a message on screen for over an hour stating that he's a pedophile that molests his children, carried a lot more weight than when Destiny said it. Destiny said it in a Discord chat in passing that was on screen for a few seconds. He'd never met or spoken with Destiny, and Destiny's never been to his house or met his children, has zero credibility on the issue, and made it clear that in passing chat message was never meant to be taken seriously. Ian, on the other hand, does know his family, has been to his home, and has met his children, and the fact that he exploited that closeness to forward such a heinous, unforgivable accusation forced him into action. To make matters worse, Ian has supported the call to CPS in his content deputy and openly associates with, spends time in and celebrates the snark community from which the original CPS call came from. He believes it was Ian's intention to cause harm to his family, as he knew CPS had already visited the home and still decided to rebroadcast the accusations for over an hour on stream. He's pledged to do everything he can to hold him and anyone else who attempts to harm his family accountable in whatever way that he can. Because of the context, he believes that he has a much more viable case against iDubbbz than Destiny, and that's why he's only suing iDubbbz. Destiny also lives in USA, where defamation laws are much harder to win, versus in Canada, where iDubbbz lives. These are all the reasons that he's suing iDubbbz and not Destiny. He's chosen the legal and most proper way afforded to him that live in countries that value free speech, a lawsuit for defamation. Defamation
Oh, there. What are you doing?
He does not have an unalienable right to say that he's a pedophile molesting his children. Accountability in this case has to be more than just internet mudslinging and jousting. He has crossed the line, and he's past the point of caring what Charlie or anyone else thinks, and he will protect his family at all costs. Now, if it wasn't clear, we didn't exactly see eye to eye on this case here in regards to this whole lawsuit situation. I believe, as is even stated in his statement, that he's targeting iDubbbz solely because the free speech laws in Canada are more lax, and it is more viable that he would win there versus in the US, where Destiny is. He's even saying that it would be harder to win that case against Destiny. So, to me, that says that if the way you win is through more lax free speech laws, then it's not really a real defamation case worth pursuing. It's you taking advantage of that lax nature of those laws to further punish the guy who you have a lot of ire towards for the previous instances of aligning with the snark community and stuff like that, as opposed to actually fighting.
Can you guys miss some shots so I can get some rebounds?
And this was defamatory in that. It feels very familiar for a tactic that is common with big companies to financially drain someone that they have a lot of issues with for a variety of reasons, a whole host of reasons. And in pursuing this route, it does open a whole host of problems for
Oh my God.
people, and can
That's
have
fucking bullshit.
far-reaching consequences should it set some kind of precedent or, you know, set an example for others to try and follow suit. It is something that I've always advocated against, and there's nothing in all of the streams and evidence I've seen that
Oh my
indicates that
fuck.
iDubbbz was trying to push this as a true thing.
What the
using
fuck?
His previous relationship with Ethan as a place of credibility to try and preach to his audience that this comment is accurate. This is a legitimate claim that actually needs to be investigated. There was nothing I ever saw that gave me that indication. It was only ever Destiny made this atrocious comment that Ethan is not being very upset about and having a very different energy towards him than the others. And it was a very, very, very poorly made point using a very gross example for it, which is something iDubbbz openly admits. So anyway, I've been yapping about this for a long time now. That's really about it. So yeah. The voice of a generation. You know who it is. That's right, Jason Page, the guy who sang the Pokemon theme song. Actually one of the most iconic theme songs of all time, and that's kind of inarguable. Jason Page has still been deep in the Pokemon TCG community. I don't know if you knew that or not. And he recently found himself in some hot water over some drama about a fake card and his signature and people accusing him of being scummy and scamming kids. I didn't really follow that too closely, but I did see his response. And there's a couple of wacky little nuggets in his response that I can't resist the urge to talk about.
Hello, Internet. I've seen what's circulating, a video of a vendor's reaction to a trade I made with kids back in March, claiming that I'm a con man who scammed them with a fake card. I want to address this directly.
Fair enough. Amen. That's the best way to do it. That's how you handle business like a man. Get out there, hang dong. Let your nuts air out a bit. Get your chin on it. And maybe get your teeth on it too and start scaring a little bit. Now something I didn't know about till all this hoopla started bubbling over is that Jason Page seems to have given himself the title of the voice of a generation. It's integral to his marketing. Am I the only one that finds that a little peculiar and kind of douchey? No doubt what he contributed to Pokemon is huge. That theme song is still one of the most iconic boner jams of all time. But, I don't know, I've just always found that kind of stuff like, it's me, the voice of a generation, just to be really, just a little yucky. Especially like, checking his website, he also sells voice of a generation custom cards that he sells for $50.
I'll probably just get points with him. Start working on Chandler.
For a lot of money. But anyway, this has nothing to do with like the scandal that he found himself in that he's now making this video for. I just saw this and thought it was odd. Like I assumed that the convention was the one calling him the voice of a generation, you know, to hype it up on their marketing, but no. Seems like that's Jason Page's decision.
I understand your anger when seeing and hearing all of this. The instinct to protect a kid is the right instinct. I'd have the same reaction if I heard that kids were getting scammed, but here's what the vendor's video didn't show you. The truth is that the trade we made was absolutely fair and
Oh, come on.
Favor. So, in a nutshell, what happened is some kids went up to another vendor to trade a card, and that vendor gave them a valuable Gengar, which they then took to Jason Page. It's that Gengar that's in front of him, and they traded it for one of his signed cards, which apparently didn't hold equal value or was a fake card, as people
done.
were alleging, and that's where all of this stems
Ah.
from. So this is his response to those allegations.
I'm going to talk about this in terms of playing costs, not potential market value, which could be significantly higher. This card is a Pop 1 autographed, inscribed, graded AGS 10 company custom promo card. They don't sell these. It's a limited item. The vendor claims that it's a fake card, but it's clearly a promo card indicated by their logo on the back. And there's a market for promo cards. Many vendors, including myself, carry and sell signed, graded, authenticated promo cards. I've been selling them for years.
There's a lot of misleading mumbo-jumbo in there. So Pop 1, what that refers to is how many cards of this kind exist.
34.
So low pop means rare, and usually means more valuable. In this case, it means about as much as this fart. I don't know if you could hear that with the mic and the noise gate I have set up, but what I'm saying is it's stink. It's empty stinkiness. Because what has been graded is he's calling it a promo card, but it's a custom card from this company that they have graded themselves as a 10, which is already fucking shady. That's already weird. It's not an official, real card, per se. It's real in, like, a tangible sense, as in, it exists, therefore it is. Bringing out the fucking Renee Descartes here, we're getting real philosophical. But it's not a legitimate, actual, official Pokemon promo card. You can tell just from the back. That's not even a real Pokemon card back. So there's not really a market for it, as he's suggesting, because again, this is just a one of one from this company that they have created themselves that no one's really fishing for. So that's already kind of a little peculiar for him to be trying to paint it.
Oh, whatever, man.
At least in my opinion. But what he says next is just categorically false.
At all my events. AGS, for those of you who don't know it, is the third largest grading company by volume right now behind PSA and CGC. They give out these promo cards and they're limited, so there's a small resale value, probably $5, although some graded, authenticated with autographs can sell for hundreds or thousands of dollars.
That is a liar, liar, plants for hire moment right there. AGS, by no metric, no stretch of the imagination, not even your wettest pipe dream, is the third biggest card grading service by volume or by fantasy and imagination either. When you look up all of the grading companies ranked by volume, almost nobody even bothers to include AGS because their volume is significantly lower than the big five, or I've seen it go as far to like 8 grading services, and AGS doesn't even break into that. Their volume is just not anywhere near what Jason Page is saying, where it's the third largest. There's no one on the planet that thinks that. Nobody at AGS probably thinks that either, because it is just provably false. So I don't know why he's I mean, I know why he's trying to say that, so it sounds better. Like, oh no, this is very prestigious. This is AGS 10, an AGS custom card. But it's just not true. No matter how you spin it, AGS is not one of the biggest players in the card grading space. And when you look into them, every source talks about how they are a much smaller and newer edition
Oh, no.
of the hobby. I actually didn't even know anything about AGS until Jason Page mentioned it, and I'm someone who's very deep in the card collecting hobby. Granted, I fucking hate card grading. I think it's a complete scam, but I'm not going to sit here and rant and rave about it. But yes, AGS is not what he's hyping it up to be and glazing it in that way. That's very misleading, and it is just not accurate. And also, I think it's very weird that AGS graded their own custom card that Jason Page signed as a 10. That feels already very odd, because another big thing about card grading is that it also is card authentication, so you know you're getting something real, something genuine. But here, it's not an official, real Pokemon card. It's a custom one of their own company that has a 10 on it. I feel like you don't need to think too hard. Only a few neurons need to be activated here to deduce why this might come across as a little shady.
The custom promo AGS card that I had previously autographed and inscribed, which are two different things. Here is my price list. I post this at all of the shows for the past 3 years. This is what it's been. At the top here is the base price of the 2 versions of my signature.
What?
The one on the AGS card was the $100 full autograph.
Enhance. I couldn't believe these prices when I saw them. I am not a convention goer. I've only been to like 2 ever. So I've never done like meet and greets or paid for like, you know, a celebrity autograph or a photo or anything. So I don't know what normal prices are. These feel outrageous to me. So if you look here, his regular signature is $50, and it's his fucking initials basically. But if you want his full name, like his full signature, it's $100. It's double the price to do his full name versus his initials. And it goes all the way to a premium item upcharge of plus $150 for it. If you want it in 2 colors, it's like these prices, they had my jaw on the floor. I don't know if this is standard practice, but what the fuck? I was always under the assumption that at these conventions, at the meet and greets, you pay for an autograph or a photo or both. I didn't know it got so deep into the nitty-gritty nickel and diming where you can pay for initials or you can pay double for a full signature. And it's not like it was cheap for the initials either, $50. And then going all the way up to like $150 upcharge for the item that you have him sign. It feels extremely high. That is what I want to say about that.
There was an inscription from me on that card, which I charged $25 for. After I signed it, the card was then graded by AGS. The service itself costs about $18 plus shipping. People spend money on grading because it adds significant value to a card. So $5 card, $125 autograph, and inscription. $18 grading costs. We're at $148 plus whatever the shipping costs might be for you. It was graded a 10 out of 10. The higher the grade, the higher the value, which gives it a more inherent value to a collector. But let's just stick with the pure costs that were calculated. About $150 total costs.
Yeah, I suppose you can break it down that way, but I don't think that's really a good way of doing it because your signature is the main bulk of that value, and you have assigned that value yourself. So you could say tomorrow, I'm raising my cost here. All of a sudden, that's a $3,000 card now because that's what I'm charging to do my whole name versus my initials. Like, it's just, you are arbitrarily assigning that value to it from your own prices on your signature. So I don't think that's really like the best way of doing that. No, here actually it was a really good trade and I was really looking out for him because I charged so much for my fucking signature. It doesn't seem that strong. Because that card, to someone who doesn't really care about autographs, doesn't have that inherent 120 plus value because your name's slapped on it. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's a great way of breaking it down, but you can. I just personally wouldn't put a whole lot of water in it. Now, his next section, I actually think he does a good job of talking
That's the
about
Boyog
Gengar that the kids traded to him.
This is the card the kids traded with me. There's a video of the kids.
Oh, no.
This exact card. You can't see it very clearly, but here's a screenshot of that.
Oh,
video
no.
on cropping out
Yes.
the kids' faces from the vendor's
36
video.
or 34.
The vendor is also posting a screenshot of a Gengar card in his video, but it's not the photo of this actual card we traded. It's just something he grabbed from somewhere else. In the card world, the condition of a card determines its value above almost everything else. The kids were told by this vendor that this card was worth $150.
So when this video popped off about this whole situation here, a lot of people viewed the vendor as like a really good guy, giving the kids a great card worth $150 as claimed. It's a Japanese fossil Gengar. And Jason Page here is about to show you that this isn't a $150 Gengar that he gave them.
Now, let me show you this card. This is an ungraded Gengar Japanese fossil. At first glance, the condition looks like a heavily played HP at best, clearly. But when you zoom in, you can see the ding here, the scratch there. There's scratches everywhere. Another ding over there. The top of the card, the foil is sticking out almost on all of the edges of the card. There's a whole bunch of scrapes on the bottom. This thing is scraped more than any other Gengar that I have seen online in the sold items. This could be labeled damaged.
I think it is inarguable that that card is damaged. That card looks like it was scratched by the house cat and then they used that card as toilet paper in their guest bathroom. That card is disgusting. That card is in a terrible spot. It is in awful shape. It is not a $150 pristine card that he traded with them. As the claim was, this card's $150. It is not. In that condition, you'd be lucky to give that shit away for fucking $10. I'm exaggerating a bit. It's probably like a $40 card, and that's being pretty generous. That's assuming someone wants a really damaged copy of it in the first place.
as there are some like this on TCG Player and eBay. The vendor told them that their 2 cards were worth $77, so it was traded for $77 of value, but the vendor states it's worth $150. Well, based on TCG Player and eBay recent sales, that's just not true. The actual market value for this card in HP condition might be about $75. And here's how I arrived at that. You can see the TCG Player and eBay sales listings. You can see that if you zoomed in on all of the cards, there's absolutely no card in any of these sold items that's even scratched as much as this is.
And he's exactly right. The reason why I think it wouldn't even be $70 is because this one is in much worse shape than like all of the other damaged big cards I've seen listed on TCG Player as well. It's in horrible shape. It is not the $150 value that he told the kids that it was. Now, whether or not he did that maliciously to get a better deal for himself, because now he's got $77 worth of value coming from those 2 cards to him, and he only had to part with a damaged Gengar that I guarantee he probably couldn't have moved in the first place. I don't know if he did that on purpose or he just didn't know. I'm going to tell you, knowing what I know about the card community, I feel like it's very unlikely he didn't know that it was in such horrible shape and wasn't actually worth $150. I think this is also a lesson that vendors at card conventions and just in general in the community aren't really looking out for your best interest to give you the best deal. Like, oh, that's so cool, champ. Yeah, absolutely, I'll trade you. This card's worth $2 million. And they hand you, like, a fucking common from, you know, Twilight Masquerade.
So we just calculated the cost value of the promo card I traded to be about $150, and the market value of this Gengar at the very high end appears to be about $75. I don't want to make this about myself, but those who know my history know that I've been on the side of feeling taken advantage of before in my career. It shapes how I think about fairness and transparency and kindness.
Now, I honestly don't know a whole lot about Jason Page post-Pokemon theme song, so maybe he is like an amazing guy. Very possible, but what I can tell you is the way he calculated his own card's value is also not entirely by the book, I'll say. For being very generous using that terminology. I don't think that's exactly the fairest way of calculating the value he gave to the kids.
A no jump block.
So
That's
he is
crazy.
Right that the vendor did not give them the card he said that he gave them, a $150 value card. But he is wrong that his trade was like a great one for them. And it's, you know, $150
one more.
value from his trade. I think that is also incorrect.
I know you came back to my booth later that day and you traded that promo card back with us for another Jason Page autographed card, and you left happy with that trade as well. However, if you are not happy, I'd love to connect with you in private, and we can all look at these cards together. And if you want this Gengar back instead, we
supposed to miss
for this.
So according to Jason, they actually came back and traded that card with them again for another Jason Page autographed card. So I'm assuming they didn't want the AGS promo Jason Page signed card. They probably wanted a real Pokemon card there. I'm just assuming, though. I haven't heard anything about that outside of Jason Page talking about it here. And then he says, if you're not happy with that, though, we can trade back and you get the Gengar. Which, all right. I mean, that's fair enough, I suppose. He then goes on to say how he would never, like, scam anyone in the community or anything like that. But anyway, I wanted to yap about this a bit because I do think there are a few things in here that are very misleading with the way he presents the card he traded with them. Yeah, I think he's 100% right about the Gengar. I think he did a good job of showcasing that the vendor was not being truthful about that trade in the very beginning. But I do think the way he defended his autographed card by using provably incorrect information about AGS and the volume and, you know, this and that is just a little not true. So I wanted to just blabber about it, I suppose. That's really about it. Yeah.
In 2025, the most famous strategy franchise released its biggest game in 9 years, Civilization 7, and within 2 months of launch, it had fallen behind both of the games that came before it, and it never caught back up. Pull up the live Steam numbers today, more than a year later, and Civilization 6, the game from 2016, has around 36,000 people playing. Civilization 5, from all the way back in 2010, has around 30,000.
Come on.
And the brand new Civilization 7 sits dead last at around 10,000. The 9-year-old game has more than 3 times its players. The 15-year-old game is still ahead of it too. A situation like that almost never happens. A studio's own back catalogue outdrawing its newest release is one of the rarest failure signals there is, because it means the people who love this exact thing tried the new one and walked straight back to the old one. And the strangest part of all is that Civilization 7 had the easiest job in
Oh
gaming.
no.
It inherited a genre its own franchise had owned for 30 years. The crown was already sitting on its head. All it had to do was not drop it. This is the story of how it dropped it anyway, and why the reason is so much stranger than the studio just getting lazy. So what exactly was the sure win? It was an entire genre that Civilization didn't just compete in. It owned it for decades. The genre is called 4X, named for the 4 things you spend the whole game doing. Explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. You start with a single settler and a patch of fog, and across hundreds of turns, you grow that into an empire that spans the planet. Plenty of games chase that fantasy. What made Civilization the undisputed king of it was how effortless it felt to fall into. You founded a city, then another, picked a fight or struck a friendship, and looked up to find 6 hours had quietly vanished. That was the machine Civilization 7 inherited, a genre its own name had defined, and an audience that, until now, had never been given a real reason to leave. Sid Meier built the very first Civilization back in 1991, and the pitch was almost impossibly grand. You take a single people, drop them in the Stone Age with nothing but a couple of settlers, and you guide them all the way to the Space Age, from throwing spears to launching rockets. One continuous line, run by you. That continuity is the whole magic trick, and it is about to matter enormously. Sid Meier had a rule for every new Civilization game. Each one should be about 1/3 the old game, 1/3 improved, and 1/3 brand new. You keep most of what people loved, you sharpen some of it, and you add a little on top. That formula turned Civilization into the rare franchise that almost never stumbled. Every few years a new one arrived, a little shinier than the last, and the genre crown never moved. For a certain kind of player, Civilization wasn't just a game, it was the game, the one you lost whole weekends to. The reason one more turn became a tired little joke about lost sleep across the entire hobby. The other thing every Civilization game promised, right there in the title, was permanence. The fantasy was always that you were building a civilization that would stand the test of time. Your Romans were your Romans in the Bronze Age, and they were still your Romans when
Bang!
you to orbit. That single, unbroken thread, one civilization, your civilization, surviving everything that history could throw at it, was the thing players kept coming back for across 7 games and 3 decades. Hold on to that idea. It's the exact thread Civilization 7 decided to cut. Because for everything the franchise got right, it was sitting on a problem it had never actually solved. And it wasn't only a Civilization problem, it was buried in the bones of the genre itself. Strategy players have a word for it. They call it the snowball. The snowball goes like this. In a game that can run for 300 turns, the winner is very often decided in the first 50. Whoever pulls ahead early, more cities, more science, a bigger economy, uses that lead to get further ahead, which builds an even bigger lead, which compounds again. By the medieval era, one player is so far in front that the outcome is no longer in any real doubt. The trouble is the game doesn't end there. You still have to play the back half.
You should use the Nick, shouldn't we?
200 turns of a victory that was already guaranteed before most of human history even happened. This isn't unique to Civilization. It's documented right across the 4X genre, where the late game has a nasty habit of curdling into the same dull chore. Your empire gets so sprawling that a single turn can eat several minutes of pure housekeeping, moving the same units, managing the same cities, clicking the same buttons you clicked last turn, long after any meaningful decision has been made. Designers had been throwing fixes at this for years. Nobody had really cracked it. And the studio that makes Civilization, a developer called Firaxis, knew exactly how bad it had gotten, because they had the receipts. The clearest one came from the creative director on Civilization 7, a veteran designer named Ed Beach, who had been steering the franchise for years. At a games conference, someone asked Beach a simple question. How many people actually finish a game of Civilization 6? His answer should have rattled the entire genre. The number, he said, was surprisingly, depressingly low. Fewer than half. Fewer than half of all the people who bought one of the best-selling strategy games ever made had ever once played a single match of it to the end. That is a staggering thing for a studio to admit about its own hit. Half the audience was quietly bouncing off the back half of the game it had sold them. Beach's executive producer, Dennis Shirk, described the same rot in plainer language. The modern age in the older games, he said, had become a bit of a clickfest. So much of the late game was just getting through the turns to reach a victory that nobody was ever going to stop. Players didn't hate Civilization. They just stopped opening the save file somewhere around the industrial era, over and over, in game after game. Beach made the same point from another angle. The old games, he said, had a way of just trailing off, rolling on with no real climactic moment, the ending arriving long after the tension had already leaked out of the room. Whatever he built to fix that, he wanted it to finally give the game something it had never quite had. Pacing, a shape, a sense that every chapter was building towards something, instead of slowly winding down. So this was the disease, real, measured and 30 years old. But there's a catch hiding inside it, and that catch is why this whole story is more of a tragedy than a screw-up. The snowball isn't purely a flaw. For a huge number of players, it's also the entire point. Getting impossibly far ahead, building a machine so powerful that the rest of the world can't lay a finger on you, is the power fantasy. Winning feels good. Firaxis was about to take a swing at a problem that half its own audience secretly enjoyed having, so they swung. And the swing was not a small one. The fix they landed on was the most radical change the series had ever made, and it had a name. The Ages system. Civilization 7 takes that long, unbroken timeline, the one running from the Stone Age to space, and chops it into 3 separate chapters. Antiquity, then exploration, then the modern age. At the end of each chapter, the game performs a kind of soft
29
reset.
in the third.
Your lead gets flattened, the board gets reshuffled, and most importantly, you do not carry the same civilization through into the next chapter. You change it. This is the part that imploded. In Civilization 7, you do not pick one nation and ride it from the Stone Age to the stars. You pick a leader who stays with you the whole way, and the civilization underneath that leader changes at every age. You might begin Antiquity as Egypt, become something else entirely in the next chapter, and something else again after that. It went further than just swapping nations too. Civilization 7 pulled the leader and the civilization apart into 2 separate choices, so you could have Benjamin Franklin leading ancient Rome, or just about any other mix you fancied. For some players, that flexibility was a fun toy box. For others, it was the precise moment the game stopped feeling like history and started feeling like a menu. The reset and the swap were built to do one job: kill the snowball. If the board flattens every age, the runaway leader can never truly run away, and the back half of the game has real stakes again. And the idea on paper was not as mad as it sounds. There was a genuine argument for it, and plenty of long-time fans made that argument loudly. The word civilization, they pointed out, doesn't actually mean a single country. It means a whole lineage of cultures. Rome gives way to medieval states, which give way to modern nations. Swapping from one to the next isn't ahistorical at all. The ahistorical thing was the old games, where you could play as Australia in 3000 BC, or have George Washington personally invent the wheel. By that logic, Civilization 7 was the first game in the series where you actually played a civilization, in the proper sense of the word, instead of a country wearing one flag for 6,000 years. That argument is a good one. It's the reason this is not a simple story about a stupid decision, and it runs deeper than just winning the argument on paper. When the dust eventually settled, even some of the game's loudest critics quietly conceded that the Ages reset was, mechanically, the most successful attempt anyone had ever made at taming the snowball. It actually worked. The runaway leader problem was smaller in Civilization 7 than in any civilization that came before it, but it carried a hidden cost that took people a while to put into words. In the old games, an age ended because of something you did. You finished the research that unlocked it, or you won the war, or you raised the wonder that pushed you over the line. In Civilization 7,
That's
the age
clean.
ends because a clock runs out.
It was
The
clean.
invisible hand reaches down, declares your era over, and reshuffles the table no matter what you happen to be in the middle of. The game had quietly traded away cause and effect to buy itself competitive balance. And that sense of cause and effect, the feeling that the story you were living was one you had actually written, turned out to be holding up far more of the experience than anyone had thought to measure. It also wasn't a bolt from the blue. Firaxis had been chipping at the snowball for ages. Back in 2018, an expansion for Civilization 6 called Rise and Fall had already added Golden Ages and Dark Ages, plus a system called Loyalty that could peel cities away from a leader who got too far in front. The Ages reset in Civilization 7 was the full-strength version of a medicine the studio had been given in small doses for half a decade. Beach called it probably one of the biggest changes the series had ever seen. Shirk called it one of the scariest, precisely because it meant touching the one thing about Civilization that had always stayed the same. They knew it was a gamble. They made it anyway. The trouble is, somebody else had already made almost exactly
Oh, what the fuck?
and it had not gone well.
The Spurs are missing their threes. Yeah, it's bullshit, man.
A studio called Amplitude, working under Sega, released a
Fuck
strategy
me.
game called Humankind. And Humankind's headline feature, the thing it hung its entire marketing on, was that you could swap your culture every era. Start as the Egyptians, become the Greeks, then the Romans, on up through history. If that sounds familiar, it should. It is, more or less, the idea Civilization 7 would later bet its whole future on. Humankind did have one crucial difference though, and it's the difference that ends up mattering most. In Humankind, the switching was optional. If you wanted to keep your culture and ride it forward...
What are you doing? Stay on your man.
Civilization 7 made the same switch mandatory.
Fuck's sake.
The studio that did it first got punished for it. The culture switching became the single most criticised thing about Humankind. Players said it shattered immersion, that the Egyptians don't wake up one morning and consciously decide to become the Greeks. The reviews came back lukewarm, the Steam rating settled into mixed, and in November of 2024, just months before Civilization 7 was due to launch, Sega gave up and sold Amplitude off entirely. So the cautionary tale was right there, fully played out, with a body to point at. Firaxis looked at the studio that tried optional culture switching and got burned and chose to ship a forced, harder version of the same idea. When players spotted the resemblance, the community reached for a blunt label, a Humankind clone. Firaxis pushed back on that hard, and to be fair, the timeline really does complicate the accusation. According to the studio, Beach's internal pitch for this concept came together just a couple of days after Humankind
Fuck off,
was first
2K.
revealed, which would make it closer to a coincidence than a copy. Beach has said he arrived at a very different
It's Garden Wemby.
built around his own first principle. That history comes in layers. Whether you buy that or not, the thing sitting on the shelf was a game asking players to do the precise thing that had sunk another studio a year earlier. On February 11th, 2025, after all those years of building toward it, Civilization 7 finally met its players. And for about 4 days, everything looked fine. The numbers were enormous. On February 15th, the game hit an all-time peak of 84,558 people playing at once on Steam. That is a seriously big launch, the kind of figure that fills a boardroom with confidence. But a peak is just the top of the diving board. What matters is whether anyone is still in the pool 1 week later, and the water started draining almost immediately. The Steam reviews told the first half of the story. Within days, the rating slid all the way down to mostly negative. Then the critic scores came in, and the headline number looks fine, but absolutely is not. The critics handed Civilization 7
Where'd that go?
Metacritic average of around 79. If you're sitting there thinking that sounds perfectly respectable, you're right. For most games it would be, but this was Civilization, and 79 was the lowest a mainline Civilization game had ever scored at launch in the entire history of the series. And while the critics were politely lukewarm, the players were anything but. The Metacritic user score cratered to 3.8 out of 10. The distance between those two numbers, the polite 79 and the furious 3.8, is the whole launch in a single image.
How about
So what the
offensive
players
3
saw in
seconds?
The exact thing the whole bet
You
rested on,
dogs.
an identity break. Remember that unbroken thread, the one people, your people, carried across all of history. In practice, the Ages system didn't feel like elegant design. It felt like a rug yanked out from under you at the worst possible moment. The community filled up with the same story, told 100 different ways. You'd be deep in antiquity, your armies massed, finally about to conquer a rival you'd been circling for 50 turns. And then the age would tick over, a new chapter would begin, and everything would reset. Your war evaporates, your civilization becomes a different civilization, and the momentum you spent hours building is simply gone. People described it as a gut punch, and the more invested you were in the moment, the harder it landed. At launch it was rougher still, because the age could end with almost no warning. You could jump from the middle of a turn to a screen announcing that your entire era was finished. Armies frozen, wars abruptly called off. The board wiped clean of everything you had set in motion. Firaxis would later bolt on a countdown so players could at least brace for the transition. At launch you just got the whiplash. The verdict that spread through the community was harsh, and it was remarkably consistent.
Throw in the K-Ref.
Barely felt like a Civilization game at all. It was cosplaying as one. A franchise whose entire promise was a people who stand the test of time had shipped a game where, by its own design, your people were guaranteed to dissolve at the turn of every age. The feel of the game at launch didn't help either. A big share of the anger pointed straight at the interface, because Civilization 7 launched on consoles and on PC the very same day, and PC players were convinced the menus had been dumbed down to suit a controller. Information that veterans depended on was buried, or simply missing. Sometimes you couldn't even hover over a building to see what it did. Trying to read the game's tooltips, players said, felt like flying a jumbo jet through a straw. The look of the game told the same story. Where Civilization 6 had used bright, clearly colour-coded districts, so you could read your whole empire in a single glance, Civilization 7's cities smeared together into a samey grey sprawl that long-time players found maddening to pass. For a series whose audience lives and dies by dense screens of information, none of this was a cosmetic gripe. It merely made the game harder to play. And that famous Civilization hook, the one more turn pull that kept people awake until 3 in the morning, the thing the series was practically built on, a lot of players said it just wasn't there anymore. Part of the reason was structure. It may have been the most damaging complaint of the lot. Players felt like they had been sold roughly 2/3 of a game. Modern Age, final chapter, the very one the whole redesign was supposed to rescue from the clickfest, somehow came across as the thinnest and least finished of the three. The game seemed to stop right as the real late game should have been catching fire. To plenty of buyers, that did not read as an accident. It looked like the missing pieces had been quietly set aside to sell back later. Then, only a few weeks after launch, while the fires from the wreckage are still burning, Firaxis put a $30 expansion on the store. 4 civilizations and 2 leaders, $30, on a game that players already felt was unfinished. Comparison back in the Civilization 5 days, a brand new civilization used to cost about $5. The timing told its own story. If a paid add-on is ready a few weeks after release, it was being built before release, which meant to a lot of buyers that this was content carved out of the base game and sold straight back to them. That first pack became one of the only pieces of Civilization content ever to earn a very negative rating on Steam, sitting around 11% positive. And the Ages system put a sour cherry on top, because a Civilization you paid real money for
Oh my God.
might only be playable in one of the game's 3 chapters before you were forced to swap away from it. There was, buried underneath all of this, a good game. We will come back to that, because it really does matter. But in the spring of 2025, almost nobody was in the mood to go looking for it. And one story in particular, repeated by long-time fans again and again, cut deeper than any review score. Players who had finished dozens of games across every Civilization ever made discovered that Civilization 7 was the first one they could not bring themselves to complete.
Oh, I could have put
They would
Spurs.
start, hit the second age, lose all interest and quit. Hold on to that one, because it only gets worse. Because the reviews, brutal as they were,
Oh.
the most damning evidence. The most
Oh,
damning
shit,
evidence
yeah.
was the population chart. Reviews are opinions. Player counts are votes, cast with your own free time, every single day. And Civilization 7's player count did something that should frighten anyone who makes these games. It fell, and it kept falling, in a way that looked less like a decline and more like a roof caving in. That launch peak roughly halved the following month, then it roughly halved again. by around the middle of May 2025, the press recorded a single-day low of just 4,665 people playing the brand new Civilization at its quietest. By that September, the busiest day of the entire month barely cleared the level the older games hit on a sleepy Tuesday, with the average settling somewhere near 5,700 concurrent players. For the biggest strategy release of the year, that is a skeleton crew rattling around an empty building. It was not for lack of trying either. Across that whole first year, Firaxis shipped patch after patch, and the pattern was always the same. A fix would land. A wave of curious players would wander back to take a look, and within days they had drained away a game. The clearest example came at the end of May 2025, when the studio dropped a surprise update with no announcement at all, and it still could not stop the slide. Within a week, the recent reviews had fallen even further, to around 38% positive. That was the whole problem in a nutshell. The game could still pull lapsed players back for a curious look. It just could not give them a single reason to stay. Those vanished players had not left Civilization. They had gone home, back to the very games we opened this story on. They would rather boot up a strategy game from 3 console generations ago and spend another evening with the one that had just cost a fortune to build.
Bullshit.
When your own customers walk straight past your newest release to get back to a sequel from 2010, the problem isn't a marketing miss or a rough patch. The product had lost an argument with its own past, and while that chart was quietly caving in, the message coming down from the top of the company was the exact opposite of a crisis. The company that owns Firaxis is Take-Two Interactive, and its chief executive is a famously unflappable man named Strauss Zelnick, the sort of CEO who has spent decades learning how to make a bad quarter sound like a long-term opportunity. In the middle of August 2025, in an interview around the company's summer earnings, Zelnick was asked
Let me
about
fucking steal the
Civilization
ball.
7's
Fuck
rocky
me.
start, and he was perfectly calm about it. Civilization, he explained, has always been a slow burn. The company's projections for the game, he said, were very consistent with their initial expectations. And then came the line that aged the strangest of all. They felt, he said, really good about the title. On paper, he even had a number to wave at. Civilization 7 had been, by one measure, the 8th best-selling game in the United States that year, which sounds like a victory, right up until you read the fine print. That ranking was by dollars spent, in the US only, and only for the first few months of the year. It rode the wave of a beloved name and a big marketing budget, and a $60 price tag. Plenty of people clearly bought the game. What that number does not tell you is whether a single one of them kept playing, and the answer to that question was the crater sitting on the Steam chart. The real tell, though, says more than any quote ever could. Take-Two never actually disclosed how many copies Civilization 7 sold, or how much money it brought in. Not in the earnings filing, not in the interviews, not anywhere. Publishers are not shy about hard numbers when those numbers are good. They slap the phrase record-breaking sales in enormous font at the top of a press release. The silence around Civilization 7's real figures, the retreat into soft little words like slow burn and profitable, was its own quiet confession. It helped that Take-Two had far bigger fish to fry. That same summer, the company actually raised its forecast for the whole year, carried along by mobile games and sports titles, and the looming gravity of the next Grand Theft Auto. In a portfolio that size, one stumbling strategy game was close to a rounding error, something the company could comfortably talk around, which is exactly what it did. And then came September, and the calm started to look like a performance. Roughly 3 weeks after Zelnick told the world the company felt really good about Civilization 7, Firaxis was hit with layoffs. The publisher 2K confirmed that dozens of people had been let go, across quality assurance, art and production. Among the names that surfaced afterward was Emma Kidwell, a narrative designer who had worked on Civilization 7 itself, one of the writers of the very game, now being defended on an earnings call, suddenly out of a job. Now, the honest version of this matters, because it is tempting to draw a straight line that isn't quite there. 2K did not say the cuts were because of Civilization 7. The official explanation was restructuring, optimizing the studio, the usual corporate language. The layoffs landed 7 months after a rocky launch, but the company put them down to reorganization, not the game. Even so, the two pictures sat right next to each other, and they flatly refused to agree. In one, a confident executive assuring the public the title was doing fine. In the other, some of the people who actually built that title clearing out their desks. You don't have to connect those dots with a hard pen for the shape to be unmistakable. 9 months later, the same executive who had felt really good about the title stood up and said something completely different.
Whatever.
In early May of 2026, more than a year after launch, Strauss-Zelnick sat for another interview, and this time the spin was gone. "We got it wrong with Civilization 7, he said. Plainly, the thing they had tried to do, he admitted, had been a bridge too far from the consumer's point of view. And he was careful here, in a way that really matters. He did not stand up and declare that Civilization switching specifically had been a mistake. What he conceded was bigger and blurrier than that. The whole reinvention, the entire ambition of remaking what a Civilization game even was, had simply reached further than players were willing to follow. He still called it a profitable enterprise, but the confidence had been swapped out for something that sounded a great deal like an apology. And on that very same day, the company announced the fix. They called it the Test of Time Update. When it landed, on May 19th, 2026, it was free for everyone who already owned the game, and it walked back the single most controversial decision the series had ever made. The headline change was simple, and it was precisely what the angriest fans had been begging for since the reveal. You could at last play as one civilization from the start of the game all the way to the finish. The forced swap, the mechanic the entire design had been wrapped around, became optional. The rigid victory paths were swapped out for a looser system called triumphs. Your progress toward actually winning now began building from the very first age, instead of being crammed into the end, and the grey, hated interface finally got the overhaul it had needed since day one. And the players came back, fast. The day the update dropped, Civilization 7 spiked to around 16,000 people playing at once, with its monthly peak climbing to 20,162. That was its highest figure since the launch window, and the first time in more than a year that so many people had been at the table at once. On the surface, it looked like a resurrection, but look closely at that spike, and you can see the real wound, the one a patch can never reach. The players returned. Their reviews did not. That first wave on the Test of Time update landed at around 52% positive, almost a perfect coin flip. After 15 months of waiting, a free update that finally handed back the one thing they had been demanding the whole time, and the verdict was still split clean down the middle. You could see the divide inside the individual reviews. Players who had poured past 350 hours into the thing, who by any sane measure clearly loved it, were still landing on cannot recommend. Others just as deep finally wrote that the old one
The
more
bushier.
turn feeling had come back home. The same game, the same patch, two flatly opposite verdicts from two people who had each handed it hundreds of hours of their lives. That split is the entire story in one number. Firaxis fixed the feature, and the feeling barely budged. Because by the time the fix arrived, the thing they had actually lost was never a mechanic. It was trust. The headcount could recover in a single afternoon. The 15 months of bouncing off the game, of slinking back to Civilization 5, of feeling like a student shipped something half-finished, and then charge for the missing pieces, none of that gets patched out. And the cruel part is, the people who did push through and stick around found that there was a real game in here. Its combat, rebuilt around battlefield commanders, was widely called the best the series had ever shipped. The new towns, the reworked independent peoples, the look of the thing, won real converts. That was the quiet tragedy the community kept circling. They could see a great game underneath all the mess.
Come on, man.
They could not understand why the mess had to be there at all. And remember that I earlier mentioned that many long-time fans could not
That town
finish a
about
single
20.
match
What are you talking
of
about?
Civilization 7. Here lies the irony. Firaxis tore the whole series apart specifically because players weren't finishing Civilization 6. They built Civilization 7 to cure that exact problem, and they ended up with a game that, for a large slice of their most devoted audience, was even harder to see through to the end than the one they were trying to fix. The strangest, most human note in the entire saga came from Ed Beach himself, after the climb down, after the patch that quietly undid his big idea. Asked about all of it, Beach did not recant. Even then, even after the data and the layoffs and the apology from his own CEO, he said that to him, playing through history that way, switching civilizations across the ages, had been the more immersive experience. The designer still believed he had been right. he had simply lost the argument with the people who play the game. There is something almost tragic sitting in that. He correctly diagnosed
That's a long-ass
30-year-old
game.
disease. He built the boldest cure anyone had ever dared to attempt, and the cure turned out to be the one thing his patients could not live with, which, in the end, is what makes Civilization 7 less a story about a broken game and more a story about identity. Because if you step back from every patch and every player count, there is a lesson here that is hard to unsee. Strip Civilization 7 down to its core idea, and this is what you find. A game about civilizations that don't get to last. Every time an age turns, the people who have been carefully building lose themselves and become something else. The continuity snaps. Whatever identity you spent hours growing gets traded in for a new one, whether you wanted it or not. The series that was founded on the promise of one people standing the test of time
what do we
made a
need?
game in which, by design, no people ever could. And then look at what happened to the studio. Firaxis spent 30 years as the unquestioned identity of an entire genre. And in chasing reinvention, at its own moment of transition, it did to itself the exact thing its game does to your civilization. It broke continuity with everything it had always been, and for a year, it
Yeah,
became something its
Champagne
own
can be
past
the
could
one.
outplay. There is even one last detail, almost too perfect to be real. The update that was meant to save the game, the apology patch, the reach backward to repair the present.
Ooh.
They named it Test of Time, which happens to be the name of a Civilization game from 1996. A franchise that had thrown out the very idea of standing the test of time, reached all the way back into its own history, and borrowed that precise phrase to dig itself out. That might be the most Civilization thing about Civilization 7. They built a game where every civilization loses itself at the turn of an age, and then, at the turn of their own. That is exactly what happened to them. Civilization 7 isn't the only giant that forgot its roots. Battlefield also abandoned the game it used to be, and we told that story in the middle of the screen. Subscribe if you'd like to see more gaming documentaries. A shout out to these patrons for keeping the channel alive. Handcrafting these documentaries takes considerable time, so if you want to support this...
The hell was this?
Today, everybody, a new football game is here to save all of us. eFootball FC. If you guys have been traumatized by these games, there's a new game for you today. Anyways, guys, this game came out today. It's called Freestyle Football. It's called Freestyle Football 2, and it's actually a demo. Now, the demo, this build is a demo. The demo test server is scheduled to open up 4 Pacific time. Oh God, does that mean we can't play online? Is it not open yet? You must agree. Okay, we're gonna, yeah, we read all this stuff, man. It is letting me kind of go through here. Maybe it is open. I didn't really read when it's actually open. Let's see if we got any online games. Oh, you guys feel the vibes? I hope this isn't copyrighted. This is a vibe, bro. Shooting a circle. Okay, jockey is L2. Let's go, man. Bro, what is going on here? We got a hot dog. Who the hell is this guy? Oh, we got stats on the right. A new player. Every time somebody logs in, it's going to give me that update, I think. We're on 9MS, 3-star difficulty, 2-star difficulty. This guy's a righty. I think I want to go max responsiveness. This dude is massive, bro. All right, this guy, lefty, righty, difficulty, 4-star. This guy, difficulty, it says 1-star. Bro's name is Sanchez. Tarantula. Wait, let's see here. So.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, what is this game, bro? Lion strike, circle while holding L1, R1. R1, it increases the team's defensive stats, give and go. L2, L plus R2. Precision stand tackle. Yo, this game low-key has so much stuff. I was not expecting this. Emote, we got emotes, bro. Tying his boots, voice. This is it. Bro, this is crazy. Recruit players to join you. Record ranking, store. Bro, there's a lot in this game. Now, this is a demo, guys, so casual matches, select mode. Practice, training session. I think we should do a training session first. I think we should do a training session first, bro. I don't know if I'm built for the online yet. Let's see. Cross the finish line before your opponent. Wait, why does this game low-key look like a vibe, dude? I was fully expecting to do this like as a meme video. Bro, this game low-key looks fun. avoid hitting any obstacles. Yo, we low-key killed it. I almost ran a Usain Bolt time, guys. 9.87 cold for me, bro. I want to see shooting. How do I see shooting? Mid-range shots. I want to see shooting in this game. How does the shooting look? Hold circle for a more powerful and higher shot.
Give me that.
Score as many goals as possible. We got 10 shots. Mid-range shots, bro. It's definitely made by an American, bro, this game. All right, we got the ball over here. So aim direction. What a finish, bro. Okay. Oh, God. What about like a fadeaway? Okay. I don't even know skill moves in this game. Okay, little cutback. Money. Okay. Nah, he's a righty, right? Oh my God, that's a snipe. I mean, his left foot is pretty good too, bro.
Oh, that's
so assisted, but at least it's not the hardest thing ever to do. I think at this point we just rip the band-aid off. We just jump into the public match. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I thought this game was gonna be trash, bro. This is not bad, bro. This kind of feels like what rematch maybe should have been. Let's see how it goes in the online game. We have 9 ping. It's a demo. How many people are playing this game? Searching for rivals in the same league. I don't know if the servers are up. I'm a little confused because like I saw when I loaded in that maybe the servers weren't up. Let's see what happens, bro. Yo, the servers are definitely up. The servers are definitely up, guys. Here we go. This guy's name is Neymar Jr., bro. Wow. So we got an AI right now. It's searching for everybody else. How many people are on this game? Your team is selecting players. New player. Oh, we got to choose these guys. Okay. I got it. I'm gonna go with him. Oh, it's not my turn right now. All right, this part looks like it takes a little too long, to be honest.
I'm ready to return to the field.
So we're playing a 2-1-2. I chose a defender. That's good, though. We're going to need the defense. This game is crazy, bro. Oh, my God, bro. I'm curious to see the stadiums and, like, this is a demo, bro. So I'm just, like, I was not having any expectations coming into this. The state of this, bro. Don't kill me, man. Look at this, bro. Holy shit. Guys, this is low-key crazy, man. I don't even know who's on my team, bro. Oh my God, I got so lucky. Wait, these are my special abilities, bro. Am I getting low-key man marked? Oh my God, Meg. Yo, the defending looks impossible. That's me. Oh, they moving the ball, nice. I gotta keep my stam. right now. I got it. Easy reads. Yo, Pessy, I got you, bro. That's my teammate. His name is Pessy, guys. Yo, Neymar almost, bro. I'm about to be the best defender of all time. He's coming back. How the you tackle, bro? I missed my tackle. Yo, I killed him. I'm out of stamina. I'm out of stamina, bro. Oh my God, bro, missed that. Wait. Wait, is this guy cherry picking? Oh my God, I'm the best ever, bro.
Stay tight.
Yo, look at that guy's strength. I'm about to tackle this. Oh my God, I missed my tackle.
No escape.
That's a ball for me, guys. That's a ball.
Go. I got it.
Bang. Bang. Let's go, man. Dude, I gotta figure out. Oh my God, guys! If you pull up in game, it shows you stats. Look at this, bro. Goals. Nah, that's crazy, low key.
Ready to rally the troops. You take ready to.
No way. Okay, what's this L1, R1, R1? What is this? I don't even know what this power up is.
Focus. Focus.
Oh, that just increases my team's defense, bro. I don't know why I did that.
Got it.
Yo, look at my left stick dribbling, guys. And I'm unselfish, too. Look, I'm unselfish, guys. Oh, my God. What a pass from me, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Nice teammate. Nice. Teammate.
What was that?
Work the finesse angle. Unlucky. I worked the finesse angle, though. I had to be selfish, guys. I had to try to get us a goal. Oh, shit. Hopefully my teammate's cooking, bro. He's been good at defending. Wait, did they score that? Oh, that's on me, bro. As a defender, I cannot be coming out of position like that, guys. That's on me, bro. I want to apologize to my teammates. That's completely on me. I'm so sorry, teammates. Oh, I got a B now. My rating, I got to put my face cam down here, bro. You guys are missing so much on this right side. I got a B now. B for teamwork. Yo, the lock-ons are kind of weird. I got to check the controls after this game. Pass me the ball. Yo, teammate. Bro, he's so selfish, bro. That
100.
He's so selfish up there, man. He doesn't pass shit, man. What a save from the goalkeeper. What a save. Look at that pass from me, guys. Now I'm going to keep it going. I'm going to keep it going.
Lou.
Dude, pass me the ball. I mean, they gave me a B, guys. They gave me a B over. This game is
J.R.
low-key lit,
Smith.
guys. I'm not going to lie. Comp on this game would be crazy. I don't know what this L1 to R1 circle does. I have no idea what it's doing for me, but...
Keep it up.
Nah, that's on me again. That's on me again. He's offside. You offside, bro. You offside, you little weasel. I'm going to switch it. I'm going to switch it to my teammate. What a fucking ball from me, bro. Oh, my God. They got volley animations? Okay, that's crazy. Oh, my God. I was offside, bro. My bad, guys.
Oh, handle it. Focus. Focus.
This gives us, like, defensive abilities.
Press. Press.
Let's go. Let's go. Look at his pocket pass. But I'm right-footed, so the pass was kind of shit. Oh, my God. My teammates literally can't pass the ball.
Put it away.
Target open. Finish the job.
Oh, he's done.
Look at my left stick. Look at my left. Oh, I got ball hog vibes, bro. You guys got to move, man. Shit. Offside, offside, offside. Guys, it's very good they still have offside. Because some of these games, they don't want to add the real rules of football. And as a football purist, we need the offside.
Body up. Keep it up.
Shit, guys. We just lose? I think we just lost. Lion strike takes powerful shots, so L1, R1 circle. Okay. Pass me. Let me get this lion strike. I got a lion strike. Bro, Fatty, pass me the ball, bro.
Get in there. All set up, boy.
I f***ed it, guys. Oh, my God. Wait.
Got nothing.
Oh, I just cooked. Did you guys just see my body fade, bro? Oh, my God, I just cooked. That's me. Let's go. I'm through. Oh, my God. Come on, Fatty. Come on, Fatty. I got you, bro. Rip that shit. Let's go. Vamos. Look at my tackles, man. I'm elite. Look at this. Oh, my God. Go on. Pass the ball. I'm low-key going crazy. Pass the ball.
Ah, you bastard. I want to get 0. What?
Best team player, guys. They didn't vote for me. They gave it to the defender, though. Fair enough. He was pretty good, guys. Guys, what was my rating? 7.7. Wow, our defender got a 10.0. I got a B+ in my first game, everybody, so I'm going to take that. I'm going to be quite happy with it. Oh, these guys are... Wow, guys. These guys joined my lobby. That's how good I was. So if I go to my record... Let's see here. I got to... Look. Yo, they got more stats than FC in this game. Oh, my God. What the average critical defense? Look at this, guys. Like, it's low-key insane, the stuff this game has. I'm trying to see what other maps there are. Oh, the Fatty joined our lobby, bro. This guy was trash last game, guys. Neymar Jr. is back with the hot dog suit. Oh, my God. The whole squad, we're going back at it for round 2. That's how good we were. I don't even know if people know this game is out, guys, but the first game took about 30 seconds. I thought the servers maybe weren't open yet, but it looks like they definitely are. All right, there we go. This time took a minute. I hope it's a different map, guys, because, like, I think there's, like, 5 maps in this game. Am I playing defense again? I had 2 goals, I think, last game. 2 goals? No, I had 1 goal. I'll stick with my guy. All right, so we're lining up in a 2-1-2. Let's see what they go for. Looks like you got about 30 seconds to choose. They still have their third player still choosing. What else can you send? Be more offensive, be more defensive. I want to play as this player. Oh, my God, this is too funny. Skill info.
No matter how much time has passed.
Oh, my God, it's a different map. Wait, this is London. London, bro. Oh, my God, dude. I don't even know what the other map was. It was like some Area 51 we were playing at. I wonder what they got London looking like. It says nighttime. Oh, my God, bro. I got to still figure out stand tackles because I was just sliding last game like crazy. And I still got to figure that out. This is why these guys wanted to team up. I got him up the line. No, I don't. Oh, my gosh. This guy's pressing me out the game. Switch. Let's go.
Oh.
Nice. No way. Oh, my God. What's happened there, bro? We look, he got dunked on. I'm going to overlap. I'm making an overlap. Oh, dude. I'm out of position, too. How do you... Wait, this guy's already doing shot fakes? I don't even know how to do a shot fake.
I'll put my body on the line. No questions asked.
Look at that unselfishness. Now I'm going to continue. What? Can somebody explain to me what our striker is good for, though? He can't run. He doesn't do any hold-up play, bro. Switch it. Look at that ball. Look at that pass. Come on, Thiago. Bro, this guy, man, he doesn't even know the rules. I should have kicked him from the lobby. He was trash last game.
Ready to rally the troops. Webb is good. There you go.
That's a freaking ping, bro. Thiago, you got to be more selfish, man. Our striker is trash. This guy's been offside all game. All right, I got my power shot specialist.
Focus.
Oh my God, catch the ball, bro.
Oh, I forgot to tackle.
Too slow.
Nah, bro, these guys are cooking. I gotta learn the standing tackle, guys, because I don't know the stand tackle. I keep slide tackling everywhere.
Whatever.
Okay, but they don't tell you. Okay, so body feint. That's how I got the power shot still, but.
Press. Get out of the way.
Bang. I used the power shot, guys. I'm going in the crowd. Let's go, man. I'm with the Brits, man. Let's go, guys. Let's go, man. Bad game, though. We're having a bad game here, guys. Our striker is like retirement home level footballer, man. This guy is trash. That's offside.
Look in between.
Adjusting trajectory.
That's fine. What a ball for me, guys. Oh my God. Big man. Go, big man. Go, guys. Pass the ball. Yo, that's only halftime. These guys sued me, bro. I'm working overtime here.
You're not still at the fucking gold card.
We can win this game, bro. These guys just got to lock in. You definitely have to time your tackles in this game. Let's go, man. I'm cooking. Come on, man. Let's get everybody hyped up. That's a ball, bro. The game feels more fluid than rematch, 100%, guys. Dude, does my teammates understand football?
Nah.
Outside the whole game. Bro. The timing of the tackles is crazy. They're going to cross it again. These cross merchants, bro. Nah, man. My teammates are leaving, bro. It's a GG, man. I think we're going to drop this one, guys. I don't think we have a team of what it takes here, bro.
Get in there.
All right, I'm going to start crossing, bro. The crosses look OP. Segundo palo. Bro, you better get up and win that shit. Let's fucking go. What a fucking pass from me, bro. All right, so far, guys, crossing is meta for sure. Lot of skill and left stick dribbling in this game, 100%. And just being patient. That's offside, bro. I got no damn energy. Come on, big man. Hold that shit up. Oh, my God.
You're dancers.
Switch the fucking ball.
Get in there.
Oh, my God. He should have gone near post. I choked. That was the game. We got one more chance, though. No, we don't. Left stick. Go up the line. We got him. One more shimmy. Go back. Come on, big man. That's on me, guys. Hey, guys, you know what? We missed a chance in the end. We could have gone near post. I went with the logical finish. It was a tough game, bro. You know, those guys were really organized. They were good. I think I got a pretty good rating, though. Sanchez got player of the match, guys. Guys, so this is, that's going to be the end for us today, bro. Honestly, for a demo, what a game, bro. They have so much stuff in here that we haven't even explored. I mean, you know, the most impressive thing for me is, like, the game feels so fluid for a demo compared to rematch, and it's supposed to be free, I think. And, like, dude, you look at, like, the analysis and stuff, like, I'm really impressed with, like, the stats and stuff they have. I don't even know what launch record. You have all your games here. So you have your, look at this, guys. You have all of your statistics and your ratings. I mean, bro, like, eFootball FC, they don't even have anything close to this stuff here, man. Lounge, you can recruit players through your lounge. Boys, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm not even glazing. Like, I think in terms of a fun game to play with your friends, you gotta ask yourself the customization with the players because it's just preset players. But I do feel like this game definitely has potential. Like, 5v5 is so fun, man. Looks like you get some rewards for playing. I don't know what we're gonna do with all these, but maybe you could buy some players. I'm not really sure, but anyways, guys, that is it for us today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. We're checking out a new game, and we'll see you guys next time, bro. We had a lot of fun today.
Hey folks, it's Falcon. Welcome to the Falcon Show. Eric, Kevin, how you guys doing?
I am doing great, Falcon. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good as well.
I was up all night playing video games.
Oh, video games?
Yeah, that's what we talk about here, right?
What? What?
Podcast. Sting the documentary. Oh.
What makes a man a legend?
Yeah.
Is it the number of titles, the length of his career, or is it the feeling that remains
Oh, I might jump
when
off
he
Vamps.
enters the arena?
Oh, we'll have a listen to this first. We'll have a listen.
He came out of the shadows, stealthily, with a calculated presence that amazed everyone. White makeup, black coat, and piercing eyes, like a storm in the sky.
Without a doubt, the most popular athlete to ever compete for WCW.
In a world full of voices, he chose silence. In a world of heroes, he became an icon.
When you thought about the WCW, you thought about Sting first. Hugely important to their success.
First a colorfully dressed surfer, then a silent avenging angel. Sting was never just a wrestler, he was a symbol of change, a role model for colleagues, who stayed true to WCW when others left.
Nice.
Who reinvented himself so often, but never lost his loyalty. Fans didn't think it was possible to see Sting in a WWE ring. It was a moment decades in the making.
It was awesome. They didn't see it coming. It was just larger than anything you could have anticipated being. That's one of those goosebump moments.
The reaction was unreal. Surprise. Surprise. The moment that never happened has happened. Nothing is for sure until it happens. When it happened, it was something special.
It was one of the most legendary debuts in wrestling history. But his time in WWE didn't go according to plan at all.
From Gorilla, it's just non-stop. Is he okay? How is he doing? What's wrong? And I said, no, Sting is not okay.
I couldn't feel my legs. And it was a scary moment. It was a terrifying feeling.
This documentary tells the story of Sting's great career. The Crow, cawing in the eye of the storm. This is his story.
Oh no.
Biggest stars in wrestling
Who's that?
often have a
Oh,
dark
Deadlift
side.
Shrimp.
Private scandals, big egos, and also backstage brawls. There are few real heroes in wrestling, but Sting is one.
50 years that I've been in business to be respected as one of the 10 best of all time.
Oh.
Put he and Steamboat on the same level as being two guys that are almost too nice to have been in our business. He's that
8 more.
I mean, he's one of those kind of guys that when I first started was very cool and had a great locker room leadership role.
Early on in his career, he was a role model for his colleagues.
Let me just tell you something right now.
Now tell him straight.
Okay, Sting is one heck of a guy, and I think that a lot of people could use him as a role model. Did you hear that, Sting? Yo.
I got along with everybody pretty much all the time.
Steve Borden is actually a quiet man, patient and level-headed. But the spotlight transforms him.
Turning the light switch on, then all of a sudden, bang. And they... where are you sitting? Oh, Dusty, anytime! Sting was loud and glittery and bright and shiny and almost over the top animated. And that really wasn't anything like
the Steve Gordon ending.
In the most successful period of wrestling, the late 90s, Sting was one of the most popular wrestlers. He defined the Attitude Era in his own way.
First time we saw it, he's dropping out of the ceiling and like, wow. Him being up in the rafters, which had never been done before, giving him that big ugly vulture hanging off his shoulder, which was creepy as hell.
He was quiet and mysterious, didn't pick up a microphone, but spoke through his aura.
He didn't need to say anything. He could say more with a look than people could say in a 10-minute interview. Sting didn't need to talk. His actions spoke for him. And this was during an age where everybody could talk. Why talk? Stand out.
It goes to show just how
Oh,
much of a presence
oh.
he had. Very similar to Undertaker.
In his Crow character, he was WCW's equivalent to The Undertaker.
The Undertaker
Oh.
was really huge as this silent but deadly type.
Sting and The Undertaker have a lot in common. They cast a spell over the audience, fascinating them with their dark, mysterious performances. Both remain true to their promotion, for better or worse.
It's very important for each company to have an exclusive star, like The Undertaker in WWE and Sting in WCW, because those guys are the leaders. Everybody revolves around them.
Steve Borden never thought he would become one of the most respected wrestlers and backstage managers. How he got there is a story straight out of Hollywood.
With some fierce kind of attitude coming from me, the Stinger.
Steve Borden calls himself a California guy. He grew up in Santa Clarita. He didn't care about wrestling as a child, but he always wanted to be like the muscular men he saw on TV. Bodybuilding became his passion, and he started taking anabolic steroids at an early age. It was normal among his gym friends. Everyone did it. These harmful muscle-building supplements were barely regulated in the 80s.
Oh, what's
Every day
this
he spent hours
brown?
in the gym. The skinny teenager turned into an animal. Fitness was his life, and he became co-owner of a Gold's Gym with the future Ultimate Warrior. They were both in a bad financial situation. Sting had no place to stay and slept in his car. Sometimes they stole food.
I'm trying to get that protein in. Hellwig and me, we'd go into the grocery stores and get those hot chickens, you know, that are already pre-cooked. Right. Till there was nobody around, and pull that chicken out, and we'd start stuffing that chicken breast in our mouths and stuff it back on a shelf somewhere and continue our shopping. We got chased out of a grocery store or two.
It's a hot day in California. The sun beats down through the huge glass windows of Gold's Gym. Metallic clanking, muffled beats. Young Steve Borden stands at the leg press and looks up at the squeaky entrance door. The conversation dies down briefly, and the room turns towards the door, as if in slow motion. A blonde, muscle-bound man strides in confidently, as if he were the king of this jungle of steel.
And the whole gym would go, you know, who is it? Who is that? That's Hulk Hogan.
This is where Sting saw Hulk Hogan for the first time. Not on television, not in an arena, but right there by the weight training bench. Back then, neither of them knew they'd end up at each other's throats later. Steve Borden's muscular physique caught the eye of the wrestling scouts in his gym. They ignited a fire in him that would burn for the rest of his life. A passion for wrestling and the dream of making it his profession.
He said, Dad, what would you think if I said I wanted to become a professional wrestler? And I said, get a haircut and a job.
First match, Channel 5 in Memphis, Tennessee.
I remember that when we went to the ring, we basically just stood there and laughed because we really didn't know many things to do. So we'd just do a few things in a gorilla press slam and that would be it.
At the time, no one could have foreseen that these inexperienced rookies would go on to compete in the biggest matches for the biggest titles. But before the big breakthrough, a conflict came up between the two.
Ultimately, I ended up leaving there because of me and Steve. Me and Steve had different personalities.
The former friends went their separate ways. Sting didn't know much about wrestling yet, but he kept at it. Over time, his talent shone through.
1 in a million. He was just natural. Very gifted.
Sting's breakthrough came in a match against one of the biggest stars, the nature boy Ric Flair.
Ric Flair was looking for a new opponent to work with. And Sting was sitting there, and Ric Flair said, "Give me that kid, let me try him."
He got in the ring with the Nature Boy and held his own.
In this 45-minute classic, Sting established himself as a star for the first time in 1988.
I learned more from Rick in the months leading up to this than I had everything that I'd done up until then. And in this one match, I learned truckloads.
A teacher-student dynamic with magic in the ring. It was the first of over 100 matches between the two.
And the thing that just amazes me, most of these matches against Rick, they were all the same.
The young man that people say will dominate the 90s against the man that has dominated the 80s, the Nature Boy.
But while Sting continued to fight his way to the top, he experienced a setback.
They would take the private charters and the private jets, and they'd fly to all these cities. I'd be driving to them. And after a while, it takes a toll on your body. And blew the knee out. And they had to totally reconstruct my knee.
The knee injury forced him to take a break. It was the first time he realized how empty he felt without wrestling, without the applause of the fans. All this motivated him to come back faster than doctors thought possible.
I see more and more painted faces.
The early Sting, the face painted, blonde-haired flat top. I just saw this energetic, superhero-looking character kicking people's ass.
Unbelievable amount of charisma. Tremendous look. The girls loved him.
Sting bathed in his newfound fame. But where there is fame, envy is often not far away. In the days of the Universal Wrestling Federation, there was a real scandal. Slater beat up Sting behind the scenes. Slater was notorious for his genuine toughness. He had learned that his girlfriend at the time had been traveling with Sting between shows, and rumors were circulating that they were having an affair. Slater not only gave Sting a beating, he also humiliated him with a so-called swirly, his head in the toilet bowl. Slater was released shortly afterwards. Sting, on the other hand, covered up visible wounds with makeup and went straight into the ring afterwards, which further strengthened his reputation as a professional. As WCW began to establish itself as a serious competitor to WWE, it was clear that Sting shouldn't just be part of the show, he should become its face.
Sting was WCW. They had some big stars, and he's one of the cornerstones. I don't think there was anybody in that company that was any bigger.
In an early highlight, he faced a young up-and-coming wrestler who later became the legend known as The Undertaker. The dream match, Sting versus Undertaker, which was not yet a dream match at the time.
I just think Sting has a certain chemical, that he radiates out to people.
He was dynamic.
Got him.
That's always a joke. When the crowd is going crazy, there were times that you can't even hear yourself think.
A man in war paint, surfer blonde and full of energy. The perfect hero for a new generation of wrestling fans.
Sting was really the go-to guy, along with Ric Flair. Sting was the younger, more energized version of Ric Flair.
WCW's version of what John Cena is, doing things for the kids and local communities and stuff like that. And he was a really, really big star.
But with the success of WCW, the balance of power changed. More and more big names from the WWE switched promotions with expensive contracts and lots of attention. The more stars came, the more Sting had to take a back seat. But while others jumped ship for a better paycheck, Sting remained loyal to his employer.
Loyalty in this business is a word that you don't hear often, because business is business, and people will jump. But Sting staying there the entire time through thick and thin means a lot to other performers, I think, just to see that it can be done.
Sting's popularity was waning. By 1996, people had grown tired of the likable but one-dimensional good guy. The real heroes of the time,
They were up to date.
like Stone Cold Steve Austin, had rough edges. Sting lacked that.
I think the hardest thing in this industry was always to be that pure good guy. The guy that gets spit in the face and wipes it off, gets smacked and turns the other cheek.
The fans became smartened up, and the fans started becoming rougher on the good guys. A lot of us reinvented ourselves and rolled with the shift, and Sting was one of them.
Colleagues describe Sting as very smart. He understood the wrestling business and knew that it was time to reinvent himself. Scott Hall gave him an exciting idea.
I said, I ain't telling you rip off Taker, but rip off Taker. Like that style, that scary man stuff.
Sting lay awake for nights on end, unable to sleep, thinking about his new character. The days of the colorful hero were over. Things were getting gloomy.
If you don't evolve, you die. Everybody who's on that level has to change. They have to evolve. They have to get better or they get taken over.
And now all of a sudden, he's this Avenger.
A guy like Sting was like your last hope. Like, hey man, you're all we got left.
Sting was inspired by the comic and movie character, The Crow. Bright trunks gave way to a black coat. The blonde hair became a long, dark mane. His face, pale, ghostly, marked by black makeup, like a mask between sadness and anger.
He wanted to change and grow. Nothing's for sure.
And I thought that was actually a pretty brilliant twist of his character.
Sting was suddenly fighting a silent battle. He no longer spoke a word. Instead of holding promos, he suddenly appeared in the rafters of the arena,
Sting.
silent, lurking, with a baseball bat in his hand.
Don't I have any generational?
You had a guy who completely evolved, changed his characters, hiding in the rafters, and he suddenly became the coolest guy without doing a thing. He didn't say a word. How powerful was that?
He was always such a over-the-top speaker. And all of a sudden, now this guy is completely quiet, and it's dark, and it's brooding, and it's mysterious. I'm not sure what's going on here. And that mystery, not being told exactly what's happening as a fan, was just very intriguing.
The fans were electrified. The wrestlers in the ring, unsettled. Who would be his next target?
He's still able to maintain his popularity. That was extremely creative.
This new identity also needed a new entrance. Sting no longer entered the arena to rock music, high-fiving fans. He rappelled down from the ceiling, right into the middle of the action.
Oh my! Sting! Sting! Sting is here! Sting from the top!
It was spectacular for the fans, but nobody knew at the time how dangerous this entrance really was. In 1999, Owen Hart lost his life in a similar stunt, and Sting almost suffered the same fate.
We cannot forget Owen. There was one night in particular, Chicago, this far from that very thing happening. That was a football field high.
It was Sting's very first repelling entrance live on TV. Seconds before the stunt, a technician noticed that the ropes were incorrectly secured, a mistake that would have been fatal. Everything was corrected last moment. From today's perspective, this negligence is inconceivable, both in the case of
They're gonna add more players? What's going on here?
A fine line between spectacle and madness. At a time when wrestling was supposed to be getting more dangerous, louder, and more spectacular, safety standards fell by the wayside to save money. Sting didn't like these stunts. He is afraid of such heights. The fact that he went through with it anyway also shows how far he was prepared to go. For the fans,
Probably already got
became
them
a
anyway.
trademark. Nobody knew when he would appear, or from where. Sting was everywhere and nowhere, and that's exactly what made him so terrifying.
Come on, Sting! Get in there, Sting!
Sting's transformation into the Crow was part of an 18-month storyline against the New World Order. The fans hated the arrogant scumbags of the NWO, and Sting was the fan favorite who stood up to them.
Your hero is only defined by the size of your opponent. Here comes Sting, just dropping everybody. He had the greatest push of all time, as far as that's concerned, and I think he earned it.
Sting was the righteous savior for the fans. He fought against chaos, for the belief in good in a world full of betrayal and intrigue. In the end, there was the big showdown with NWO leader Hollywood Hogan.
And we spent almost a year building the anticipation for Sting and Hogan. And Sting didn't say a word, didn't open his mouth. And the audience just shook. And we just kept building and nurturing that anticipation, so we knew we would have a monster on our hands.
Never before had a match managed to get fans so hyped. Sting vs. Hogan generated the biggest pay-per-view sales in the history of the company.
Fans would have signs, you know, Sting wants Hogan. And then they finally booked that match for Starrcade, and there was just poof.
The match of all matches backfired. Decision maker Eric Bischoff threw agreements overboard because Hogan started complaining.
We had a plan. It was a year-long plan. And that day, suddenly lots of changes, lots of behind-the-doors meetings happening.
Hulk didn't really want to commit to doing the favor, so to speak, for Sting.
I don't know if I got that parish or
Sting
not.
was disappointed in that. Hulk was disappointed and couldn't understand why Sting didn't see it. I was stuck in the middle of those two, and we had to make the call we made.
Hogan used his power so as not to lose the match. He asked Bischoff for a private conversation, and it took a very long time.
Yeah, we had some conversation, but it was mainly, you know, Hulk was behind doors with Eric most of the time.
Hogan started talking bad about Sting. He sowed doubt about his abilities and claimed Sting wasn't ready for a main event match of this magnitude. He couldn't handle the pressure, wasn't trained enough, wasn't tanned enough, and was distracted by personal problems. Sting was disappointed when he found out about Hogan's backstage politicking.
I was having some personal issues at the time, but it was not affecting my work in the ring.
In Sting's eyes, all of these accusations were falsehoods that Hogan used to avoid losing. Frustrated, Sting went into the final meeting with Hogan and Bischoff.
And we started talking about what we were going to do and laying things out for the evening. Steve was very quiet. He didn't really engage.
Yeah, there were nerves that day. A lot of politics going on that day too, so it made it even worse.
Sting did what he often did when he was angry. He would rather say nothing than say the wrong thing. Bischoff was forced to give in to Hogan's demands, so the end of the
Alright,
match
guys.
was a bitter
I'll catch you tomorrow after work.
Sting lost by a fast count
Have a
before
good
the
one.
match was restarted,